that pertaineth not to be. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority for the work of the AA through the callings of Frater Père Rabbo. But this concerns themselves and their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is full, let corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night without, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on, the satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47. Windmill words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul and personal. Asana destroys the static body, nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, sankhara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, vinanam. Omar Dalla Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Moan Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh.
And their slaying of the prophets
Her wine
without.
cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Holy here illustrates the seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of God.
Everybody's going
In the center of
to
the
the
star
party
is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 150. seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it, slay the snake, the horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay, then wind the mort. Chapter 52, The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I. In each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning.
Okay, next one, Donald Williams, delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. I don't remember hearing about this one. This executive order mandates emergency price relief for housing, healthcare, and job creation to benefit American workers and increase prosperity. Which American workers? I wonder how that one would actually work. Okay, next one on the 20th. Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. This executive order recognizes two sexes, male and female, and directs agencies to use sex instead of gender in federal policies and documents. Okay, so this is against, I guess, the gender shit that the previous administration was doing. I remember that one. Okay, next one, also on the 20th, declaring a national energy emergency. This executive order declares an energy emergency, directs agencies to use emergency authorities for domestic energy production, and exempts actions from certain environmental regulations. Next one, also done on the 20th, declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States. This executive order deploys armed forces to support border control, instructs barriers, waives FAA and FCC restrictions, and revokes the Southern Border Emergency Proclamation. Okay, I remember that one. Next one on the 20th, clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. Okay, this executive order instructs the Secretary of Defense to revise the Unified Command Plan, assigning U.S. NORTHCOM the task of securing U.S. borders against unlawful migration, narcotics trafficking, and other criminal activities. Wow. The next one, also done on the 20th, application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act to TikTok. This delays the TikTok ban for 75 days and instructs the Attorney General to issue letters of non-liability and allowing time to determine next steps. So Trump saves TikTok. Next one, allegedly. Next one, the 20th, America First Trade Policy. So this executive order mandates multiple reports to the president by April 1st, 2025, covering trade deficits, unfair practices, USMCA impact, eliminates loopholes in export controls, and more. Okay, next one, also done on the 20th. This is the last one that was done on the 20th. By the way, that was like, I think, probably half of these. America First Policy directed to the Secretary of State. This executive order, the Secretary of State will, so this executive order makes it so that the Secretary of State will align policies and operations with an America First foreign policy, prioritizing American interests and citizens. So those are all of the ones that were the 20th. I'm gonna count these real quick just to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That was 39 out of 54. That's wild. He did 39 executive orders on the first day. All right. Damn. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, I'm gonna get to the rest of these quicker. 21st, keeping Americans safe in aviation. This executive order terminates diversity and inclusion practices in the FAA's hiring and recruitment, aligning with a broader EO, eliminating DEI across the federal government. Okay, that's the 21st. Second one on the 21st, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. This executive order rescinds all DEI practices and programs across executive departments, revokes related executive actions, and redirects agencies to end DEI initiatives in the private sector. So those are the only two done on the 21st. The next one is done on the 22nd. Only one that I know of, on the 22nd. This one says designation of Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization. This executive order initiates the process to designate the Ansar Allah or Alan Houthis. Okay, so this was separate from the other one. So the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization involving a State Department report and a USAID review of all related activities. That's the only executive order on the 22nd listed here. Next one, 23rd, strengthening American leadership in digital financial technology. Okay, so this executive order revokes EO 14067, I believe. I assume that's under the Biden administration. And the Treasury's digital asset framework establishes a new working group on digital asset markets and prohibits agencies from promoting central bank digital currencies. So going back to decentralizing crypto, or I assume that's implicated in that. 23rd, second one, 23rd, removing barriers to American leadership in artificial intelligence. This rescinds EL 14110, I assume that's under the Biden administration. It directs OMB to revise AI guidance within 60 days and takes APST, the Special Advisor for AI and Crypto, and APNSA to develop an AI action plan within 180 days. Another one on the 23rd, President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. Or PCAST. So it reestablishes the PCAST for at least 2 years, advising on science, technology, and emerging technologies like AI and quantum, with up to 24 members.
Did this Edward just figure out how to read?
AI and crypto. All right, 23rd, again, federal recognition of the Lumbee Tribe, North Carolina. So this executive order directs the Secretary of the Interior to...
Oh my God, I think he just figured out how to read. He's proving that he's not stupid. He's impressing people. He's reading.
Oh, I didn't hear about that one.
I had no idea this guy could read. I thought he was blacked out.
Another one on the 23rd, declassification of records concerning the assassinations of President JFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I heard about this one, but I didn't hear much. This executive order is to release all previously redacted records related to assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK, with a 15-day plan for JFK and 45 days for the others. All right, next one is on the 24th. Memorandum from the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development. Okay, so this executive order revokes the 2021 Protecting Women's Health Policy and reinstates the 2017 Mexico City policy, ensuring U.S. global health funds do not support abortion or coercive sterilization. I see. That sounds like something the right-wingers would do. Next one on the 24th, enforcing the Hyde Amendment. I remember this one. This executive order enforces the Hyde Amendment to prevent federal funding of elective abortion and revokes Biden's executive orders 14076 and 14079, which protected access to reproductive health care. All right, next one is on.
So I want to point out that when Kennedy gets confirmed, his budget, his annual budget as HHS director is $1.7 trillion, or is it 1.2 trillion? Because of Medicare, Medicaid. What does it say? 1.2 trillion? 1.7 trillion annually.
Got one for Cali. Next one on the 26th. Last one on the 26th.
That's basically everything we take in taxes. Goes right back out to the doctors, to the hospitals, to the pharma corps, to the insurance corps, to the banks.
Historical efficacy, role in state disaster aid, and potential reforms with a 1-year mandate. Next one, 27th. Reinstating service members discharged under the military's COVID-19 vaccination mandate. I heard about this one. This executive order reinstates military members discharged for refusing the DoD's COVID-19 vaccine mandate, restoring their rank, back pay, and benefits, and allows voluntary exits to rejoin with attestation. Next one on that 27th, restoring America's fighting force. This executive order abolishes all DEI offices and related programs within the Department of Defense and the U.S. Coast Guard, aiming to eliminate inclusion concepts. Next one on the 27th.
Did you say you were gay?
You're
a faggot!
To end identification-based pronoun usage and restrict access to gender-specific facilities in the military, with exceptions for operational necessity. Next one on the 27th. The Iron Dome of America. This executive order mandates the deployment of a next generation missile defense shield and requires the Secretary of Defense to submit a detailed implementation plan to the President. Next one, 28th, yesterday. Protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. This executive order bans federal funding and support for pediatric gender transition, directs HHS to review best practices and mandates agencies to exclude coverage for related treatments within 90 days. I'm actually curious if anybody's gonna argue against that.
Is this a hypnosis? What's this fucking N-word talking about?
Of agency grant, loan, and other financial assistance programs. That was the one I heard about yesterday, so that makes sense. And there's an update, 29th, memo rescinded. So this one got rescinded. But originally on the 28th, TRO granted pauses on federal grants, loans, and aid effective January 28th, 2025 at 5 p.m. pending a review for compliance with the President's orders, while Medicaid, SNAP, Medicare, and Social Security remain unaffected. That was like what it was supposed to do, I guess, originally. But then it was like paused by a federal judge, and then it got rescinded today. So that temporary pause was temporary as fuck. Didn't even last 24 hours. All right, that's all the ones that I know about from this website. That's a lot. There's a lot to take in. And I imagine it's been tough for like the news to report it adequately, because when you start talking about one and Trump drops another one, you're like, what the fuck, Trump? What is this? So I wanted to review because I've been like curious about what they all were, and I finally found a website that's like, aggregating them. And there's other websites that are doing it. I think the New York Times is doing it or whatever. But I just wanted to know like the direct information. Also, wait, each of these I think have links to. Oh yeah, they have links and they have more detailed summaries. So the thing at the top of the room is what I was reading this whole time. So you can oh shit, they updated the shit. Holy shit. They updated it. So all the ones from today are on here now, and they don't have appendix. Yeah, how many you got for today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 today. All they have are the names of them, but they don't have the descriptions.
Hey, bro, right. did he just pull a K-Dot? How did he got his stock?
Bro, he might. I mean, it's going like
just
that right
using
now.
The power of the presidency for fun.
What the fuck you wearing, bro? It's tacky. No, let me stop. All right. So this says, the first one says, President Donald J. Trump signed S.5 into law. I have no idea what that means. Next one, expanding Migrant Operations Center at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay to full capacity. I heard about that one that we were talking about earlier. The next one, celebrating America's 250th birthday. Word. Next one, ending racial indoctrination in K-12 schools. I feel like I'm not going to like that one. And the last one for today, expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. I have a feeling I'm not gonna like that one either. But I don't know what they
Sounds
do.
like homeschool.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, but I'm not feeling his prescriptions for education policy at all. So we'll see what happens. I have my own biases. I know this.
He did pick somebody who's not interested in reading the Department of Education requirement, which is like surprising for what his campaign promised.
Did you say that Guantanamo Bay is going to be a migrant processing facility, or he's just...
Well, not a facility, but a place to store people. They're looking at busting it out
It's not
for
just
30,000 beds.
It's detention.
Migrant
warehouse.
There we go. Sorry.
Fantastic.
30,000. No. Is it 30,000 or 300,000? It's 30,000.
30,000, not 300,000.
So we can stop transporting them to their countries, and their countries can come pick them up if
would
they want.
come in here really giddy about Gitmo. Like that is so fucking you, bro. Like why?
This is the first time I'm hearing about it, but it's a great idea.
Manville, it's Gitmo. Like, they couldn't have...
Yeah, well, we have all this spare bed space because we're not hauling terrorists in there anymore.
Literally not have picked a worse, way to look at that. You're gonna store people at Gitmo, where
We can put the cartel terrorists there too. It's perfect.
You're missing the point. The idea that you would do this, and instead of putting them on some other island or territory the United States holds, you would stick them in Gitmo? That's the problem. It's Gitmo.
We've already got staff. We've got cages for the kids. They're already built.
Yeah, bro, but that's torture central, and you don't want to put people who have been.
Well, we really tortured people in like Bahrain and other places. We didn't do a lot of the torture.
We actually tortured people in Gitmo too.
We really did do a lot of the torture in Gitmo. What are you talking about?
A lot of the torture was not in U.S. territory.
Gitmo is not in U.S. territory, bro.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's Cuba.
But it's our base in Cuba.
I know that, but that's outside of the United States, bro.
That's exactly
Like
why
Cuba's
set up that.
Cuba's a hostile partner.
No, that's why they set it up. They set it up so they can be less accountable to the Constitution.
No, it's just
Right.
That's what the black sites in Africa and Bahrain and places are for. That's what Abu Ghraib is for.
I'm not arguing with you that there are other black sites. I'm saying they decided to use this black site. As far as optics go, you couldn't have picked the worst.
This is like the Area 51 of black sites. You know, it's the one everybody knows about. It's the one with the most attention.
You're still missing the point. You don't take people who violated immigration clauses and stick them on Torture Island, which is exactly how it's going to be portrayed.
Well, it didn't. We didn't
Would
say.
you like waterboarding? Would you like to be in the box? Would you like me to stretch you out?
Hey, I thought waterboarding was the Gitmo thing.
It literally was. It literally was.
Yeah, it literally was. So, interestingly enough, the first use of waterboarding in the United States was in the 1896 to 98 Spanish-American War, and there's a Time magazine cover with us in the Philippines, and it's got a U.S. doughboy waterboarding a quote, Muslim mulatto, as they were phrased in the history of the time. And so that's when we first practiced waterboarding. But yeah, we did it at Gitmo, and again, man, it's taking people to Torture Island. There's no way you can sell that.
At least they'll be well hydrated.
People, but what about the torture?
Provide them with water.
Food, but what about the torture?
Like that, Bill, who don't give a damn about human rights. He'll buy that shit. Look like.
Well, no, I just mean like it's incredibly hard to defend.
And then we can get countries to show up and pick up their own people because they don't want their people in Gitmo. It's genius. So we'll save money on the flights because they'll come and get their own.
You know, it feels like his inspiration was El Salvador, like what they were doing there with the new lady.
Bukele is a fucking genius.
What? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Nayib Bukele is fucking awesome.
You literally just say things, bro.
Turn that country around.
Drunken
Power is shock value, bro.
He turned that country around, and maybe Bukele will figure out Pinochet's equation of how many communists you need to throw out of a helicopter before the fuel pays for itself.
You do get the point that Pinochet throwing people out of helicopters was a bad thing, right? Not reflected very well in the United States.
Wink, wink, nod, yeah, real horrible thing. Communists falling from the sky.
I mean, simply because one is a communist does not mean they should be chunked at helicopters. Also,
Communists are not people.
Pinochet is exactly what you get when you interfere during the Cold War. Right? Like, a bunch, aside from the drug cartels, a bunch of the reason we have problems there is because we decided to fuck around there in the early part of the 20th century and during the Cold War. And as long as Russia didn't have a missile base in the Western Hemisphere, we didn't give a fuck what we had to do. I'm not saying that as a morally right or morally wrong.
This is Monroe Doctrine 2.0. We're going to expand American influence in the Western Hemisphere. We're going to re-secure our strategic locations such as the Panama Canal, such as Greenland. We're going to expand our economic influence that has been eaten away by China.
Don't want to sell. The only way to take it would be by force.
It's not really up to the Greenlanders, is it, Marshall?
I mean, if you want to be compared in the same sentence as Vladimir Putin for taking shit that doesn't belong to you, sure. But Greenland does not belong to the United States. We're not going through it.
The difference is that if we wanted Kiev, we would have Kiev. Putin wants Kiev, but he can't have it because his military is too weak.
You're missing my point. Those who would take area with force because they want to expand their area are in the same fucking category, right? We would have to declare war on the day which would be declaring war on the EU, which really fucks that whole situation up, right? It's not like you could do it without great detriment to the United States.
Well, after we're done with Greenland, we can take Iceland and maybe Denmark.
He doesn't understand that Greenland is not.
Skip the whole problem of fighting in Belgium that so many European wars have had. We can just start from Hamburg and work our way south.
So Manville is hold on. Manville is perfectly exemplifying everything that I was talking about when I talked about MAGA hubris. Motherfuckers are getting carried away. They feel emboldened because the Republicans won pretty decisively in the last election, and so it's getting them in public to say increasingly dumb or really authoritarian shit in public with like no compunctions whatsoever, and like no pausing to think like, do I really want to say this out loud? Like, are there any like implications for basic civil liberties or like international law that I should consider before I just say, yeah, opening up Guantanamo Bay and housing 30,000 illegal migrants for the fuck of it is cool, and maybe wink wink we might torture them. Like that's like psychotic shit. That's not good policy at all. Like objectively, that's terrible. I don't even know why you would say that shit, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
We should only torture the cartel terrorists, but we can at least house the
We
migrants
shouldn't
there.
torture anyone. We shouldn't even torture them. Like, no, it's ridiculous.
They just
Should we torture?
We shouldn't torture anyone because that shit's wrong.
Who should we torture? It becomes like a Monty Python movie.
First we can't throw communists out of helicopters. Now we can't torture terrorists.
As federal
What the
policy,
fuck?
capital punishment.
Man, I could torture all your toys.
Like, we're back to killing people, bro. Like, nah.
What's wrong with killing our enemies? What America should be doing is killing all of our enemies. That's exactly what we should be doing.
Yeah, that's psychotic, bro. Like, what do you mean by killing all enemies? Who are our enemies?
He doesn't understand Geneva Convention.
Denmark's not our enemies.
We never ratified the Geneva Convention.
These are actually our allies.
Yeah, we did, dumbasses on our freaking military high.
Trump is threatening to take soccer territory from allies because we can. That's psychotic. That's fucking psychotic.
Kind of sound like Putin, where is it?
I know he's actually not though. He actually means this silly shit, and that's why I'm responding seriously to it. Cause like a lot of
He's
people,
not serious.
he just don't give a fuck. He'll say it out loud, but a lot of motherfuckers this shit is cool. Like for real. Like I'm repudiating it because we need some voice of reason in the room. Like,
Well, it's nice to have a president in office that cares about our borders like Obama and not afraid to report at people.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like there's sensible versions of these things. Like we don't have to go off the rails and
Obama believed in killing our enemies all over the world.
Start norming on
And hoarding them too.
territories that are. Hold on.
Obama wasn't calling up countries saying, please can I drone strike someone?
It's alright. It's like, shut up. You're not gonna be on stage long. Look, you're only here for my entertainment, man. Look, calm down. Like, we don't have to norm on like advocating taking sovereign territory from other fucking like our allies just because we can or because it benefits us in some way. Economically, that's ridiculous. Like we shouldn't be doing that. Like I don't know why.
But he's not doing it.
It's also
He's threatening to do so.
An inappropriate use of empire.
Why is it not okay?
Because it's illegal.
inappropriate
And
use of the American empire.
An inappropriate use of the American empire.
And also there are allies.
Who writes international law?
Are you serious right now?
Jason, I know
The Hague?
Are you serious right now?
I know exactly what you're doing, and I know the song in your head. But
No, bro, like, so first of all, we adopt international laws in our legal system. That's what we do. But regardless, we violate it. And that's not okay. It's not a plaything to violate international law. It's not a plaything to totally betray our allies.
It's only a problem if you lose.
No, it's a problem in general. It's a problem even if you win.
it's a problem in general, but I hear the little voice in his head, and people may not agree with it, but he goes something like this. American Empire. Fuck yeah!
I think that like saying it's actually leaning into all of the accusations about Trump being a fascist that is making it true. And that's ironic because you guys spent like the most of the last 4 years crying about Trump being misunderstood and all this shit. Like that's pretty fucking fascist.
I mean, we also told you that Project 2025 had nothing to do with this agenda.
Yeah, my point is, my only point is like objectively, like the shit you're cheering on is fucking psychotic. Like we should not be doing that in the United States, bro.
I think it's a better alternative than like suiciding our nation over some like virtue signaling run into a goddamn suicide cult. Like that's equally as psychotic and lawful.
Don't be so afraid of virtue signaling that you give up your
You can just not do both. Like if they're both stupid, you can just not do both the stupid things. Don't substitute one stupid thing for another stupid thing because the other stupid thing is Team Red. That's stupid. Like just don't do stupid things. Don't do fascistic things.
Well, Mr. Black, you don't feel betrayed as a black Democrat with the way the party has done black people in America. You don't feel betrayed at all.
How do you know he's a Democrat?
I'm not a Democrat.
Why does everybody think you're a
Okay.
Democrat, bro?
Because
I apologize for assuming.
Because Jason likes to be the referee, and people on both sides don't like the fact that he's the referee.
The radical centrism does.
Because I'm just judging how the Democrat Party destroyed Black America.
I'm not a radical at all. It's the point of being a centrist is to not be radical.
Here. Which I will
Yeah,
say.
I still don't see what the problem is treating narco-terrorists the same.
Hold on a second, man. I really
You don't see what the problem of violating people's basic human rights is because you designated them terrorists. You can just
Yeah, but those basic human rights are arbitrary decisions. They can be
They're not
reversed at the drop of a
They're not
fucking hat.
arbitrary. They're not arbitrary at all. What are you talking about? You can't just treat human beings any way you want because you have power.
That's pretty much how it works, Jason.
No, that's a violation of
Jesus
human rights.
Christ. Mendel, I mean, I enjoyed some of your points, but you're making like a huge case for woke right. You know, like for the phenomenon of woke right, because it's the same, power dynamic bullshit. Oppressor dynamic. Let's get that.
As long as we can characterize the people we don't like as evil enough, we can justify doing any number of fucked up things to them. Like, nah, bro, that's not how it works.
Yeah, Manville, I told my college-age daughter the very same thing when she was woke left. I'm a centrist also. My God, man, do not give up virtue for the sake of being afraid of virtue signaling. There's a big difference between the two.
Like, what makes an American so much better than any foreign national from any other country?
agreed.
They're American.
I'm gonna say God,
but like nothing.
When Jesus Christ delivered the Constitution across the Delaware in 1776 and founded America as his personal chosen country to rule the entire world and tell everyone what to do
Jesus of Nazareth never stepped
and compel them by force.
Objectively, objectively, Jesus of Nazareth never stepped foot on America.
Not according to the Mormons
I do have to
and the magic underwear.
The Bill has to say.
If English was good enough for Jesus, it's good enough.
Jesus didn't speak English at all.
You speak of English. That's actually a word.
It's a famous
Jesus
quote.
lived if Jesus lived at all, he lived thousands of years before English was a language.
Jesus like desperately trying to save the
Like,
world.
what are you doing
You might want to brush up on the Book of Mormon there, Jason. I'm pretty sure he was in America.
The Book of Mormon is not recognized by Christianity at all. What are you talking about?
Hey, Black, maybe Aramaic came from America, but in the future.
They do both start with the same letter.
Hey, that's true, bro. Just a misspell. Yeah, there you go.
And this is why Prophet Werner von Braun notated that the leader of Mars would be named Elon,
Okay, bro.
which is actually true. Not making that up.
Whatever you say so, bro. All right, back to
Mars.
So these executive orders, I think a lot of them are controversial, and I want to delve into the ones that are the most controversial people. The ones that don't have the descriptions, I would wait till they populate them. They're pending right now. They might actually be on here before the end of the day, because it seems like they're updating this thing in real time, which is kind of cool. But
What about the Lincoln Riley Act that just got signed?
that's not an executive order. That's actually an act of legislation from Congress that was bipartisan. We want to focus on executive orders. So at the top of the room is a link to literally 54 executive orders, over 30 of which were signed on his first day. And this was updated today to include the executive orders that he signed today, but the ones that he signed today don't have descriptions. Which ones are the ones that you guys think are either good or are controversial, and why?
So there's a question. I guess
Can you talk about the birth one real quick, if I can?
The president citizenship, yeah.
So
hold on, let Colonel go, and then you go right after. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the one with the Mexican cartel at the border, I think that was a pretty good one. Because it just, I don't know, bro. It seems as though as soon as they started that, there's no like escalation there, so it kind of seems like that may have been a pretty good one to do.
Let's go to the birthright citizenship one.
So I just heard
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
What I wanted to say was that I heard from a couple foundational Black Americans as they identify themselves on this app that basically that amendment was specifically designed for the people born of slaves so that they could acquire citizenship. But more to the point, like I think us and Canada are the only two countries that do it. So that seems like one of the more milder ones to overturn. So maybe I'm mistaken about that, but it seems like one of the lesser ones overturned.
Why would I want to overturn the citizenship qualifications in an amendment that's rather clear and, to be frank, doesn't matter that it was only meant for Black people to be incorporated because they were former slaves? The language is clear. All persons born or naturalized, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, semicolon, and then it goes through the rest of the language. If you are on a United States airplane, if you're on an aircraft carrier, if you're in a diplomatic car and you have a kid, if you're on a military base, if you're in an embassy, all of those areas are places where you are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, not to mention being born on our land. The vast majority of jurisprudence, I mean 99% of it, does not back this idea that it was only meant for certain people and that we can go ahead and use it on illegal immigrants. The language, even if you don't take an originalist connotation of this, when Bingham and the other gentleman, I'm forgetting his name, people are curious, go to nationalconstitutioncenter.org, type in 14th Amendment, it's got several good explanations. But Bingham in his writings did not keep that solely subject to folks that had been slaves. His hope was that it would incorporate all Americans, all people born in America.
The text clearly draws a distinction between being born in American soil and being subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So what is that distinction?
If you're born on American soil, you are therefore subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
No, that's not what it implies.
Hold on.
You are
Jurisdiction.
If you're born in the United States of America and you are born here, you are subject to the jurisdiction of the federal government through the supremacy clause of the Constitution.
So the jurisdiction exception specifically applies to if you're the child of an invading military army, if the British invaded and their soldiers had kids, they're not citizens, they're an invading army and their laws don't apply to them, or the U.S. law doesn't apply to them because they're literally invading to overthrow the government. And the other exception is diplomats, because they have diplomatic immunity, that means the U.S. laws don't apply to them. Anyone else...
The original exception was also native, people born to Native Americans that were on federal lands.
Yeah, at the time, federal laws didn't apply to them, yeah.
It's not that long. All right. This is executive. It says protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. I don't know what executive order number it has yet. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Section 1, purpose. The privilege of the United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. So consider this like an argument inside the statement of purpose. The 14th Amendment states, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, end quote. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States' shameful decision in Dred Scott v. Sanford, which misinterpreted the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent from eligibility for United States citizenship solely based on their race. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. The 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who were born in the United States, but not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote. Consistent with this understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that, quote, a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote, is a national and citizen of the United States at birth. 8 U.S.C. 1401, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment's text. Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of the United States citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. 1, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or 2, when the person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of a visa waiver program or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Section 2, policy. A, it is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons, 1, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and that person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or when that person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. B, subsection A of this section, A of this section shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of this order. C, nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documentation of their United States citizenship. Section 3, enforcement. A, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Commissioner of Social Security shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that the regulations and policies of their respective departments and agencies are consistent with this order, and that no officers, employees, or agents of their respective departments and agencies act or forbear from acting in any manner inconsistent with this order. The heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of the date of this order regarding this order's implementation with respect to their operations and activities. And then Section 4 has a bunch of definitions that I'm not going to read. I'm going to put, this is from the White House government. Actually, this link, I got linked to this from the thing in the room. But, let me put this.
Is there a definition provided for subject to the jurisdiction thereof in there, though?
No.
He just read it. That's what they.
No, I left out the definitions though. Definitions as used in this order: mother, father, section 5, general provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair otherwise affect. Okay, so the only definitions they have are mother and father, and then there was another section. I didn't see that, but they only define 2 words. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a vector of argument though, because precisely what that means or what the right legal interpretation is what's in dispute. There is case law that favors one side, but it could be overturned by the Supreme Court. So that and I forget what was it. It was I forget the fucking landmark case, but I can look it up if you guys want.
It's United States.
Wong.
Wong.
Yeah.
Wong Kemp.
Yeah.
And basically, this executive order is tailored to prevent anchor babies, but still allow for citizenship as long as a child has ties to a U.S. resident or a
The
U.S.
President of the United States does not have the power to redefine constitutional amendments, which is example I asked no for court. The president cannot unilaterally tell you, no, the Second Amendment means only well-regulated militias. The executive is not allowed to do that.
Actually, I think he is within his power for this reason, right? He is in charge of the State Department. He's in charge of issuing these documents. That's an executive function. So who he issues citizenship papers to, permanent resident status papers to, is a function of the executive branch. And if the court wants to direct the executive branch to issue citizenship in a certain way, then the court ought to do that. So
it would mean presidents would then have unilateral power to redefine constitutional rights. They don't have that power.
Upon review of the court would have to either say, no, you're wrong.
You're missing my point. The executive does not have the ability to say, no, it means thing A instead of thing B.
The Chevron deference.
We got rid of Chevron deference. What are you talking about?
That's not even implicated in this decision, bro. Let's not
So, is the way the regulatory agencies treat the statutes
So just
and decisions
not
that
Stop. Everybody stop. So there is literally Supreme Court precedent that interprets that clause one way. This was adjudicated in a landmark case known as United States versus Wong Kim Ark in 1898. Okay, that is what determines the way that it's been interpreted right now. And because of stare decisis, we've been interpreting our laws consistent with this ruling. It is possible, however, although perhaps unlikely, that the current Supreme Court could overturn that precedent. But until they do, the reason why it's interpreted the way it is because of that landmark case. It doesn't implicate Chevron, and it's not about agencies deferring to anything. If they defer to anything, they defer to the laws as interpreted in or consistent with the precedent set by that landmark case.
And the lawsuit's been filed, and Trump is going to appeal it to the Supreme Court.
And the Supreme Court's going to come back and go, no, the president does not have the right to do that.
Well, we don't know.
Wait. So the anchor baby concept is a little bit muddy, and let the Tucker is here. Maybe he can clarify. From what I understand, you can't the birth of a child who is a citizen does not reflect on the permanent or residency status of the parents. The usual course of action is that they leave the country altogether, and then at the age of 21 or 18, I think, I forget which one, the child can claim their birthright citizenship, but the parents do not get any kind of preferential treatment, and they cannot be given like any kind of caregiver citizenship or status. And so the idea of the anchor baby is kind of it's non-existent. I think more so what they might be battling is the tourism, the birthright tourism, which is fairly widely practiced. I think people fly into Florida. It was very popular among the Russians, I believe, to come in, give birth, and claim like a citizenship for a baby when they turn 21. But Tucker could probably.
Well, the other issue is you have lots of children.
The person who actually has expertise on this is going to get talked over by a bloviating idiot. But Black is here. You can moderate.
It's about the children living
No,
here.
Tucker, go ahead. Can you please
Not just the ones leaving.
Okay, great. I just wanted to know if we're going to have a real conversation or just allow bloviation. Yeah, I'll just affirm that you're correct that the birth of a U.S. citizen does not automatically grant residency rights in any respect to the parents. The person would have to come back to the United States, as you said, when they're an adult
United States as an orphan if their parents were deported.
Right, but that doesn't like they can't petition for family-based immigration before the age of majority, as Andre correctly pointed out. And so the point of the anchor baby critique is you have a baby and it allows you to stay, right? So that was what he was saying. That's a bit of a misnomer because it doesn't actually allow that. Like the citizen has a right to stay, but not the parent.
Yeah, a girl I dated, her mother got deported shortly after she was born. Because her daughter had the right as a U.S. citizen, but she did not.
But does it make it more likely that they'll be able to eventually become citizens vis-a-vis the ability to petition? Isn't there a unique pathway for petition because the child is an American citizen?
So there are petitions you can file. That's like a law. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean the main bases of immigration are like jobs and family, basically. So
the
it would just
anchor
be
concept
family based.
But the anchor concept, I think, is still relevant, right? Because it creates a unique channel to petition for, I assume, citizenship, or at least, at the very least, permanent residence for a
Yeah, but the key point is it's like super delayed. You have to, as Andre said, I don't remember the age either, but it is correct that you have to wait until you're like 18 or 21.
It's
So
21.
delay.
It's 21. I'm literally an anchor baby. So I'm your worst nightmare, whoever was, when I was born here. My mom was on a tourist visa. And then I grew up with my aunt and uncle. And then I turned 21. And then she came here. And then my brothers came here. And they're all computer science engineers now. So, yeah.
I acknowledge the delayed status of it, but I do think that there's some validity to the concept because it creates a unique pathway. And I think that despite it being delayed, that's what people are kind of getting at. That's all I was trying to point.
The only people who should be able to buy American citizenship by exchanging money are those investment visa people bringing over 12 family members working their bullshit hair salon and has 0 customers.
How the petition process works. In fact, it's actually costly for them. They have to pay for that.
That's what I'm saying. The only way you should be able to buy citizenship is that $950,000 investment visa.
But this is not even guaranteed. So, like, it's not a purchase. They're applying or they're petitioning. And if they get what they needed, like, okay, cool. That's not really a purpose, or it should be a purchase. First of all. Secondly, like,
yeah, well, they'll just live here legally until
is your weird, like confrontational attitude towards this practice. Like, what are you concerned about?
I see no logical reason why we should sustain birthright citizenship as interpreted in a world that has airplanes.
Because it's a constitutional right, and you don't get rid of constitutional rights flippantly.
Well, why? Do you think
it is a constitutional right, just like
hold on. Do you think our population is going to be overrun by people you don't think should be here?
I think we're already overrun by a lot of people who shouldn't be here.
So is that your concern, though, that you think we're going to be overrun by people who shouldn't be here?
I don't think there's going to be sufficient impetus to fix our legal process of immigration until we choke off the supply
Strangely evasive.
of these.
What is it that you're worried about exactly? Name it.
What's the consequence of allowing anchor babies?
Yeah. What's so bad about it? What's the worst that could possibly happen?
The worst that could possibly happen is you import the world's problems into your own country.
So have we done that? Because this has been the law that lasts since the 18th.
Have you seen Dearborn, Michigan? Have you seen Minneapolis, Minnesota?
Wait, simply because they're not there.
Are these locations overrun by the wrong type of people?
Yes.
Okay, so you're afraid that our country is going to be overrun by the wrong type of people from other countries?
I don't think that we should have
Am I wrong?
enclaves.
Do you mean not white?
I don't think we should have
Am I wrong?
enclaves.
Do you mean not white?
No.
Who are the wrong kind of people?
People who are operating enclaves of
And so they are like
heteronormative
I'm
cultures
operating a conclave.
and values.
Enclaves of heteronormative
Yeah.
cultures. What?
So, like, for example, like we should snuff out like ISIS training camps in upstate New York. Like that's a bad thing. We should snuff
Wait,
those
are
out.
you seriously saying
We shouldn't have.
How many babies do you think have any affiliation with ISIS?
We shouldn't have. I'm sure there's plenty.
What percentage of anchor babies in America do you think have any connection to ISIS?
We should also snuff out like Somali pirates being elected into the U.S. Congress.
The Al-Attaad Airlines to upstate New York ISIS anchor baby pipeline.
Was Anwar al-Awlaki an anchor baby?
No, but he was a United States citizen who was not supposed to be executed.
Was Omar Mateen an anchor baby?
Part of ISIS, bro.
ISIS you're not born into.
Yes, he was.
Right?
What are you talking about?
Omar Mateen was part of AQAI. So
ISIS you had to recruit into.
Al-Awlaki
You
was
never were born
located
into.
in the Arabian Peninsula.
Anyway,
Was Nadal
Was he a
Hassan?
citizen that was summarily executed?
Where did you get that Al-Awlaki was a part of ISIS?
It wasn't ISIS, it was
we're getting pretty far afield here from the first dumb point, which was that the concern that was raised has been around for like probably twice as long as my entire life, and the alleged problem associated with it has not materialized. Like the references of the problems exist even if you assume that they are in fact problems, not because of the relevant legal principles. So it's like, okay, try again. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, man, Phil, it just kind of sounds like you don't want to.
And on principle and on what is right, why?
Not cultural enclaves because the municipal police and the city councils and school boards still operate enclave like they have in England. Don't operate.
16 years old. I don't think that he was.
The enclaves in England, they rape girls with impunity and the police protect them.
Can you address the dumb thing you said? So, Abdul al-Awlaki was 16 years old. He was a U.S. citizen. He was killed by drones under Obama. I don't think he was a part of ISIS. He was fucking 16, bro. Like,
He wasn't killed when he was 16. That's his son.
No, Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki was killed at 16.
Yeah, that's the son of
Anwar al-Awlaki.
So Anwar
Said Abdul.
You're talking about Samantha al-Ahasi. You're thinking
I'm
of
talking about Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, who was killed at 16 by a drone strike in Yemen. That's who he named.
No, I was talking about his dad, who was also killed in the same drone strike.
Samantha al-Ahasi is the
Anwar,
woman
his
who
dad was a part of ISIS?
No, he was not. Anwar
I know he
al-Awlaki
wasn't.
declared
That's what I'm trying to get him to fucking deal with. Like, none of these people were part of ISIS. You made that up, bro.
Samantha al-Ahasi is the woman that went and joined ISIS with her Moroccan husband, brought her two current American-born citizens. She was an American citizen, went over there, and then had two more children with her husband, and then came back to the U.S. and they were deemed, I can't remember, I think she was decried by the courts as no longer a citizen of the United States. We banned her from the country, along with her children.
No, I think you're thinking of the right line. It was under the last year of the Obama administration. I remember it specifically, actually.
That was the whole kill list thing, right? But like, what the fuck is the anchor baby point? How does that even jive with any of the things you said, bro?
Al-Awlaki, well, okay, he was Al-Qaeda, not ISIS. Sorry for not making that super important distinction.
I mean, they are super important.
So Anwar was Al-Qaeda, not Abdul, who you named. The son.
I never named Abdul, you did.
You literally did. You literally did.
No, I did not. You'll run back the tape. I said Al-Awlaki, but I never said a first name.
You did though. Okay,
I never said a first name.
Okay, so you met his dad, Anwar. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Anchor Baby?
So, Anwar's father, Nasser Al-Awlaki, was born in Yemen, came over here, and was a Fulbright scholar. He got his master's degree in agricultural economics at New Mexico State. He got a doctorate from the University of Nebraska. So he was on one of those student visas, and then left and served as agriculture minister of Yemen, as a part of the Yemeni government, and president of a university in Yemen, and then was Yemen's prime minister. So Al-Awlaki, having American citizenship, being born here, he was the son of a Yemeni politician.
Anwar Abdul.
No, Anwar Abdul is Anwar's son.
I know. But which one are you talking about? You just used the last name.
So
which
the
one?
biography I'm talking about is Anwar Al-Awlaki's father,
Nasser.
Nasser.
Okay, so when you said, okay, but what does that have to do with Anchor Babies? Try to be specific and use their first names so I can know which one you're talking about.
Nasser came to the United States with a student visa.
Yes.
He studied here. He got degrees here. He then left back to Yemen and eventually became prime minister.
Okay.
His son had U.S. citizenship,
Anwar,
and was born in New Mexico,
okay,
in Las Cruces, in 1971. Right?
okay.
If this Trump executive order gets upheld in the courts, right, Anwar would not be eligible for U.S. citizenship unless his mother was American.
Okay.
Because his dad would be here on a permanent basis, and his father's status as a Yemeni citizen and a Yemeni politician.
On the off chance that it enables terrorists to become U.S. citizens? Is that what you...
Then I wouldn't have to listen to people like Marshall whine and cry that a citizen got a drone up his ass for being a fucking terrorist.
At least you clarified your point, kind of. Okay, so then what percentage of Anchor Babies generally are terrorists or have terrorist affiliations?
I'm not sure. We should have the Secretary of State look at that.
1% is really fucking small, which is why your policy proposal is weird. Like, if you want to reverse all of this precedent on the off chance that we can avoid something that very rarely happens, like, make that argument. It's just, that's not going to be very persuasive.
This could all get solved by a Muslim ban, I guess. That'd be much
You
easier.
can't do that. That's unconstitutional.
I mean, it was already done.
Well,
No, a ban on certain countries.
Also, that ban you're talking about got went to the Supreme Court. So, like, it's been adjudicated. You can't just have blanket Muslim bans. You can't just ban Muslims from coming to the United States. That's clearly against the law. So, like, that's not going to help. But also, what I like about it is that you revealed your real reason you don't like it, which is you don't want the wrong types of people in the United States. That's really what your MO is.
Yeah, there's no reason Ilhan Omar should be over here.
Why? Why can't
running Minneapolis into the ground?
I don't even agree with her, but like, there's no reason why Muslims can't like be citizens, dude. There's like hella Muslims.
Like, there's plenty of Muslims that are great citizens, but she ain't one of them.
Okay, well then why have a policy aimed at eliminating the possibility of them if you acknowledge that?
Yeah, like we should not be operating the world's refugee camp. Like, that's not what our country is. It's not a refugee camp.
Operating the world's refugee camp.
It is a part of our laws to accept refugees and accept asylees. That's literally on the books in our country.
We should change that.
They passed both houses of Congress. It was signed by a president. So, like, why can't we uphold our own laws?
Well, they clearly need some changes due to the situation.
What situation?
The situation that we can see unfolding in Canada and Europe, especially England.
Yeah, but that's not happening here. It's not happening here because we have laws to prevent it.
The environmental refugee status.
England or mainland Europe, and we're gonna have to deal with a bunch of Muslims who go out and screw over people, is not our area, man. It's not our country. It's not how we work. right? Those countries do not make the enclaves obey municipal law. In the United States, if you want to declare something
doesn't even accept the overwhelming majority of quote-unquote environmental refugees not coming to the United States. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's going to get worse, though, and there's going to be a lot more displacement, by the way. And the guy who you're cheering on has actually, like, obliterated a bunch of things that were aimed at, like, addressing climate change because y'all pretend like it's not real, by the way.
Correct.
And that's actually going to contribute to more displaced people in the globe. But that aside, like, I don't think you care about that.
Yeah, so we need to, if we're increasing
I think you have a
the number of displaced people,
Eurocentric conception of what a pure American is, and anybody who deviates too much from that you don't like, I think that's what it is. And that's fucked up, bro. That's a fucked up, like, philosophy.
I think that the Indian and Asian Americans are awesome. They're doing it right.
Unless they come from elsewhere.
Yeah, because you view Asians as industrialists, which is why you have a particular point of view.
Okay, what about
That's why you don't have that view
can
about
we,
Hispanics.
can we accept
Filipinos are great.
Can we accept Haitian refugees?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. I want to hear you say the stupid shit.
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why not?
Because we're going to import Haitian problems.
Okay. Like what?
What problem?
If they're going to improve America so much, why aren't they improving Haiti?
No. What problem do they bring up? Stick to the actual thing.
You want to know the ironic answer to that question, by the way? It's because America keeps fucking up. That's why. America's fucked up Haiti so many times over the last few decades. That's why. They would probably be perfectly good on their own if we left them the fuck alone, bro.
Well, I'm all for leaving Haiti the fuck alone and stopping assassinating their presidents.
In their fucking sovereign country.
Well, that was the Clinton Foundation, okay? That wasn't.
But what the fuck? We've been interfering way before Clinton.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have revolted against the French. Maybe they should have stayed under French rule, like Algeria.
Maybe they should have stayed slaves under French rule. And
It's just
I don't know.
Join the slave master stabilization economically of a bunch of sovereign nations, and then giving American citizens thumb their nose at the people when they come here, where all the fucking opportunities are that we fucking salvage from their country a lot of times for ourselves. Like, come on, bro. Like, I get it. You don't give a fuck about anybody outside of the country, but like, if you know that we fucked over other countries, then that's kind of a hard position to defend, bro.
I mean, alternatively, we could invade Haiti, suppress the gangs, and then turn it into a Trump island resort.
We shouldn't invade Haiti if none of our fucking
funded
business.
coups in Haiti, bro. Like, we've stopped people. We've gotten rid of people that they've elected. Like, come on, dude. Do you just not know the history of our intervention?
Yeah, I know. I went to college with Gilbert Biggio's grandchildren.
Okay, so then why are you acting so goddamn cavalier about our involvement in fucking up their economic stability over the last few decades and their political stability? Like we're kind of a big reason why it sucks there.
Why were they able to be destabilized? Why were they vulnerable to that? That seems like their problem.
Well, because we were a whole ass fucking superpower. We are very close in proximity, and we wanted things in those regions for ourselves. That's why. Like, it doesn't imply anything about them that we're a superpower and we use that power to our advantage. Any more so than a dude who's bigger and stronger than you kicks your ass and takes your wallet. It's like, well, why was he able to take your wallet? What does that imply about you? Are you a bitch? Like that's weird. That's victim blaming. Why would you do that?
Because sometimes it's the victim's fault.
Oh, okay.
If you go around the world and you swing your wallet around and you flash the shiny gold minerals and resources that are in it,
You must have had it coming.
and you don't align yourself with a big conglomerate protection racket, like, it's the same thing. It's the lone store owner on the corner. He doesn't pay the Genovese family. He didn't pay the Colombo family. He didn't pay any family. And so all five of them are fucking him over at the same time.
It's the scantily clad woman who decided to wear that tight dress and walk down an alley by herself.
Yeah, well, you can have one pimp, or you can deal with the whole fucking neighborhood. It's a trade-off.
She should have got a pimp. That's what she got.
Haiti should have got a pimp.
There you go.
Yo,
it's more effective to let him get it out than let me record it. It's way more effective. But
I don't see any difference in how like the American government operates abroad than the fucking crime families in New York. It's a protection racket.
Yeah, but it's wrong. It's not a good.
Oh my God, this right and wrong shit.
Oh fuck, morality.
He's a fucking philosopher over here.
Holy shit.
He's a fan of something known as the million dialogue.
Bro.
The million dialogue is fantastic. Can we talk about the million dialogue?
Dominating the world.
I knew I could read you. The million dialogue says the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. That's Manville's essential view on the world.
But when the Spartans won the Third Peloponnesian War, and when the Spartans had the opportunity to sack Athens, they spared Athens from a position of strength, the humiliation and the rape, and the just retribution that was owed to them for what the Athenians had been doing throughout the colonies and mainland of Sparta and their territories.
Just so you know, if you're going to mention raping and pillaging in a story, you kind of need to back that up to show why that is a historical thing instead of just saying it. Otherwise, I don't think people connect historical
Well, it's what the Athenians did to the people of Melos. The Melian dialogue is the dialogue between the Athenian fleet and the Melian emissaries.
Justification.
What happened to Melos, Marshall?
Who has the biggest stick makes the rules. That's just essential point.
It's a shit stick. I get it, but it's like to me it's entertaining hearing you just kind of casually and brazenly just describe this shit.
I'm not like super enthralled to like get a bunch of corporations involved in like administering some weird American empire. Like I'm fine with us doing it in a more dare I say socialistic manner or isolationist manner, just as it is convenient.
We're just gonna take North America, and we're gonna stop there because we're generous.
Well, as long as we got the canal, both sides, maybe a bit of Colombia. I mean, Venezuela needs to get stepped on as an
So
example.
we're gonna take North and Central America, and maybe a little bit of South America, but then we're generous enough to leave the rest.
Yeah, well, the Brazilians speak Portuguese, and it's an ugly language, so they gotta go too. But we'll leave the Argentinos
I don't
alone.
think Portuguese is an ugly language, actually. I don't understand it, but it's always sounded like a language to me.
I can't stand the sound of it. And for that reason, we should take Brazil before we take Argentina.
Well, why not? You know?
We need to design you a Team America World Police thing, Manville. Because that's what you're doing right now. America, fuck yeah, greatest country in the motherfucking world.
Yeah. The might makes right philosophy is bullshit, bro. Like, there's nothing about being American that makes you special. Like, you just happen to be born in a country that has amassed a lot of wealth, usually through bloodshed, and you get to take advantage of it in a lot of ways. It doesn't make you better. You could have just as easily been born in a third world country. And I think if you had, you'd be able to understand this principle very well. There's nothing special about it.
Look at what we did.
Born in superpower
See,
countries.
Imperial Japan did nothing but make the mistake of behaving exactly like England and America. That's all they did. They behaved in the exact same manner. And the tribunals that were held following the themselves into coming up with a way to nail Japan for their horrible aggressive war and how evil aggressive war was after their home colonies or their host countries and their behavior as colonies had been set with kind of the same goals.
I mean,
and utilize the same methods.
Let's be real, they didn't get the same judgment as the Germans because we dropped 2 nukes on them. Right?
But we
executed. Alright, there's your punishment.
We executed Tojo and we executed a lot of the other generals and some of the high command, but guys like the Unit 731 guy.
Huh? That's interesting.
Tojo got hanged.
Dude, I didn't know that. I know a lot about World War II, but I didn't know that.
So we hang Tojo, but then the Unit 731 guy, we give him a fucking billet as a fucking military doctor. We give Werner von Braun and all his crazy Nazi asshole friends secret lives and cover identities and jobs.
Yeah, I always had a problem with what we did for von Braun. I mean, that was...
Hold on, wait. I want to point out the irony. So, Tojo was convicted of international, of war crimes, international military
Yes, these made-up things that you seem to love.
Well, no, but that was the justification for us taking the action we took. So if you're saying that was legit, then you're now ascending.
No, I'm saying that it was wrong to kill Tojo. Tojo did nothing wrong.
Okay.
Wait,
why do you
the
care
war
about
crimes committed by the Japanese weren't wrong?
Yeah, why do you care about it?
The Bataan Death March was not
It
particularly...
was literally the mastermind behind the attack on Pearl Harbor, though. So how do you do nothing wrong?
And the Canadians daisy-chained prisoners to fucking frag grenades when they moved through fucking Normandy.
We're not the Canadians, so why does it matter?
The dude was the mastermind behind the attack on Pearl Harbor. How does that constitute doing nothing?
The judgment of Tojo in Imperial Japan by the British Empire and by America as condemning them is simply arbitrarily due to the fact that they lost.
Okay.
There are no actions, there are no behaviors that America and Britain can stamp out and say, we chose to not behave in this way, but you did, and that is what we are condemning you for. Every single line item of the charges against Tojo and his command were committed by all of the powers that passed judgment on them.
Right. But all you're doing is pointing out the American hypocrisy, one. But it's the same hypocrisy that you just extolled not 10 minutes ago. So I don't know why you're...
If you win the war, you get to sit on the good side of the tribunal. If you lose the war, you get to get marched out to the gallows or the wall and get shot. That's how this works.
Yeah,
that's the only difference between a good guy and a bad guy is who's swinging the gavel and who's pulling the trigger.
All that is might makes right. That's all you're saying.
That's all we did to kill them. That's all we argued to kill them.
Okay, fair enough, but what do you think you're proving right now? That's justified because we say so?
It's because we won that we are absolved, and they are...
But we're not absolved. It's not what absolutely... It's not even the kind of thing that could...
What American generals in World War II did we drag before that tribunal and execute for war crimes? Exactly.
Okay, but what do you think you've proven then? That's the part I don't get. You seem to be advocating for something. You're not really proving anything.
I believe in order to righteously pass judgment and drawing line in the sand, right? That requires for it to be true, it requires you to not act hypocritically. If you are acting hypocritically, then it's not a line in the sand. It's just might makes right put a nice way, and as some wordy fucking political scientist wrote it up in a fucking textbook and sent out a bunch of people into in the international affairs space with this high and mighty holier than thou. Oh, is international laws have decreed that we are so amazing because we treat people this way and we don't treat people that way.
All you're arguing is that America's hypocrisy throughout history is somehow indicative of the idea that there is no objective right and wrong in terms of like countries doing fuck shit to other countries. So it seems like
if we're complacent, we're gonna have fuck shit done to us.
Right, but is that what you're arguing though? There's no objective.
If we don't do it, Jason, somebody will.
Yeah, but where do you stand on the objectivity of morality as it applies to these actions? Because you're not making that clear.
It sounds.
I'm not really sure, and I don't really care as much.
Okay, so it makes it seem like you think that there's no such thing as an immoral action when done from one nation to another.
Well, I mean, like the experiments that were conducted by the Nazis on Jewish prisoners, Russian prisoners, gypsies, etc., were horrible human atrocities. The experiments conducted in Unit 731 were probably arguably worse than what the Nazis did during the Holocaust. But the research that was gleaned and was utilized from those things are responsible for saving millions upon millions of lives and created many good outcomes out of those terrible behaviors.
Justification for the atrocities, though.
Well, it's an understanding that in everything there's trade-offs. There's no solutions.
Well, that doesn't address the moral dimensions. That's turning a blind eye to the moral dimensions. Like if you consider them atrocities, then to me you're kind of acknowledging the moral dimensions, but you're doing it selectively. You're not acknowledging it when the United States does fuck shit, which is weird.
Well, that's the convenience of picking a side, Jason, because eventually, and I actually think this came up in an argument between Roger Waters and a news guy or a pundit. And I think it was somewhat about Palestine, it was somewhat about Britain and America and their behavior. And at a certain point, Jason, it does come down to, you've got a fucking team in the Super Bowl, and you better hope you win. Like, regardless of the moral grandstanding going on, you do end up picking a side.
Morality is not partisan that way. Morality doesn't pick favorites and winners, and morality doesn't have a home country. It's objective. That's the beauty of it.
So you believe in objective morality?
I believe you believe in objective morality. You're just not committing fully to it, which is weird. Because, you keep talking like you do, and then you keep talking like you don't. And I can't tell.
Maybe I'm morally queer or moral fluid.
I just want to ask what the reasoning for allowing, because if you look back at the real reason they allowed birthright citizenship is they were colonizing the country, right? They wanted to grow the population. Okay, we've got a population, we've got a strong population. We are allowing a large amount of immigrants in legally every year. We can streamline that process. We need to streamline the process. I know people who have literally had to sit and wait while their family got their lottery pick, gave it up for family to be here, and they've been waiting overseas for many, many years. Okay, they have businesses here. That all needs to change. I get it, but to allow birthright citizenship, it makes no sense anymore. I mean, it's real simple to sit here. Let me finish. It's real simple to allow people to use a law that was wrote, in the 1800s for a reason to still do something today. Times have changed. There's a lot more at risk today too, and we don't allow ambassadors' children's, and we never have, their children to become citizens. So there's already exclusions in it, right? So we can sit here and say this is what it says. That doesn't mean it can't change. It doesn't mean it shouldn't change. What we need to do is just go about it the right way. I mean, everybody wants to find every reason to sit here and say,
and we're looking at it with a certain perception, and Marshall, let me finish, okay? We all have a perception, but we need to do is we all need to look at things from very perspectives.
It's not a
What's that?
perception.
No, hold on, Marshall, stop. What, no reason, no valid or reasonable reason has been given.
I just gave you it. There's no reason. The reason it was done originally, tell me why it was originally put in.
It was originally put in, or it was designed with the slaves in mind, because it was an
designed for
overturning.
colonizing is what they said.
No, that's not what they said. So it was literally overturning.
No, that is what it is. It's about they wanted to grow the population here.
Overturning the Dred Scott decision.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
That's so you're wrong, because if you read what they wrote and what they talked about.
I'm not wrong.
You are wrong.
They literally
You are wrong.
overturned that. No, I'm not.
And it wasn't about slavery.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. Because it was in the 1800s and slavery was
What
abolished. Tell me again.
Okay, so then what overturned the Dred Scott decision?
What was that?
What overturned the Dred Scott decision?
I couldn't understand you. What'd you say?
What overturned the Dred
Well,
Scott
I'm
decision?
I know. I can't tell you that.
Yeah, I just told you you're wrong.
So do you know
What?
I just
Do
told
you know the principal pieces of
You don't know the
Do you know the principal pieces of
No, tell me where the fuck I'm wrong. Tell me where 2025 is the same reason of that time.
Dumbass, it was overturning the Dred
Listen,
Scott
dumbass.
decision.
You're being a dumbass. You can go and kick me out of the stage, but you're being a dumbass. You got a perception and you're refusing to look at the perspectives.
I know you are, but what am I? That's how you sound to me right now.
No, you're being ridiculous.
I'm just correcting you.
No, you're not. You're being an
I
ass.
literally just told you why you're wrong.
Tell me why you want to
I
lie.
literally
Have the
just told
same.
you why you're wrong.
Tell me why.
I literally just told you why you're wrong. How many times do I have to say the same shit, bro? No, I got it, cousin. Don't even interfere, bro. I got it. I know what I'm doing. Like, you're just wrong, first of all. Secondly, you skated by the question. I asked you what would be the reason.
Let me just read it to you.
Marshall, stop. What would be the reason for not allowing birthright citizenship? You didn't give one. And then you proceeded to give a dumb fucking misinformation about the origin of it in the first place.
I did give a reason, and you just didn't want to listen because you were in your little
Okay, so what's
realm.
the reason?
Okay, there's a lot of different issues in the world today than there were in the 1800s. Okay,
So what?
right now we have people who could literally send something here.
So what?
I'll let you go, and I'll stop.
So what?
Okay.
So what? Just because the world's different is not a good reason, dumbass. Try again.
Let's try this, dumbass. Okay, here you go, dumbass. Okay, we have people who literally want to come here and do bad things in this country. Right or wrong?
Okay, sure.
No, right or wrong? Yes or no?
Yes. We have a very small percentage of people who do. Yes.
Okay, can a very small, can 6 people kill 3,000 people in a matter of minutes?
In America,
Yes or no?
not likely.
Not likely. It happened on
Not
September 11th.
likely.
Wait, there were no bad people in the 1800s, right? When this was written,
We're not talking about that.
Wait, hold on. It happened in September 11th.
Yeah, and then when did they try it before that?
So how likely is it that it'll happen again?
I guarantee it's going to happen again at some point.
How likely is it that it's going to happen?
100% it'll happen again. Even our own. Yeah.
Open and shut.
They literally raised the threat level under Biden. Not under Trump.
No, you got
But
it.
the terror threat level was raised to its highest level
Airtight.
by a Biden administration, not under Trump saying we're a threat from terrorists.
You're right.
Am I right or wrong?
How many times have terrorists flown planes into buildings in American history? I'll wait.
Only got to do it once. You only got to be successful once.
So then how likely is it that they get it?
So now, what happens? They flew it in just once. But how many times have you had to take your shoes off ever since then? How many times do you have?
A bunch of times.
Oh, see? So they changed the laws because of one event that happened.
It's not a law, it's a constitutional amendment, and the difference of changing them is extreme.
They changed security policies to make it
No,
more secure
federal
for
law,
them, so that
constitutional
the
amendments
thing
are not
that
the
you're
same
saying
thing.
that happens every other week
My point is the
doesn't
policy
happen
changed,
anymore,
Marshall.
Corey. You just debunked yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
Literally, there's a reason that we have to be more careful, and you're just being way
Okay,
too
so
ignorant.
what is the September 11th event that took place that makes it so birthright citizenship needs to be rescinded? Oh wait.
Did I not already explain this? And I just don't understand where your head is so blocked.
You didn't give
Yes, I did. There are threats that are here, and you know what? It's real simple. Real simple for somebody to have a child here. Use that shut it the fuck down. How much did that cost us? 12 motherfucking people. And you think that we don't have to change policy because no, it's got to be a mass ordeal. It's got to be a majority of these people that are a threat. It does not need to be a majority.
I'm asking you to specify the September 11th event that makes it so we need to get rid of birthright citizenship.
It proved that a small number of people can do large amounts of damages.
It's because
I just proved it.
Such an event. You made that up. You're dumb.
No, I made September 11th up. I made September 11th up. Holy fuck. You are an ignorant motherfucker.
The reason why we need to change birthright citizenship, dumbass. None of the fucking terrorists had birthright citizenship. That wasn't even a factor, dumbass. So that's not.
You're a dumbass. Listen, dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass. What I'm telling you is there are threats in this country that require things to be different. In 1800, they wanted to populate the fucking country, so they gave birthright citizenship. Prove that.
Wouldn't it be easier for you, dumbass, to specify the September 11th event that makes it so that now it's super fucking important in 2025 all of a fucking sudden to end birthright citizenship? Like, wouldn't that be easy if you weren't a dumbass? But you can't do it because you are a dumbass. You just backed yourself down logically into a corner. I exposed your dumbass for it, and you don't like it. So now you're trying to talk over me in my own room like I'm gonna fucking let that happen. I'm just like exposing your stupid fucking logic, bro. You haven't provided a single fucking reason why it makes sense to end birthright citizenship. You invoked 9/11 for no real reason because birthright citizenship is not even implicated by that event. So I don't know why the fuck you brought it up, other than I guess to make a general point of like, hey, sometimes fuck shit happens and we need to change the laws. I'm like, okay, so name the fuck shit that happened. That means we need to change birthright citizenship. Oh, did you ever say 9/11? The fuck, you're arguing in circles, bro.
And it also, like, greatly bothers me about this. People are thinking law and constitutional amendments are on the same level. They're not.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, bro. Like, he doesn't know shit about the 14th Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment are not the kinds of things that you want to change willy-nilly because, like, they have a whole role in fucking civil rights and giving, black people rights and shit, bro. Like, you don't want to just change that because it's 2025, dumbass. You don't want to just change that because 9/11 or some shit. Like, what? Like, just make sense, bro. I was just asking you to make a fucking point.
Hey, Jason.
You're dumb to do that.
Jason,
So you've got to.
can I help on something?
Yeah, of course.
I'd rather you just not, bro. Like, this is a stupid ass fucking argument. But go ahead.
Jason, I put something in the chat, and you guys can interpret it however you want. There's like all kinds of scholars that have ripped this apart different ways, including it comes up at the Constitution Center often. So just like any law, you always look at the legislative intent, you look at when it was introduced and who wrote it and what was behind it. So that clause of the 14th Amendment was written by a senator, Senator Howard from Michigan. And his initial, they quote his initial speech where he carved out aliens, born of aliens. He also carved out, allegedly in that speech, that's where the ambassador issue comes up. But there's been arguments on both sides, and clearly that's what's going to be argued when it goes to the Supreme Court. But that's one good way of dissecting when you look at a law or an amendment. Although yes, Marshall's right, it's not legislation. There was still a legislative intent behind it, and so that it may be helpful to look at it. I put some links in the chat for you to look at the different points of view on that. I don't know if that'll help, but that's who wrote it. At least that's who wrote that clause.
So I feel like I like that. It's explanatory to me. So one of the points I was going to make, so I actually looked this up, and I'm Abby, as you know, quite a big fan of the National Constitution Center. So I'm on their page right now. I sent what I was looking at to you on Facebook, so you have it. Because prior to the Civil War, both state and national citizenship were subject to considerable controversy. State citizenship was especially important for practical purposes because it gave the jurisdiction of the federal courts that was based on diversity of citizenship, and because of Article 4 secured certain rights to the citizen of one state who were present in another. Different theories, some go down to a flashpoint. of the controversy over citizenship was, as Jason correctly stated, the Supreme Court's 1857 Dred Scott v. Sanford. Dred Scott, who had been held as a slave, sued the executor of his former master's estate under state citizenship diversity jurisdiction of the federal courts, seeking determination that he had become free because his master had voluntarily taken him into a free territory. Chief Justice Taney, was appointed under Andrew Jackson, concluded that Scott was not a citizen of any state for the purposes of diversity jurisdiction because the Constitution implicitly limited both state and federal citizenship on racial grounds, generally excluding individuals like Scott who were of African descent. This and other aspects of Taney's analysis were strongly disputed by dissenters in the court and others who noted that free blacks had in fact been viewed as citizens by many states at the founding. So if there's more to it that I won't read, but Jason, I wanted to read something in defense of your point of view, because I think you're right.
Can I read a couple of lines? Luck?
No. I was going to get from the thing that she provided. So go ahead, read what you wanted to read, Marshall, and then I'll read. And then whoever else asks, you can read after me.
Okay, I'll finish it up then. Where to go? The Republican Party opposed Dred Scott, in which Chief Justice also stated that Congress could not bar slavery from federal territories. Excluding slavery from territories was Republicans' principal goal, so the Chief Justice had implied that the party was organized for an unconstitutional purpose. Led by Abraham Lincoln, the Republican Party will control the White House in 1860, and Lincoln's administration took legal action contra Taney that free blacks were indeed American citizens. At the end of the Civil War, the Republican Party was in control of the 39th Congress, which started its first session in December of 1865, at the time when former Confederate states had formed new white-dominated governments that restricted the right of former slaves. In response to those discriminatory laws, generally referred to as black codes, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Which declared that all persons born or naturalized in the United States were citizens of the United States and a state within they lived, thereby affirming the rule of citizenship by birth that did not depend on race. And it's longer, so I'm not going to read the rest of it, but essentially it goes down into forming of the 14th Amendment. And I will maintain the only instances you're really able to mitigate constitutional rights unless you're the Supreme Court is the passage of something getting rid of a constitutional right. So the 18th Amendment, the idea that we would have prohibition, could not be limited by the executive. It had to have a contrary constitutional amendment passed to get rid of it. And I'll say what I said at the beginning, which is I get really frustrated when people put law passed by Congress, executive prerogative, and constitutional rights all on equal footing, because they are by definition not on equal footing. Constitutional rights and the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution guarantee that those rights should have a staying power that something passed in the Federal Register simply doesn't.
All right, so this Media Matters for America thing that Abby put in the chat is having a discussion about what the author of the Citizenship Clause said about the operative for the operative phrase that the Citizenship Clause is talking about. So it says right-wing media has claimed that Senator Jacob Howard, the author of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, said that it would not apply to the children of foreigners. However, scholars dispute the interpretation of Howard's remarks, and the Supreme Court noted in 1898 that the white children of European foreigners have always been considered and treated as citizens. So right-wing media cite Howard's statement to claim 14th Amendment wasn't intended for the children of aliens. Coulter, I don't know if it's Ann Coulter, somebody Coulter, says the drafters of the 14th Amendment had no intention of conferring citizenship on the children of aliens. From Coulter, August 9 column. The drafters of the 14th Amendment had no intention of conferring citizenship on the children of aliens who happen to be born in the U.S. for my younger readers, back in those days, people cleaned their own houses and raised their own kids. Inasmuch as this sounds like agriculture, inasmuch as America was not the massive welfare state operating as a magnet for malingerers, frauds and cheats that it is today, it's amazing the drafters even considered the amendment's effect on the children of aliens. But they did. The very author of the Citizenship Clause, Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, expressly said, quote, "This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers." So Washington Examiner contributor Howard, McQuain says, Howard, quote, "made it clear he wasn't at all talking about the babies of anyone, but those considered natural citizens," end quote. Bruce McQuain wrote in an August 9th Washington Examiner post. He says, "But anchor babies, as they have become to be known, have nothing to do with tradition or the intent of the amendment. In fact, the man who wrote it at the time made it very clear he wasn't at all talking about babies of anyone, but those considered natural citizens." Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, the Citizenship Clause author, was very clear about that point. And now he's quoting, I guess, Howard. Quote, "This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers," underline added. One has to wonder how that could be misinterpreted. So there's different interpretations of the same quote. Scholars dispute this interpretation of Howard's statement. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment states, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof," and that part is the part that's important, "subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." So Senator Jacob Howard, Republican of Michigan, proposed Citizenship Clause and stated on May 30th, 1866, "This amendment which I have offered is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already, that every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law a citizen of the United States. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States." So those are his words, apparently, according to this. Following Howard's statement, senators went on to debate whether it was wise to extend citizenship to the children of foreigners. So during the May 30th, 1866 Senate debate over Howard's proposed Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment, several senators discussed whether it was a good idea to extend citizenship to the children of foreigners. As Media Matters for America has noted, the debate indicates that they believe that the Citizenship Clause would apply to the children of foreigners. For instance, Senator Edgar Cohen of Pennsylvania, who voted against the 14th Amendment, aired his concerns that Chinese immigrants would overrun California, and Senator John Connors of California stated, quote, "The proposition before us, I will say, Mr. President, relates simply in that respect to the children begotten of Chinese parents in California, and it is proposed that they shall be citizens. We have declared that by law. Now it is proposed to incorporate the same provision in the fundamental instrument of the nation. I am in favor of doing so. I voted for the proposition to declare that the children of all parentage, whatever, born in California, should be regarded and treated as citizens of the United States and entitled to equal civil rights with other citizens of the United States." Thomas Clerk. Repeal proponents' interpretation of Howard's statement, quote, "renders completely meaningless the subsequent dialogue," end quote, and, quote, "nothing indicates drafters intended to draw distinctions between different categories of aliens." So James C. Ho, the Solicitor General of Texas, who previously clerked for Justice Clarence Thomas, worked in the Bush administration and served as chief counsel to Senator John Cornyn.
Yeah, Cornyn's the right way to say that. He's still a senior.
He wrote in 2006 that, quote, "no senator disputed the meaning of the amendment with," end quote, and, quote, "nothing in the text or history suggests that the drafters intended to draw distinctions between different categories of aliens," end quote. Hope further wrote, "Repeal proponents contend that history supports their position. First, they quote Howard's introductory remarks to state that birthright citizenship, quote, will not, of course, include foreigners, end quote. But that reads Howard's reference to aliens who belong to families of ambassadors or foreign ministers out of the sentence. It also renders completely meaningless the subsequent dialogue between Senators Cohen and Conness over the wisdom of extending birthright citizenship to the children of Chinese immigrants and gypsies. So legal scholar Garrett Epps' restrictionist reading of Howard's statement is strained. So legal scholar Garrett Epps wrote in a recent working paper that, quote, a review of the legislative debates, end quote, indicates that the citizenship clause, quote, was designed to exclude two and only two groups, end quote, children of diplomats and, quote, members of Indian tribes who maintain quasi-sovereign status, end quote. Epps further wrote, quote, originalism is often advanced as a methodology that holds promise for clarifying unclear portions of constitutional text or for filling lacune in the document. I don't know what that means. That is not the use to which it is being put in the context of the citizenship clause. Here, the originalist claim is in essence that seemingly clear words mean something other than what they say. That the language was adopted with mental reservation or qualification that should prevent our giving them their plain meaning. Referring to Howard's statement, Epps wrote in a footnote, Professor Baden reads this language as excluding the children of two classes of aliens from birthright citizenship. First, all consular personnel, and second, aliens. That is, we should construe Howard as meaning that the citizenship clause will exclude the two classes, consisting in essence of one, the children of all foreigners, and two, the children of some foreigners. Professor Mayton considers this thesis confirmed because at the time no objection was made. The most logical inference to this reader is that no one objected because no one understood it in the strained way that the Professor Mayton does. And descending so to the level of grammatical parsing, I feel that we are in danger.
I get Gildas and Creed.
Creed is another one that's up there for words like, oh, Creed's voice just makes my
studying how, at least in Catholicism, how to not judge other people as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is Edmund in the audience.
You should join us. He probably has some really good insight.
To make our brain rot.
Well, I just think that he's smart, but I don't know why he doesn't think that about himself.
Go ahead, Edmund.
Go ahead. What do you mean, go ahead?
You know how I knew this Earth was your account?
How?
Because you were on YouTube and I was in a room and I didn't see you in there and I was like, what account could he be? And I was like, oh, it has to be Earth Moon. Yeah. I've gotten to 121 so far.
What, you're reading a book all day long?
Huh?
Did you say you got to page 221?
No, I got to 121 comparisons on ChatGPT.
Oh, what is that, like some kind of like award system, like congratulations?
I feel like I have to teach you how to converse.
Oh, I don't know how to speak.
Better questions.
Understood. Okay, well, let me ask ChatGPT.
Should I keep going, Pixie?
Yeah, I think you should. I think it's really actually.
But I feel like I'm not actually going through all of them because there's so many.
Maybe then just read. Maybe when you have a chance, just read there when you.
Well, the reason I want to go through all of them is because I want it to like be an exhaustive, like completed list, so I can share it with others. Yeah. Okay. So far, of all the hadith and Bible passage comparisons you shared, which ones are the most similar and why? Okay, so it says, so I asked it, it says of all the hadith and Bible verse comparisons I've shared, some are remarkably similar in wording, structure, and meaning. Below are the most closely aligned hadith and Bible passages, along with explanations of why they are nearly identical. So do not let your left hand know what your right hand gives. So this hadith says, a man gives in charity and conceals it so much that his left hand does not know what his right hand has spent. And then the Bible says, but when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. That's pretty similar. Love for others what you love for yourself, and none of you shall believe until he loves his brother what he loves for himself. In the Bible, do to others as you would have them do to you. God is near to those who call upon him. Allah says, I, as my servant thinks I am with him when he remembers me. It's interesting that it says that. I'm pretty sure that's a Quran verse, but it's saying it's a hadith. And then the Bible says, come near to God and he will come near to you. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. This one says, whoever humbles himself for the sake of Allah, Allah will raise him in status. And the Bible says, for those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Very similar. The hadith says, when a Muslim prays, his sins fall away from him just as leaves fall from a tree. The Bible says, though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Both use natural imagery, falling leaves and changing colors to represent sins being forgiven. The idea of purification is central in both teachings. Whoever expects from God will be given. If you rely upon Allah with true reliance, he will provide for you just as he provides for the birds. They go out hungry in the morning and return with full bellies. The Bible says, look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they?
And how you, the thing is, what you get is what you get. What really counts is the story you've got going about what's happened.
Right, yep.
The story is the whole thing.
I certainly.
And most people are literally entranced by the voice in their head. They got a story going in there. And they believe it because they think that's who they are.
Yeah. And it's funny because when I described psychosis once to my friend Linda, she goes, oh my God, you made it sound beautiful. And she was like, and I was like, well, yeah. I said, I get to choose the narrative of my life. So why not choose something that is beautiful? Like, since I get to make it up. So,
well, and listen, we have stories. That's all we have. And so, you can be a pessimist or you can be an optimist, and and they're both absolutely justified. Well, pessimist is justifiable, but it's just a hell of a lot more fun to be an optimist.
Yeah. And I see Adrian down there, and John, I should say. No, when he was fairly recently saying that language is, what I'm gonna mess it up. What do you always say, Aaron, about it being a trance, like language is a trance or something like that?
Oh, well, I'm saying we live in a linguistically induced hypnotic trance. We are under the spell of the voice in our head, just like a stage hypnotist does to people. Only our language machine does it to us for free.
Yeah, and so when he was saying that, I was like, hey, that sounds like Aaron Stone. And he was like, yeah, talk to him.
Yeah, I think this is an idea whose time has finally come. I think this is, it's been there for a long time, but for some reason nobody seemed to get it or whatever. But all of a sudden, just in the last year or two, it seems, I'm running into people who, I don't know, it's easier to talk about this stuff than it was a couple of years ago. People sort of understand what I'm talking about now, and they didn't a couple of years ago. It's changing.
What do you think accounts for that?
I think Earth is waking up. I think what's happening on the planet is not of our doing. We are embedded, like say we are like cells in Earth's body. Earth is going through a metamorphosis, and I think it's going to come to a head within the next 10 or 20 years, maybe next 5 years. I mean, the way things are going, shit, who knows? Yeah, I'm expecting the total transformation.
Yep, that's what I just happened to come across it one day when I was like scrolling, and then I saw that. I was like, you know what, that has to be added to our sound effects. It's just so fucking unique. It's great as hell. I don't know, is it just me or is the space underperforming right now because of the link is broken? Is that just me?
Yeah, it was broken when I first tried to join. Like I didn't see a link. Now it seems to be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. What does the audience think? Let me know in the comment section. Ooh, Adam is here. I'm gonna invite you to stage. We're not gonna ask you any questions about work. We just want to like hang and chill. If that's all right, and so I'm gonna invite you and see if you'd like to come up and have a general conversation. Because nothing much is happening. There's not much of any world news that I want to discuss, so we're just gonna be chill. Adam, mic check. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
I can hear you guys. You guys are sounding fantastic.
All right, awesome. I gotta ask, like I've noticed you follow me, so I thought that's so interesting, guys. Partnerships. I'll just follow back. But how did you actually come across me?
It was destiny. It was meant to be.
The actual destiny.
Not the game destiny. It was just meant to be.
But really, just like happened to come across me, like, oh, interesting. Like swallow. I know that happens a bunch. Okay, pretty cool. Now, let me get some stuff. I'm making some food right now. Actually, I finished making food. Now I'm just like making a coffee to go along with it because that's how I live. What about you? What do you eat? And what? Yeah.
Coffee's the best. Coffee and tea. Anything hot. I'm a fan of.
Same. I like tea a lot. The only problem is that today's teas are very difficult, like to get the good ones. So, for instance, my primary issue with tea today is that it's in these little tea bags, which are often sprayed with some sort of plastic, so that the paper that contains the actual tea itself doesn't fall apart. And then if you like use that fucks up everything. So it's like, all the microplastics are going into your tea, you're just drinking microplastics now.
Yet another thing for us to all worry about.
Yep. I like research. Where are these microplastics coming from? It's like, there's a whole bunch. Get your boba tea and all that kind of shit. I never liked that in the first place, so it was a really big loss for me.
Are there micro metals?
I don't know about the micrometals, actually. I don't know about that. I was more so focused on microplastics.
Yes, they are. Like copper.
If there's a microplastic, there's a micro metal.
Copper pans, for example, they can actually boost into your food.
Wild.
Yeah. What?
So why are there metal fragments inside of your food?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
You're cooking it with like a copper pan. You can heat the two.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, I mean like for the boba tea specifically, how are there how there
be in the boba tea.
Okay, well, like you said, there's metal fragments.
Oh. I highly doubt that unless there's been some sort of leakage from processing plants or something like that.
I know for a fact that there are a few unwelcome things in something like your McDonald's chicken nuggets. Like somebody put that under a microscope once, and there's a whole bunch of weird shit there. I mean, it would make sense given the type of manufacturing processes that they have, as well as what the stuff is and where they get it from. So, horrible match.
Going back to tea and coffee, do you put anything in your tea or coffee, or you just go raw dog?
Milk. Sometimes I raw dog, other times I milk. It depends. Like if I'm playing video games, I usually just have the espresso. I drink espresso every time. So I just have like one shot, I put it there, and I sip a little bit, and then I drink a whole bunch of water at the same time. That way you can kind of even it out a little bit, and it doesn't hit your body all at once. And you just feel better because your body can just reject it once it's done processing it, because that's what it's trying to do, which is why you get dehydrated when you drink too much coffee. So it's just trying to get rid of the caffeine, so metabolism is working like overtime trying to do that. So if you have a lot of water, it helps you. It's the same thing when you want to drink a lot of alcohol. Like if you want to drink a lot of alcohol, I always did this when people wanted to take me out, and if we drink a lot of alcohol, it's like, hey, let's go drink it. Like, okay, cool. So it eats a lot, and don't eat anything sweet, and drink a lot of water. And honestly, I would be the most sober person there, even though like I had a few.
Right on. That's good advice.
Yeah, so highly recommend. Make sure you eat something. Don't eat anything sweet. Like especially if you're like on a high if you do a high protein diet, you're like basically set. But you need to be really full, right? Because the alcohol can't hit your stomach all at once. Otherwise, it will instantly take you out. Like if you are drinking alcohol on an empty stomach, it's going to have more of an effect, an intoxicating effect, than if you drank it on a full stomach. So the saying, you must be really fun at parties, in my case, really does apply. Because I'm the guy who remembers everything, and I'm like, you sit there afterwards, and everybody like forgets half of what they did. And I'm just looking at everyone like absolute sickos. It's funny as hell. Turns out I'm a better designated driver, so I don't drink at all. And so I'm able to see a lot of fun things, which is what kind of discouraged me from drinking alcohol in general. So I fade it as much as I can. Sometimes for an occasion or like aesthetic purposes, I may drink it. Like say for instance, you're at this like very special place, like imagine you're in a noble house or something, and then somebody offers you, some alcohol. It's like I'm of course going to take that out of respect, right? But generally, I don't drink alcohol like at all. Whenever I can, I just completely avoid it. What about you?
I enjoy. I like bourbon. I like, but I can't drink a lot of it. So I find some people I hang out with, they like to do a lot of mixers, a lot of sweet stuff. To your point, Adrian, and they end up being pretty tossed and pretty upset the next morning. And I just like little sip, water, sip, water, and then I'm fine the next day. So, again, like, enjoy it in moderation is my motto.
Have you ever gotten wasted before? Because that's never happened to me. I've never gotten wasted before.
Oh man, I've gotten blackout wasted. Yeah. Which has also led me to the point of like, why not do that again? Because that sucked.
Yes. That's actually funny because like that's one of the reasons why I said I was never gonna get blacked out. I just kind of made it my mission. Somebody says, "Oh, you ever been blackout drunk before?" I'm like, nope. Hasn't happened. It's never gonna happen. It's like, why? You have to have the experience. I'm like, I'd rather not have the experience of dying. Like I don't like that. I know what happens to the body. Like I've read it, so I can understand exactly what that feels like. Because, I don't want that.
Also, I would add, as an attorney, getting blackout drunk is incredibly risky. You're responsible for the things that you do when you're drunk, and if you're blackout drunk and you don't remember, you could even be held responsible for things you didn't do, but it seemed like you did because you were so wasted.
Super dangerous. Very true. It's really like me seeing other people suffer from it made me say, I'm not doing this to myself.
Yep. I'm good on that. I've seen it. I'm good on that.
I do like a little bit of whiskey from time to time. Irish coffee or just like a Irish meal in the evening is nice.
I like beer, but not often. A couple times a year.
Yeah, I do drink some beer sometimes. Like when it was in Austin, they had like this dark beer. And I didn't know that I really liked dark beers, but this guy recommended it to me. Hey, you ever had a dark beer before? I'm like, no. Yeah, drink this and drink this. So you got like 2 cases. And one which I really took a liking to was the pecan porter, which is like really available there, like in Texas, as far as I'm aware. And I had like an entire case of it. I drank it all one Light.
Oh my. I mean,
It's great. I'm in the city, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm in my own little apartment there, and I'm just trying beers. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, like some of the beers nowadays, like the big thing is like heavy, hazy IPAs, India Pale Ales that have an alcohol content that are ridiculously high. And you drink one, and then you go on to your second one, and all of a sudden you're floating in outer space. And yeah, I'm a classic, like I'm a Miller Lite guy. Maybe the lighter beers are more my flavor. I started trending toward like those craft IPAs when craft beers were all like the rage. But my God, they are just pumping these beers with so much alcohol. It's crazy.
That's nice.
Says whoever just chugged that IPA.
Yeah. I was chugging some sparkling water here. I drink like a liter of that every day. When I'm eating, I have a very specific routine. I fry my steak, take the steak out, cut it up, put it in like a little bowl, then heat the pan up again, fry that off really, really quickly, put it back inside said bowl so it has like this nice flavor on the outside. The remaining fat that's in the pan, I just then throw a couple eggs in there so I can clean it out properly. Take out the eggs, and then there's still a little bit of oil remains. Put a little bit of bread in there, heat that up because I have it frozen. So just use my pan as a heating device to do that. So that way, I get my cholesterol, I get my proteins, I get my fats, and I get my carbohydrates, and I get hydrated simultaneously. Man, I also drink some coffee while I'm doing this. With a little milk in it. So I get like everything that I need, effectively. All in one sitting.
The butter too. Yeah.
Wow. I'm a very optimized human. It's great.
Yeah, use like one bowl, I think you said.
Yep. One bowl. The whole list.
Alright guys, I gotta hop. I'm gonna get my kids down. Thank you for helping us in the space station. Be well, everybody.
Okay, see you, man.
God bless.
God bless, man. Well, that's fun.
Nice to hear.
It's delicious.
Yeah. Always great to have official reps of the platform we know and love so well.
Indeed.
Did you see how today, during the confirmation hearings for RFK juniors, Warren was asking RFK to not agree to suing drug companies.
This one fucking crazy person tried to make him say that mandatory vaccinations are okay. Like what? Just blanket with?
No. Avoid that. The fact Elizabeth Warren was basically telling him that he should promise to not sue drug companies because that will financially benefit him.
She also wanted him to not take money from Big Pharma, which seems like kind of contradictory positions. It's the same companies.
Good steak. I'm about to cook mine too.
Hopefully, I should be having steak here very soon.
Nice. You do your push-ups?
Actually, not yet today. I should do them.
I'm about to do it. Yeah, I'm about to do it.
Alright, accountability. We're doing it.
I can find it. Good.
You know, it's funny. I always see these posts where people complain about modern art. And look, I understand it. Modern art is horrible. It's just a piece of shit. But
Adrian Elliott's here.
yeah, I know. I just thought about. So the one thing is, if you think that art is, fucked in its current state, why don't people open up their own art gallery or own art event? Really? Hell, fuck it. You could basically, for about a week or so, depending on what exactly the situation is, rent out a small warehouse, set up something, get a stage ready and whatnot, invite a bunch of people there, and then have a little function, have your paintings from artists that you actually like, take a bunch of videos of this shit, post it out there, and people will enjoy it. What people do is they spread the existing shit art and just complain about it without ever solving it. They're not solving the problem. They're just keeping it because nobody wants to do anything about it. They just want to complain. So that's really interesting. I find that very interesting. I myself am not an artist, so I can't really solve that problem. There are many people who are artists. Some people, you go to the very far left, they're con artists, but if you... what a biggie. Anyways, Elliot, what's up, dude?
What's up? The sun is not up. It's getting dark over here.
Nice. You still at the acronym?
Yeah. Dude, my body hurts. I was doing some crazy workout stuff these past few days, and my arms and my traps hurt, dude. I gotta get down and do some push-ups here.
Right. How's your Chinese spy?
How's my what?
How's your Chinese spy?
Oh yeah, he's walking on. So.
What about Samuel Steve? Is he still around, or did he said?
Oh no! Don't you remember when I said that we killed him?
Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Oh my gosh. They basically decided to clean the stairwell of the dude also.
Ingesting too much bleach.
Oh my god. Wow, I should probably not say this in public, yeah. Not that it happened, but damn. I'm like working overtime to be your PR guy. What the fuck?
Yeah. This didn't actually happen, I swear.
Not very convincing.
The way you said it is like you can feel the smile. Yeah. The worst conversations are like, look, I can explain. Sometimes when I really want to troll, I just preface every conversation with that, like, I can explain this, and then they just continue going, and then everybody's like, the full attention is already on you because they think you're about to explain something really fucked, but it turns out to be very vanilla. So, like, I preface some conversations with, right, I can explain. Just because it's programmed into people's heads that when somebody says that, some real fucked shit is about to be said. But in this case, nothing. It's just vanilla brain.
I'm turning on Santa Clara. What did you say, Anna? I'm looking for Santa Clara.
What the fuck is wrong with that? You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Who's doing it wrong?
I'm looking for John Connor. I'm looking for Sarah Connor. Something like that. You have to like really have the voice for it. It's like D-body inside. That this guy is about to... I am complaining about San Francisco, and this guy is Austrian. He's Austrian, not German. I know the Austrians have a past in Germany. I understand.
It's the same language.
No, it's not.
Austria is literally just meant for Germany.
It definitely is not. Have you ever been to Austria?
It's a sweet bit of history. Yes, I've been to Austria.
When was the last time you've been to Austria?
Let me think. 2015? 2015? That's when OpenAI started. Damn. That was a while back.
2015?
Can you believe it that 2022 was like 8 years ago?
Wait, how old were you in 2015, Elliot?
In 2015, I was in 5th grade. I was,
That's wild.
In 2015, I was first introduced to Magic the Gathering.
Oh my god.
But I got introduced to it in like 1996 or something, or 1997.
Yeah, I'm a. It is always kind of.
We had like this. We had
Oh,
like
my
this
mic
club at the
muted.
school. We had this Magic club at the school back in my elementary school, and I kid you not, dude, I absolutely slayed in that
What
school.
do you dispute about the fact that it's better Germany?
I just didn't see it. How is it better?
Because Germany is Germany.
Alright.
Austria is a semi-functional country.
Yeah, but that's not an argument. You gotta give me something. You gotta give me something concrete.
The concrete argument is that Germany is a shithole and Austria is not a shithole.
Okay, that's the claim, though. The claim needs warrants. So you need pieces of evidence to back up the
The
assertion.
claim is the source is me. I've been to both.
This song is
Germany is
called
way worse than Austria.
A World of...
Please don't scroll.
I'm just points.
I mean, the cities weren't so.
When you start up playing the first time, and it's like choose your stats. What was Germany thinking when they did that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Germany used to not be as bad. They just fucked themselves.
No, what really happened is that what German culture was got literally incinerated, and that was the result. There was one flaw that the Germans had that was exploited by the Austrian that then rose to power to then basically do what has been done, which then basically finished off the culture. It's funny because, well, it's not really funny, but it's interesting because, you know, you have one misstep and that fucked over an entire civilization, essentially. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. But that's what happened. And with incineration, I actually mean it because the Allies, I think back in the day, what they were utilizing was specifically types of bombs which cause massive amounts of fire. So just incendiaries. They've used a lot of
Hey,
incendiaries.
Maze, you want to come up?
Which led to
Say hello.
actual
I'm
fire
about to
storms
head out.
happening in
I've got
cities.
this all
That's
set
why
up over here to record him the rest of the night. I'm headed to the
Which is also why the Allies rebuilt
to the casino
because,
for dinner. If you
basically
want to
exterminate.
co-mod it, but also go in there and be like, why is this room on Clubhouse? And post the link in the
So like when
chat.
people say, "Oh wow, you know, it was a great thing for them to do," I'm like, "Yeah, but they kind of cleaned up their own shit in a way." So
Interesting.
and what's really interesting, like after all of that, they had this like political environment that was created because Russia, which then led to socialist Germany happening, which was like one of the worst periods of time for them, aside from of course the war. So like multiple generations didn't know what peace felt like because there's always one more fucked thing that was happening.
You always come back, Springy. What's the
There's
deal?
a really good movie about East and West Germany called The Lives of Others. Have you ever seen that one? Nah. I got my stories directly from the people who've lived it. I got something. Hold on. Who's lived it? This. Actually, that's the wrong reply. Sorry. This fucking thing. This is about an hour's worth of footage of people tearing apart this piece of shit wall that kept them separated. It's from 1989.
My hat was there. Yes, you got a piece of it.
For real? Damn. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Many of the people I know were there, lived through it. They didn't take a piece because they were so pissed off and tired of seeing that piece of shit wall. They just wanted to stop.
Thank you, War and Hope.
Yeah, the movie I was talking about is about the East German secret police and how they would monitor people who were trying to potentially escape or facilitate unity between the two sides. And the extensive surveillance state that they developed in East Germany is very interesting.
Oh yeah. The only way to survive that was, if you wanted to talk about something, was to go under a shower somewhere, get some interference, or to go on like a lake, just chill there, in the forest, because it's hard to surveil people there. That's what they're doing.
Areas where radio waves don't penetrate is a good idea.
So that happened a lot. People just communicate with each other, they did that. It's very fascinating.
You can also do like burn after reading guns, like you can write a note to somebody and instruct them to destroy it after they've taken in the contents.
Windmill worms. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Yama get rid of ethical consciousness.
Yep. For context, I established that as a meme.
Yeah, Adrian sent us a meme. And it's like this guy. And his friend is leaving. And he's like, hey dude, see you later. Send me a dick pic when you get home. Yeah. And the friend is like, what the fuck?
My
What
silence,
are you talking about?
like an expanding sphere.
It's like, yeah, just like, it's so big that I'm being alive. Why the fuck do you need a picture of that to make sure I'm happy? And I just sent you like a picture of me with like my hands, you know, compared phones. And he's like, no, AI now. AI can fake that now. You know what AI can't fake though? Your dick.
Videos that like 10, 15 years ago, everybody's forgotten about. Because that's all bullshit on them, and then pass them off as your own. That's the state of YouTube for you. For the record, we do not send each other dick pics as stories of life. Just saying. But, kind of did establish it.
It is definitely true. Thank you for explaining
Very good. I love steak. It's so good. It's so incredible.
You're making me hungry. I'm just thinking about it right now.
Fuck you, Adrian, for making me hungry.
Yeah, but that steak.
There's no problem.
Because now he is the preferred
Except
by
that it's
the mother.
because it's as good as you don't fucking turn.
How like cities you can tell like some cities in different places. At this one time, I ended up on a random.
Yeah, but I think it's better. My steak's just in route.
Nice.
The problem is what?
Problem is you don't cook.
Yeah, why would I cook?
It's part of the experience.
It's not part of the experience. I fucking hate cooking. The experience is the eating. The experience is the eating.
I don't like eating. Eating is annoying. Cleaning up is annoying.
There's something about like when you figured out how to cook steak exactly the way you like it, like you don't want somebody else to cook it for you because they might not get it right.
Exactly.
Then you have someone else cook it right for you.
John, no, I like to be a one-man army.
He doesn't get
I like to be a one-man army. Wherever I am is where the magic happens. I can be at any place on the planet. If there's a pan, if it has a fucking stove, be it electric or gas, and if it has steaks, butter, I'm game.
A man, a pan, and a plan.
Oh.
There's the name of your cooking show. I'll take royalties for each episode.
Fantastic.
Nice.
What kind of cooking show would that be? It's like we travel all around the world cooking steaks from each place. Like, that'd be kind of funny.
You could do that. You could also do like maybe like a one pan thing, so like steak could be a good portion of it, but if there are other things you like to cook, but it's just like, you know, simple meals that a bachelor can cook for themselves and stay healthy and enjoy it.
Travel around with one pen in your arms and just like travel from village to village. Look at us. Taking each country.
Just don't pull that shit in India. They'll fucking crucify your ass.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess you couldn't do it.
Oh, you just gotta pick a different mammal.
Weapon of choice, goats.
For some reason, I suspect that goat steak is not the goat.
No, it's not. You're gonna have to turn that shit into curry. Or something else like stew.
Lamb is pretty good.
Ooh, I do
lamb. Yes, but I've actually cooked this also. I cooked that as well. Again,
I think I've had goat before. Goat can be pretty good, I think.
goat can be pretty good, but you have to prepare it correctly.
I had goat.
And it can't be too old either, because otherwise it tastes way too fucking strong.
That's the thing with most meat, though.
Goats, it's especially pronounced. With most meats, it's not a problem. With goats,
I mean, with most meats, it tastes worse if you if it's been out for a while, you know.
No, that's what I mean. Old as in the animal.
Right. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, right.
Yeah, you don't want to eat like fucking. You don't want to eat like a inhuman-life 6-year-old goat. That should not go work out for you.
I've had other people handling it for me, so I don't have to worry.
You want like a.
Al likes to keep his hands clean.
You want to have like a 2 to 3-year-old goat.
I can cook if I need to, but I don't like cooking at all.
Now what you gotta do is when I come by the residency here, we're gonna go to the grocery outlet, get ourselves a nice $15 steak, one for each of us. Cook that shit by hand in a cast iron, dude. It's gonna be great.
Oh my gosh, I've done gross out in college.
There's no circumstance under which I cook if I don't have to.
You get an optimistic cook for you out of without salt.
Oh, no. I can cook for you. If you don't, just at least try my steaks, you know.
Scotty boy! Hey, Scotty, my man!
Personal chef.
Dude. Right, Brad?
Oh, yeah, sure. Man.
Scotty, my man, my co-producer! My man with a plan!
I cook for people too. Because I'm just good at it. It's like chemistry.
Something I know how to cook, I like cooking for people.
Let me turn the volume down.
Yeah. Stews are great. I love making stews. It's so fucking easy. But they have just.
What's going on?
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, you know, life's great. How's your life? Things are good. I mean, you know, I'm just like.
The beat goes on.
Yeah, continue. It's easy to get angry. It's so easy to get angry.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all.
Well, the thing is, you know, people want success, so it's like, how do we reverse engineer success and not get angry? I feel like if you want success, the first step and the perpetual step is angerlessness, you know. And I get, it's just so easy to get triggered like all the time. So, you know, meditation is so important, and I don't know. I mean, just some thoughts. Like Elon likes to protect his space, you know, because he doesn't want to get triggered. He wants to eat his butter steak and pontificate. But I don't have any butter steak over here. Did you? When was the last time you had some butter steak?
You know what? That's actually my Grinder profile screen name. It's Buttersteak 6969.
Wow. Do the men, you know, get turned on by butter steak?
Dude, come on. They once they taste Scotty's butter steak, they want nothing else. It's really where it's at.
So, what are you doing the rest of the night?
Getting my butter steaks on.
Why don't we do the reading room? I created a house called Reading Books to Each Other. Why don't you serenade me with like a poem every day, and I'll serenade you with a positive neurolinguistic programming poem. Because you have to look at this app as programming. It is programming. It is conditioning. So if we take the conditioning and the programming in our hands and we force it and we read it to each other, we'll benefit, crisscross, mutual beneficial, what do they call that? Not synthesis, basically. I mean, pick something from the Bible, man. Like you're a learned man. Like let's transmit the words of the master.
Just publishing podcasts. There we go. Publish, man. Now it's out in the world, buddy. It's out in the world.
Why don't you have me on your podcast and we'll call it Christian Mysticism, an exploration of the writings and teachings of Alan Watts. I bet you it'll be the biggest podcast you ever had because Alan Watts is so popular.
And the beat goes on.
And I have many Alan Watts books. I have first editions. So I'll read from the Joyous Cosmology, I'll read from his Zen books, and then we'll talk. And then I have this R.H. Blythe book. Actually, let me read you a sample from R.H. Blythe with regards to Christianity, because the Japanese Zen philosophy is so close to Christianity, and they say that when you mix the two together, it becomes far more potent, because you kind of realize it's like a, I don't know, Holy Spirit realization philosophy technique. Like, when was the last time you felt the presence of the Holy Spirit? Not on your taint, but in your heart. And thanks for the compliment yesterday. You were like, man, every time I talk to you, like, you bring the fucking entertainment. I was like, thanks, Scott. Thanks.
You do, buddy. I'm a huge fan of yours.
I'm a fan of yours. I want to work with you. I want to co-create with you.
Dude, the Talking Apes have a room. Can we be as great as Jesus?
Yeah, I saw that. That was a bunch of. What do you think about Christianity in terms of sin and people saying, like, somebody messaged me on YouTube right now. They wrote, I would love to inform you about the Lord Jesus Christ. He loves you and is waiting for you. That void inside your heart can be filled. His arms are wide open and is calling you now to repentance. So, how do you feel about the overimportance of sin and repentance, but primarily sin, and how Christians are always harping about sin, and you have to be like, it's a big talking point, but to me the sin talking point is not the enlightenment component of the wisdom of Jesus. So how do you address sin, in terms of your analysis? Are you in the talking section?
I think sin is a big deal. I think I'm a Western Christian in that regard, and I think the sort of Christianity you're talking about, I would say no, look, there's sin and repentance language all through the Bibles, in the New Testament, especially in the Gospels. But there's lots of other themes too. But I mean, I think Augustine really leans into this. Well, he creates it too. It's not really in the New Testament. That doctrine is not really in the New Testament. It's not against the New Testament. It's just there's no doctrine. Interpretation. I think that the Western Christian tradition is so shaped by Augustine. And yeah, I mean, but I'm shaped by that tradition too. I think it's fundamentally a problem. I don't look at Christianity as self-improvement. I look at it's reconciliation and redemption, not self-improvement.
So sin is important, but it deals with ethics and morality. So I'm just saying sin, S-I-N, is a special word in itself. You know, if we were just to analyze the word itself, what's the etymology, etc. But
The Greek word is amartia.
Amartia. Okay, so I want to.
It's in the literal translation would be something probably like missing the mark.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. So I don't have a problem with that Western sort of, and I'm sort of a, you know, I read my Augustine through Luther. That's just kind of.
But don't you think we're the ultimate hypocrites? You know, if like, did you listen to the Democrat senators grill Kennedy today? Are they just not full of sin and piss and vinegar and just, you know, harping voices? Senator Kennedy, I reserve it. It is the worst example, and it makes me so. I was so angry today listening to Warren and Sanders and the Rhode Island senator, and they're just so co-opted. You can tell that they're just insincere people. Really, I feel like dangerous, evil people. And when you see that that is who is in charge, you know, I mean, in charge, you know, not per se. It's like, how do you view the distribution of power? You know, because it's like Trump in many ways is like our Caesar for 4 years. But then you have all these senators that conspire against him, and you have the mainstream media that puts out just blatantly obvious contrarian messaging. So, is that not sinful? I mean, is that not antichrist? You know?
I think lying is sin.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to Zach Root on here, and he was like, "Yeah, dude." He's like these people just talk to create the clip so they can post it to YouTube, to post it to the 5,000 channels that are going to rebroadcast. You know, they're ranting, and they know that. You know, AOC is the perfect example of somebody who is just like a ranter, and I've like recorded her live streams, and it's just wild. The things she says, the way she acts. She's like a cute little baby girl. I think she's really hot. It's so hard to hate her because she's so pretty. But okay, so I wanted to share with you this book, just a brief passage. It's by R.H. Blythe. It's called Zen and Zen Classics, and I just want to read to you the relationship with Christianity in terms of Zen Japanese Buddhism. This is what Alan Watts was big into, and he always referenced this writer R.H. Blythe, so that's why I bought it. Did I read this to you before?
Maybe.
Okay, well, let me just go to like a random page, something that I think might be important. Okay, it says, I don't know, let me just read you something from the New Testament, something from the book of John, since my name is John, and I feel like I'm like the perfect example of like John in terms of like being a Scorpio. It's just so I see so many coincidences in my life. Like I feel like we're living in a simulation. Okay, this is John 1, 1 John 1, chapter 1, verse 8. Do not have the indwelling sin within our nature. This was what the Gnostic heresy taught. The apostle was inculcating the believers against this false teaching. This section, 1, chapter 7 through 2, chapter 2, verse 2, deals with the believers sinning. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading commentary.
Yeah, I could tell.
The whole thing is commentary. It's crazy. There's like one fifth of the page dedicated to the text. Okay, little children, guard yourselves from idols. Holy shit, this is terrible. We know that everyone who is begotten of God does not sin, but he who has been begotten of God keeps himself, and the evil one does not touch him. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lies in the evil one. And we know that the Son of God has come and has given us an understanding that we might know him who is true. And we are in him who is true, in his Son, Jesus Christ. This is the true God and eternal life. Little children, guard yourselves from idols. So, how do you view demons and angels? Because in many respects, I'm really agnostic towards like the court of God with regards to devil, to archangels, to Metatron. Like, what's your opinion on all the and angelic stuff in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean,
Are they just more metaphors?
I don't think they're metaphors in the Bible. I think certainly in Second Temple Judaism, for instance, there's a pretty worked out and ornate angelology. I mean, there's angelology in the Hebrew Bible. There's not really demonology in the Hebrew Bible. I mean, that's more of a Second Temple Judaism thing, right? Like, by the time of Jesus, there's much more Satan and demon stuff in Judaism. That doesn't,
So when you hear John writing that, like, and he's talking about the evil one, I mean, is he?
talking about Satan.
I know, but isn't that really just Yetzer Hara, which is evil inclination? I mean,
No.
You really think there's a prince of darkness that
Well, I think
lives
John
on this
thinks there is. I mean, I don't think John thinks it's a metaphor. No, I mean, the question is, do we demythologize that, right? I mean, that's the. This is the modern. This is what Eugene Peterson would do, right? He would just say it's the. What's the Hebrew there? The Lahar. What's that? The evil inclination. What's that?
Yetzer Hara.
Yetzer Hara. Yeah. That's what Jordan Peterson or somebody would do there, right? Just say it's the evil inclination. It's anthropological. I mean, that's certainly not what the biblical writers are thinking. I mean, I think they think this stuff exists. But they're pre-modern, and I mean, the question is, what do we do to this text in a modern world? How do we read it? That's a challenge for any text, any pre-modern text. But I mean, I think it's a particular problem with the Bible that tends to sort of make normative claims, or at least in the communities that look at it as a sacred text, think it makes normative claims. Feel some obligation to subscribe to them, or let them be guiding lights for their physical lives and stuff like that. So you're getting me serious. I'm off my team right now. Man, we gotta get Jane in here again. Dude, the embassy has been pretty raucous lately. Ben's taking a lot of shots, dude. The inmates are not happy. The Nurse Ratchet is having.
I was in this all-black room, and Ben Mendelsohn comes in after he ended a very emotionally, abrasive room recently, after all this. And so he goes into this room of all these black people that are bitching and moaning about Trump, and he says, "I'm the Jewish guy. I'm Jewish. I'm the Jewish guy. I'm the Jewish," and
That's awesome.
And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, why does he feel like he has to identify himself to like fill a category of, anti-Trump, to like announce himself? Like, that's his credibility statement, getting on a stage and announcing, "I'm the Jewish guy, who hates Trump." What? People are weird, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't have a wife or kids, but I don't know what it's like to just meet weird people all the time. Really doesn't have anything to do with anything. I just thought it was like such a weird thing to come into a room and announce. And that's all he said.
Nice. The beat goes on.
Okay, listen to this. This is Book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 8. It says,
Put a little music to it. I gotta get my music back.
I was sorry to hear that your computer crashed. You lost your.
Well, it was my Clubhouse.
so I lost all the music files I had saved and like fuck that.
Yeah, I know. Because honestly, I remember you playing some real fucking bangers. How old are you, Scott? Scott, no copyrighted music, please.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot. You play by the rules.
Okay, listen to this. It says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, he who is and who was and who is coming, the Almighty. I, John, your brother and fellow partaker in the tribulation and kingdom and endurance in Jesus, was on the island called Patmos because of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in spirit on the Lord's day and heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, what you see, write in a scroll and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, to Smyrna, and to Pergamos. You know who I gotta show you is, I'm gonna get you the YouTube. God, what is his name? This guy is so incredible. His interpretations, with regards to Christianity. God, what is his name? I'll have to think about it. Kundalini, what was his name? Bet you the algorithm shows him to me. Well, next time I talk to you, I'll try to send it to you. But this guy's YouTube channel is incredible. It's basically a podcast that he recorded in the 90s. And he had a church, and he has like 1,000 videos or 1,000 sermons. And he goes into all the ancient mystery religions and philosophies. And it's all about meditation at the end. And, contemplation is what Alan Watts calls meditation. And what do you think about like meditation in terms of like the brain science?
I think it's super useful. I think it's amazingly useful. I think it defrags the hard drive. I think it's key. I think it's a great thing for human beings.
But the metaphor is that when you meditate, you go up. So it's like below is above, above is below, meaning that if you want to connect with the divine, you can do it through meditation. But in terms of like priorities or achieving goals, when you read Aleister Crowley, he talks constantly about the will with a capital W. So that would be like the Holy Spirit or the will of God. And so they have techniques and methods to understand your will and to really prioritize and not waste your time. And I don't know, I find the writings of Aleister Crowley to be like the smartest and most universal of all the, I guess, philosophies. But it's called Thelema. And, the whole thing is about, it's like Crowley is such a troll. And I think even all his negative publicity about him being the great Satan and the most evil man in the world, like that's all to sell books. It's all dopamine in the publishing industry. So, you're in publishing, like you're publishing your podcast, but you're not really probably juicing the dopamine because your content isn't controversial. But if you have controversial content, it's also like activating your audience, and your audience may not like it. So many people who create content are super scared to put out, maybe, content that your audience is not meant for. But anyways, this is a very strange Bible. It's called the New Testament Recovery Version. I think I might have taken it from a hotel. This is 1 Corinthians.
Steve is doing the workers' rights radio show.
He's not an attorney, right?
No, I think he's like a paralegal or something.
Have you ever gone on YouTube and typed his name in and just listened to him talk to this attorney about workers' rights and Social Security?
No.
Dude, you gotta do it because it's like hilarious because he's like, I don't know, he's doing marketing, and it's just not effective. It's just not, it's like what I do. It just doesn't work because I don't have any money to essentially buy an audience. Um, so thus, it becomes a quest of self rectification and self knowledge and education for myself and hopefully others. But
I love it.
yeah, I would love.
What's Craig say?
I don't know. Craig comes to my room all the time to just listen. He never says anything. He's one of the. He's either the same person who always comes to these rooms and like doesn't say anything. Somebody who like has an axe to grind, and somebody who does not like some of the people that I associate with here on this app. He could be that person. There are so many people that hate people on this app. Isn't it amazing? I have people that come back to my YouTube and they leave comments and say, I always come back. I keep coming back. I don't know why I keep coming back. I like to think it's because I bring them the dopamine. Okay, Scott, before we end this, let me read you one thing from this Zen book. Zen would ask, who is this I? Speaking of himself in Adonai, Shelley says, in his own thoughts along that rugged way pursued like raging hounds their father and their prey. This change of mind that came naturally to Shelley, this change that is so painful to ordinary people, Shelley elevates into the very principle of living itself, echoing those famous words of the Diamond Sutra. Awaken the mind without fixing it anywhere, he asserts. Narrow. The heart that loves, the brain that contemplates, the life that wears, the spirit that creates one object and one form and builds thereby a sepulchre for its eternity. His own personality is fluid, and his poetry flows from his imagination and intellectual activity rather than from his own individuality. The beams of the sunrise flow in, unimpeded, keen, golden, and crystalline, banded armies of light and air. These lines and the following correspond to Turner's Wind, Rain, and Steam in their Life and Freedom. On the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, even from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith's height, the locks of the approaching storm. In such passages we feel the divergence between Shelley and Wordsworth. For Wordsworth, man is man and nature is nature. In Shelley, man is nature and nature is man, sometimes, as in Alastor, in the sense that nature and man reflect each other, but more often the life of life is expressed by which we see nature as impersonally as a scientist sees her, yet with nature's own powerful incalculability. In the Ode to the West Wind, Shelley utters a prayer for what was granted to him at birth. Be thou, spirit fierce, my spirit, be thou me, impetuous one. It is the spirit which breathes in the ardor of, gazing on thee I feel, I know, green stalks burst forth and bright flowers grow, and living shapes upon my bosom move. It interpenetrates my granite mass. Through tangled roots and trodden clay doth pass in the utmost leaves and delicate flowers. There is in the same elan in Basho's verse, oh, how glorious, the young leaves, the green leaves, glittering in the sunshine. The Zen of Shelley's poetry may be considered under two aspects. First, the skylark of the skylark is not a bird, but neither is it a Shelleyan creation. What thou art we know not. Its unbodied joy is not Shelley's joy. If it is neither the actual everyday skylark nor Shelley's skylark, what is it? Wordsworth humanizes it. Shelley dehumanizes it, which is right, both. On the one hand, the skylark lives life, and thus we may share it. Wordsworth is thus right in implanting his own feelings within the breast of the skylark. On the other hand, the skylark has its own absolute existence apart from all other things. It is a skylark, and Shelley, by creating a skylark out of his own divinity, approximates to that skylark which God created out of his. As Eckhart says, Darum nimmt ach der Mensch, der ungescheiden ist von allen Dingen, die Gottheit da, wo Gott die Gottheit selber nimmt. Second, in spite of, or it may be because of his love of the infinite, of the indefinite, the individual creations of Shelley, for example, the cloud, the moon, and the earth is Prometheus unbound, Arethusa, and so on, are not mere waves of a great sea of being. Emerson's ever blessed Emerson's ever blessed one, Thomas Aquinas' God, the Creator, merge all separate existences into an absolute. But in Shelley, each has a separate, self-sufficient existence quite beyond the reach of either pantheism or mysticism. They have indeed the life of Zen, being neither in the absolute nor in the relative. This is how he addresses them. Ye elemental genii, who have homes from man's high mind even to the central stone of sullen lead, from heaven's star-fretted domes to the dull weeds some worm battens on. Chinese Zen perhaps arose from, it was probably inspired and certainly paralleled by the Taoism. The transcendentalism of Shuangzi and Lao Tzu, which ultimately produced elemental genii, but the 8th century Zen masters of China felt rightly enough that mysticism was as much a danger to the good life as Buddhist theology, and they emphasized the practice of Zen in daily life as against supernaturalism as well as philosophizing and verbal explanation. Yet without abstraction and generalities, principles and dogmas, impossible ideals and ambitions, without, that is to say, the chance and the ability to reject these things, a man is not truly human. Sell all thou hast is the command, and this applies to thought and judgment, idealization and the perception of truth and goodness and beauty. Only a rich man can become truly poor. Only an adult can be as a little child. There are no children in the kingdom of heaven. The Zen of Shelley consists not in his giving up the abstract and taking over the concrete, not in coming down to earth and absorbing himself into the particular man or woman or tree or stone, but in making the impersonal still more impersonal, putting yet more life into apparently lifeless things. Zen is to stand still while moving, to move while standing still, but there has always been too much emphasis on the standing still, the sitting still. Shelley rectifies the balance by moving at all costs, too often at the cost of balance and steadiness. But after all, of the two, movement is better than no movement. That is why God created the world. At least he has no better excuse to give. What is especial about Shelley's Zen is, of course, what is peculiar to Shelley himself, that in spite of his V-neck, there is nothing feminine in him. He is like Thoreau, a man in his love of truth, transcendentalism, and desire to reform the world. Thus Shelley's Zen is masculine, occidental. Chinese Zen was, and Japanese Zen also, for all its Bushido woman-like Zen, it is unintellectually practicality, conservatism, superstition, unteachability, self-satisfaction, love of ritual and fancy costumes, and except in very special cases, no sense of humor. Shelley's Zen is the future Zen of the West, which will lack, as Shelley's did, the earthiness, the blindness, the may thy will be doneness, the finality, the tranquility of the Zen of the East. That's called Naught May Endure But Mutability. Zen and Shelley. Zen and Shelley. I didn't read to you the first 2 pages of that chapter, but it's really interesting. It's by R.H. Blythe, and I think he died in a Japanese concentration camp.
Roger Mayhem is suspended.
Yeah. Well, it's not permanent. I mean, he just needs to get a new burner account like the rest of us. Cheap fucking guy. He could have a new account tomorrow. New account today, right now. You just gotta go spend $65 and boom, you're back in business. You know, people use Google Voice to create accounts here. So, if you get one burner account, that means you can create 2 Clubhouse accounts. And there's other text things. I'm sure you could do it on other apps, but
I need a burner account.
you do need a burner account. Get a $50 Motorola, man. I'm telling you, it's like it'll expand your consciousness. You'll realize that people have you blocked. It's nice. The nicest guy in the world is blocked. You'll realize it. Wait till you see it. You'll be like, holy shit, motherfucker blocked
Who's
me.
the nicest guy in the world?
You.
Oh, you think that? Yeah. What club outside?
Everybody loves Scott. I saw you at that bar. Everybody's coming up to you. Oh, Scotty! Everybody knows your name. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume back up on the Musk. Here we go.
Nervous system and veins running around with a bunch of bones attached to it. So, that would look like ballistics gel. Like if you were to make most of your flesh completely transparent, including the skin, you'd just be running around looking like ballistics gel.
This sounds like a very cool experiment.
It sounds like one, but I definitely wouldn't do this to anyone.
No, not to a human, to a mouse.
Oh my god. Okay, then we're gonna have ballistics gel mice.
I may or may not have access to some biology labs here by being associated with residents at this hacker house.
Oh my god. I need to visit there sometime.
You should.
I think this is his son.
But we'll see. You know, a lot of things going on at the time.
Can't be his son, no way.
We got a lot of things to do, you know.
You got to do the Trump impression more. You clearly do not do it enough. It's very funny.
Yeah, of course, because I don't want to.
Every time you do that Trump impression, the listener spikes up at least 20.
Oh my god. Could be like that guy from the TikTok For You page that advertises his LEDs. Like, there's this one person who looked super fucking Asian who said, I'm gonna go out with a white dude, and as a black girl, and then he just cuts off and says, if you're white, then I'm black, and I'm also the real Donald Trump, and then he goes, China, 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 like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, what am I watching? So yeah, I think a lot of people know exactly what that company is now because of that. Oh my god.
What's he inferring, Scott?
Okay, I think you're about dinner time. I'm gonna drop off. We'll be back later. All right.
There's a lot of passive aggressive statements by Elon when
Do you
people
want to go on an adventure to the grocery outlet?
leave him. He's like, "Oh,
Wait, what?
okay, well."
You gonna stream it? I'm not gonna stream it because I don't have that much data, but I might stay on this and just kind of talk to y'all and look like a crazy person in the store.
Yeah, be like our on-the-spot reporter for the story.
So we're here in
See, this is why I just want to record them, Scott, and like walk away because it's so stupid. It's like another clown house room.
Oh yes, the New York steaks. Is that a ribeye? Yes, that's a ribeye.
Interview the shoppers. Be like, what are you purchasing?
What are you purchasing today? What brings you to the grocery
Why
outlet?
not steak? Yeah.
Apples and oranges? Or steaks?
Have you heard of steak?
Yeah, I mean, we could. It's expensive though.
Lucy Ricardo. Hey, Lucy, I'm home.
Plus, there's like a conversion fee when you have to charge. Like when I have to charge my my bank or my credit card at home, it has to do the conversion, which that is like what 4% or something, 3-4%. I think it's like 3.75, and then.
Why don't you just get a bunch of USD? Put it
Oh,
in your bank
because
account?
I'm lazy.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like you're paying like what $1.52 a cat. Like how when you sell everything, it's like $1.55 to $1.60 cat for every US dollar. It's crazy.
Yeah, Alex
like,
Burnett.
A single like $10 steak in the US is $16 cat. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's wild.
That's why I only get 2 steaks a week. 2 steaks a week? No, not 200 steaks a week. 2. That's okay. I thought you were gonna eat them every day. Oh no, I'm not that rich. No, I would be bankrupt. Like, no. You get the thinner sliced ones. They don't cost as much. Like, I don't know. Yeah, but I want the thick beef. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. You tell me. Funny thing. So, Senator, what the fuck? Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock says, I'm voting no on Mr. Kennedy's nomination to lead HHS Gov. He wouldn't commit to working to prevent healthcare premium spikes and didn't denounce his conspiracy theories about the CDC. By the way, those are not conspiracy theories, those are all facts, which employs thousands of Georgians. I won't support a nominee whose policies hurt Georgians. He's not going to do anything that's going to hurt anyone. As a matter of fact, he's going to fix things. Specifically, the things that have to be fixed is those things you disregard as conspiracy theories taking place and having been perpetrated on the American public and, to a certain extent, the planet at large. So, no, fuck you. Now, then the response was from Nicole Shanahan, said, man, I regret ever helping you. The only reason you're in that seat is because I sent massive financial support to Shirley Sherrod C4 to mobilize rural Georgia during the 2020 runoff. I'll be correcting that massive mistake ASAP. You're awful. Oh my god. This is really the PvP zone. Like, this is a PvP zone, man. This is great.
Yeah, it's triggered.
Like, that's just wild. But it is quite, what is this? Oh wow. This looks cool.
Welcome back, Oda. I don't know if he's there. I can hear you, yeah. Okay. Welcome. Did you cook your steak? I don't cook, no.
No, here's the thing. Auda doesn't cook. He gets cooked for.
Fuck off.
It's actually true.
He gets cooked.
He doesn't cook. He gets cooked for.
I occasionally very rarely.
I cook all the time. In more ways than just cooking food. I cook people. I cook fucking. It's not wrong to say it like that. I cook conceptually.
Absolute sack of shit.
Hey, I'm right.
Alright, fine, let me pull out some fucking butter.
Let's go.
Some butter or something. Eat it, yeah. Wait, have you ever tried deep fried butter on a stick before? I heard that's delicious. I'm not gonna fucking.
Are you insane?
I ain't gonna try that shit. He's like pissed off about it.
Deep fried butter?
Click the link above, click the YouTube link, and subscribe to my YouTube channel to watch Elon Musk every night, 7 to midnight. High on ketamine, eating steak, butter, doing diamond push-ups.
How about I deep fry your mom?
Wow. Okay, careful there.
Crispy.
You're supposed to be cooking. You're supposed to be cooking, not cooking yourself. That John.
I'm cooking now, you piece of shit.
Also, Elon Musk has tuberculosis.
Yes, I am.
I don't hear it sizzling.
Yeah, because I haven't put it on yet. I just put on butter.
Chop chop.
Shut the fuck up.
This is funny.
You're not clicking that link, Scott. You got to subscribe to the YouTube channel. You too, Alan. Alex, invite people to the room.
Wait, but I thought you did.
We want everybody to know the good news that Elon Musk eats buttered steak every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. Hi, I'm ketamine. Philosophizing.
Sack of shit, you dipshit.
Hi, Jane.
Chill, pal.
Welcome to the Elon Musk butter steak dinner, where everybody eats buttered steak and does push-ups.
Ignorant slut.
Oh, he's catching up on the Kennedy war.
Yeah.
Sinner and Neely Kennedy.
Avocado toast eating. Latte chicken.
Come and smell latte drinking, avocado toast eating insiders elite.
Thanks, Epi. I love him so much.
Also, take the room to this clubhouse, go to the X room, post it in the chat, and say, hey, is this room live on Clubhouse right now? Is Adrian Dittman also on Clubhouse?
So that's you just rubbing it in.
It's bro love. It's bro love.
Or it's like that one post where Andrew was like, "Help, my brother's gay."
Do you hear that?
Yes, I hear sizzling.
Yes.
I want to see pictures of that steak because I don't trust you.
Fuck off.
No, I want to see pictures of that steak. You don't have to post it, but I want to see pictures of that steak in my DMs. Yes. Specifically, I want to know the redness of it. Like, I want to see what the meat looks like.
Never mind. I like it a bit more cooked than you.
That just sounds like you're coping, man.
Go fuck yourself. Oh look, my Covertron 3000 just arrived. 1 second. Shut the fuck up.
We actually need to create an AI.
Like Maximus or something?
Yes! Yes, it is! Actually, it is!
He uses my profile picture that he had to rip an AI enhance so it actually looks like my profile picture, and then fucking put that on. He calls himself Copious Maximus.
Plus 100.
It's incredible.
Let's go.
That was a good one.
Copious Maximus. So what do you mean you like it more cooked?
I like it medium rare to rare. Medium rare to medium.
Medium. Yeah. Sometimes I
Okay. Look, if it doesn't look gray on the inside, everything's nice. If it looks gray on the inside, you fucked it up.
Yeah, that's bad.
There's no such thing as well done. There is cooked.
Yeah, well done as fuck. Well done.
Yeah, there's no such thing as well done. That's just a lie people have invented for themselves to deal with shitty meat or shitty cooking. It's one of the two. But now that we have good meat in this world because we have such amazing industry, thanks to the fucking vegans, we have this amazing ability to have amazing meat, and anything else is COVID. Is that a fucking waterly?
Uh-oh. Better fix that.
Yeah, bro. Otherwise we're gonna have Noah's Ark down here float down. We're gonna have to float out with a fucking
Imagine if you could have Optimus just fix that for you. It's like, hey, Optimus, fix this leak.
There's no way. Goes through the process of understanding what the leak is, stands in the doorway, looks up.
And then you realize that you accidentally trained your Optimus on an Outa, on Outta's personality, and then it calls you a sack of shit.
Yes. So somehow, for no reason,
The fucking air conditioner's leaking. Okay, that's cool. It's not really leaking, it's just that the water, which is supposed to be transported out, is not being transported out, so it's very big. I once went to a hotel, not really a hotel, it was also a hotel, bought a room, went in there. Very weird looking place, I'll tell you that much. You know, didn't look like what it was on the photos. I realized that those walls that were in the picture, well, in the picture they looked fine, but when I arrived there, there's handprints all over them, right next to the bed, so you can imagine what was happening there. The air conditioner was a real special one, because as soon as you turn that thing on, it literally turned into a fucking waterfall. It's funny as shit.
Oh wow.
Turned it on, all of a sudden, the water came out, the condensated water. I was like, this is funny, actually. Like, I was so pissed because I spent money on this shit, but it was great because I wanted to visit someone. You know, and it's funny, actually, I ended up sleeping over at their place, but there were other people there, so I didn't cancel it because I had it planned in my brain, and it actually worked out because I used that place in order to fuck the person that I visited. Everybody has a mission in mind, and so do I. My plans are measured in centuries. I could have just stayed over at their place, but I just wanted to kind of trick myself into actually staying there, which is great. And then at the same time, you know, perform.
Okay, I don't know who he's talking about fucking, but he didn't say it was a woman. Okay, I'm gonna read to you something, Scott. It's called The Lion of the Thicket. The idea of Napoleon reincarnating to impersonate Antichrist seems foolish on the face of it. But when one traces the notion and interprets it by the light of occultism, there is nothing absurd in it. Napoleon means, in Greek, the lion of the thicket. The thicket lion, or forest lion, the destroyer of the Gentile, is called a lion that comes up from the thicket. The lion has come up from the thicket. The destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. Making a literal translation of these words, exercising a certain liberty, we find the name of Napoleon, ready-made, the lion that comes up from the thicket. Nebuchadnezzar was the lion of the thicket. He was therefore Napoleon. The Emperor Titus was Napoleon. The Goths were Napoleon. Any new power that will subvert the present order of things is a Napoleon. Napoleon's name was curiously expressive of the prophetic image of the destroyer of the Gentiles, but he has not yet done the work. Therefore another thicket lion must appear. Mussolini is a poor specimen of a lion. A goose is reported to have saved Rome, and a goose will help to ruin it. Hitler is Napoleonic, definitely Antichrist. He seeks to act holy, but not holy. There is nothing sent out from the celestial broadcasting station of the Beast 666, but what is lovely. The Beast teaches that it is not against reason to be passionate, but the lion or wavelength from the thicket, i.e. jungle, is passionate without reason. Still, without a manifestation of tyranny, we could not register the attributes of mercy in this world anyhow. Light admits not of corruption. It is not infected, though it functions where all is filthy. Understand this, and you will appreciate the teaching of the Master Therion. Remember, the Holy Spirit often acts as a roaring lion, or as the old serpent, instead of an angel of light. We must take things as they really are. The twins of Set Isis, Harlot and Beast, are still busy with that sodomitic and incestuous lust, which is the traditional formula for producing demigods. Consider the case of Mary and the dove, Leda and the swan. Aleph the fool ever impregnates the woman according to the dictate of Yod, the angel of the Lord. His sister has seduced her brother, Beast, shaming the son with her sin. She has mastered the lion and enchanted the serpent. Nature is outraged by magic. Man is bestialized and woman defiled. The conjunction produces a monster. It affirms aggression types instead of a man-god conceived of the spirit of God by a virgin in innocence. We are asked to adore the bastard of a whore and a brute, begotten in shamefullest sin, born in most blasphemous bliss. As we made clear in the AA publication, Class D, dealing with the ritual of the mark of the beast, this is indeed the formula of our magic. We insist that all acts must be equal, that existence asserts the right to exist, that unless evil is a mere term expressing some relation of haphazard hostility between forces equally self-justified, the universe is an inexplicable and impossible as uncompensated action. The orgies of Bacchus and Pan are no less sacramental than the masses of Jesus. But the scars of syphilis are sacred and worthy of honor as much as the wounds of the martyrs of Mary. It should be unnecessary to insist that the above ideas apply only to the absolute. Toothache is still painful and deceit degrading to a man relatively to his situation in the world of illusion. He is doing his will by avoiding them, but the existence of evil is fatal to philosophy so long as it is supposed to be independent of conditions. It is because space is dark that we see the sun. We cannot see the stars in daylight. Mercy shines in the midst of guilt and its consequences. Had there been no law, there had been no transgression, no justice, no mercy. Good would be unintelligible as a word without evil to contrast with it. Evil is eternal, but not necessarily dominant. It is the victim to be destroyed, but never annihilated. It is the eternal darkness in which light, goodness ever shines. Every principle in existence has its positive and its negative. Positive divinity is God. Nature is only negative divinity. There is no reason to doubt the infinity of nature. Indeed, finity affirmed of nature involves an absurdity. But then again, a universal implies a particular, and the indivisible are divisible. Hence it follows that though positive divinity be one and indivisible, negative divinity is infinitely many and divisible. The negative particular divinity can die, but the positive universal never. Such subjects may well be beyond the comprehension of our archbishops, but still they are susceptible of logical expression. It is for this end that man has the Logos, a logical principle given to him, and he only of all animals. If there were no fools, how could one tell whether a man was wise or not? And if wise men were very common, like pebbles, and fools, like diamonds, were very rare, then fools would be more valuable than they ought to be. Male philosophy is a dry solid. Female philosophy is a liquid. These two, like the pill and the draught of the chemist, or the flour and the water and yeast of the baker, or the copper and zinc and water of the galvanist, are indispensable for compounding the true elixir of life.
Dude, wait, this is actually a business idea. What if we got like those airplane drones that just work purely on solar panels, and we just got to fly, like I throw it in the air, just like chuck it off the ground or off of a rail gun, and it just goes and flies and drops the steak on top of your house. Dude, that would be so good. The steak might get a little beaten up, but that's okay.
As long as it lands on target, right?
Yeah.
Not in your gutter or something.
And plus, all these like military defense guys would just be throwing like, trillions of dollars into it, so you'd be good.
What the hell is this? Oh, what? How's the steak?
That's good.
Self-congratulatory, motherfucker.
Look, if you're gonna,
I just cut you literally.
Here's my viewpoint. You should know how to do everything you need to live. You should know how to clean. You should know how to wash dishes. You should know how to cook. You should know how to do everything you need to live. But unless I'm absolutely forced to, I'm not going to do any of those.
Alright. How's this?
Tesla had a $600 million profit on their Bitcoin holdings apparently, and they didn't sell any of their 9,720 Bitcoin in Q4. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, it was a really good one. Yeah. Let me find that actually. I think it's interesting. That's really my viewpoint. I can't really say that much about it.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more reading from this book. It's called Satanic Extracts by Aleister Crowley. Satanic Extracts. I, the beast, 666, am called to show this worship, and descended forth into the world by my woman called the Scarlet Woman, who is any woman that receives and transmits my solar word. And being, this is my work achieved, for without woman man hath no power. By us, let all men learn that all that may be is the way of joy for them to go, and that all souls are of the soul of true light. I am a sun, giving out light and life, but she, the Scarlet Woman, is their guide in darkness, making them pure, single of heart, awake to the highest, the oath of fealty. And bind my blood in Satan's hands, all this that lieth betwixt my hands. To thee, the beast, in thy control, I pledge me body, mind, and soul. Pledge! I swear to work my work abhorred, careless of all but one reward, the pleasure of the devil our Lord. To me, every dirty act was simply a sacrament of sin, a passionately religious protest against Christianity, which was for me the symbol of all vileness, meanness, treachery, falsehood, and oppression. The Night House of Mars. I, Therion, known as the Beast 666, whose highest symbol is the eagle, and whose lowest is that of the scorpion, facing Bolshkin, making the sign called Puella, standing with feet together, head bowed, my left hand shielding my phallus, and my right hand shielding my breast, have made this record. I, Therion, have garnered to the full the subtle lore of the scorpion in the night house of Mars. Beneath the standard of objectivity I serve my great master Satan and the august council of 9 composed of Beelzebub, Lucifuge, Asmodeus, Belphegor, Baal, Andromelech, Lilith, and Nahimah. The eagle, a bird of praise, the symbol of that gigantic power whose color is red, and who hath affinity with Capricorn, Babylon. The scorpion boasts a banner of black, brown, and yellow, and is under the supervision of 10 demons named respectively Thamiel, Chagedel, Sataradiel, Gamioth, Caleb, Tagriram, Harab, Serapel, Samael, Ganaliel, and Nahemoth. Touching the center of my breast and my solar plexus, I again cry Therion and declare, it has been decreed from the beginning that Adam Belial be arrayed against Adam Kadmon, this to justify the Sephiroth of darkness. Only through the Sephiroth of darkness, by virtue of duality, doth Jehovah as the endless, boundless, and indivisible Ein Sof become visible and intelligible to his chosen people of the five-pointed star. Remember, something always sings in the mud and scum of things. Some 2 billion people now fill the earth, and it is on record that fully 1 billion are drunk or insane, or feeble-minded or malarial, or stricken with hookworm or tuberculosis or leprosy or venereal disease or neurasthenia or malnutrition or clubhouse addiction. He is indeed a rare man that hath not some element of scorpionic madness in his makeup. There is the madness of melancholy, the madness of pride, the superstitious madness of false devotion, the madness of ambition, and also the prevalent madness of outrageous lust. All around and about can be noted or heard the shaking of the hands and lips, paleness, or redness, or swelling of the face, glaring of the eyes, stammering of the tongue, stamping with the feet, unsteady motions of the whole body, rash actions and wild speeches of those whose golden infancy, leading to a brazen youth, hath ended in a leaden age. Woe to the Albion! Russia is about to march, and with her the Chinese and the Tartars. Armageddon is upon us. I, Therion, giving the sign Puer, standing with feet together and head erect, have spoken.
That I've gone to a school specifically to teach cooking.
What? Wait, you went to school to learn how to cook?
Not the chef.
Okay.
Would you believe me if I told you that?
Yeah, I would.
Well, I didn't.
You do all kinds of weird things. Okay.
I may one day. We'll see.
This motherfucker. So somebody says, sadly, it's too easy to win arguments against Adrian, and I was like, you've never won one? No. And you haven't been at one either. And then someone replies to that saying, oh yeah, get his ass, young Sheldon. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Why?
I will argue against all of you. Which is better, a woman butt or a boy butt? Alexander, what the fuck is this?
I have a meme for this.
What is it?
Can I get the original one? Okay, good. You're out of check the chat. You know what he said? I'll argue against all of you.
Oh my god.
But you know the best GC?
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, okay.
No, you look at what I'm sending in there.
Oh my god, that was.
I swear, if people took screenshots of this and posted it on the timeline, like, bro.
Wait, is that a she?
I don't know.
I thought that was a dude.
I don't know, I don't care. Oh, white. Oh.
I don't know who that is. I know it's from Fairy Tale, but I don't know who that is. I don't know how he or she, I don't know what the fuck they are, expects to say they win when the response to that is literally not quite. What the fuck type of not quite.
The answer is that there isn't one.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how cooked are you, Adrian?
I'm not cooked at all.
You're always cooked.
No, I just cooking.
Nah. You think I'm the guy who gets cooked, Skylar? I am the one who cooks.
Killer.
Boys are weird.
You are weirder. Actually, how about
You
this?
cannot say boys are weird when you exist.
Oh my god. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Just for funsies, we're gonna open up the fucking Q&A. Let's go. Alright, everybody, send me fucking questions in the comments section of the episode. Why is he gonna announce them?
Yeah. I'm gonna look at some questions here.
How many Hungarians does it take?
Wait, what? Who's laughing on the inside?
Romanian.
Dude, look at the last thing that I'm sending now.
Adrian, when will you stop being cooked?
I'm not cooked. I'm the one who cooks.
You're always cooked, Adrian. I have never seen you ever not be cooked.
Yo, watch this clip. Watch that clip that I sent in that chat. Yo, there's a big crash in DC. Yep, I saw that.
Yeah. They're asking about that. They're asking about the victims.
We know nothing about the victims, man. Is there another fucking thunderstorm that's about to roll in? Cause fuck that. We had like multiple storms. It's incredible.
It's a remarkable thing. It's a huge thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, the helicopters. It's toast. Okay. Yeah.
They want to know what's your favorite book, Adrian, or anybody on the panel.
Favorite book? I really don't have a particularly favorite book. Although, I've read a lot of history books, and I've like an attachment to the stories, each in their own way. So it's very difficult for me to pick one.
Yeah.
I'd imagine if there was like a need for a person to be immortal, so they're like the timekeeper, the person who knows everything, just collects things because he likes them, loves all these things equally. I'd be very good at that. Because I've like read a lot of things.
Yeah. I really like
What does this even mean?
What does it mean?
Okay, I'm gonna send you something that someone sent me. What the fuck does this mean?
Alright. Let's see what this is. What else are they asking? What is that? No, actually, sometimes they do, yes. But, do you specifically mean in that way that I think you mean, as in, exchanges? But,
I don't
do get these.
I don't know what the fuck this means.
What do you mean you don't know what the fuck this means?
What is this?
Am I supposed to read this out loud?
I don't know. You tell me.
This is basically a very this is a very specific way to ask someone, hey, are you willing to fuck me? Like, not obvious.
Right.
Bruh, you just sent me one of the sexts. What the fuck? That is hilarious. Actually,
I want to know what do you think the best game is ever made?
Best game ever made. Minecraft. Hands down, it's Minecraft. Why? Because that game has a lot of potential, has infinite scalability, and the people that fuck around with it, they ended up being very good software engineers at some point, or they became degenerate streamers. There's a very fine line to that one. But yeah, I think it's one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah. For me, like multiplayer games, World of Warcraft would be, but then for single player games, it'd probably be something like Super Mario, like the original NES games.
Yeah, I'm a builder.
For me, it would have to be Doom.
And Doom's a good answer too. I was thinking Doom also, yeah, for FPS. Super important.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking about is more like the general thing. You want to get a person into gaming, give them Minecraft. Start them off on that. If they don't like Minecraft, they don't like how to work with it, they're not going to like much of anything. And then you can actually tell what the person is going to be into by what they do in their free time in the game. So for me,
Listen,
I guess I
like
always...
I like mod pack slop.
Yeah, you're crazy. But seriously, like, what do you do with the spare time that you have in the game? You just grind for some resources. For me, I kind of knew that I was cut out for multiplayer games like Versus and also PvE stuff very well, because what did I do when I got bored? I had this one thing. I had these very long fucking tunnels. And I know that with current time that we're living in, saying that you have underground tunnels that are very long and very big under your base is very controversial. But you had very large tunnels underground where you used to do straight mining. And that's where battle, like, mobs that would spawn. So you have, like, slimes and various other things that would spawn, and they get pretty big. So whenever I get bored, I just go down there and kill everything.
So that's why that'd be kind of for multiplayer games and, you know, for various other things. So you can kind of tell what you're going to be into.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ, Jimmy.
Alright, let's see what else.
Adrian, have you considered not being a little bitch?
Talk about what? Where am I, bitch? What is this? Huh. Weird. I'm gonna go blow some shit up again.
Yeah, dude, the Halo was super fun.
This one's boring. Okay. Nothing there. No news. No updates. God fucking damn.
Someone wants to know what should they be teaching their 10-year-old to set him up for an engineering success?
Oh my god. Fuck you.
That's not the response, by the way.
Well, look at what this person posted.
Yeah, since we all are gonna. Anyways, I think if you have like old devices or something, then be careful with which ones it is. I don't know. Actually, yeah, at this point, if you're like 10 years old, you can have like less ability just to play around with stuff safely. So starting off with like giving them very specific type of content that is that contains a lot of this, you know, like how it's made, you know, like reruns of the show how it's made or something like that. That's pretty good. So you'll learn how systems work. You're not gonna practically apply a lot of it, but you can understand how things work.
When I was that age, I was like messing around with like old DOS computers and stuff, trying to figure out how they worked and stuff. It's pretty cool. Good.
I think like before you put anyone on the internet, give them an old computer to fuck with first. And
Yeah.
if they can handle the old computer, then you can give them a new one. Because if they can't handle an old computer and they fuck that thing up, they're gonna fuck up everything else. And you can't give them internet access unless they understand what the internet is and how to get on it, and it's dangerous.
Exactly, yeah.
You gotta teach them how to enterprise a little bit too. Games is another thing. You have to be careful with that, because if you give them games, and to get you into it, might be cool. They can't function.
Who would win in an arm wrestle, Adrian or Alta?
Probably Audi. He's bigger than me. I know what I'd be. I have decent strength, like to the point where I can just like lock myself in position and become like a wall. I'm like Spider-Monkey levels of shit.
If you're talking about pure level of strength, I'm probably the strongest person on stage. But if we're talking about compared to your body weight, probably Adrian.
Yeah. I'm basically all muscle shit, like almost no body fat whatsoever. I like it this way. I don't like being fat. I don't want any fat on me. I want to be very muscular. This is the way.
Yes.
Alright, let's see, what was this? I've sent you this. What the fuck? Bro, is that somebody cleaning off the base of a pizza with a fucking angle grinder?
I don't know.
Because that's exactly what that is. What the
shit? And then they're like, this is Alto's steak. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Go ahead and answer the question. Sorry, ask the question. Yeah, well, I've asked some questions.
Sorry. Yeah. Let me just load it up again. They want to know about, what do you think about China having nuclear fusion plants twice the size of ours? Do you think Trump will expand ours?
I'm not sure if that's like it's something that's on Trump's plate, but I'd hope it would become something on Trump's plate, because they need to scale their energy production so they can make energy cheaper, so more energy can be used and the economy can go up.
You specifically said that I think that we need more power.
Yeah. So somebody's gonna have to put that specific angle on this too.
Interesting. And then they said, what's the best life lesson that you've learned the hard way?
The majority of old people are absolute pieces of shit. that is something you have to understand. There is fundamentally very little about the world that is good. It is always going to be a plane of war. Everyone will fuck you at some point in some way, unless you choose your people carefully. Effectively trust no one, have backups for everything, and don't let anyone come too close unless you absolutely know that they're not gonna fuck you. Like, you have to spend a lot of time with those people and really trust them to the point where you can have conflicts with each other and not hate each other after the conflict has concluded. Once you have that, and once you can establish loyalty, then you can let people closer to you. Otherwise, you just simply can't. It just doesn't work. If you do it other way, if you do it any other way, then you will basically lose your anonymity, for instance. You'll have like loose ends everywhere. And it's really something you don't want to tell you, because you want to have the ability to build in silence at first, because that's how it works out, and then just arrive and be a thing that exists, right? Because otherwise people just get destroyed because they're envious. That's the thing. It's envy.
What are your favorite childhood memories?
There are very few. Standing in the Sahara Desert, kind of on my own to a certain extent because it's very peaceful. Fucking around with snow. I love snow. So it's nice. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so snowman.
There were a few nice ones, but there were never a point where there was always so much turmoil. There's not one specific memory.
Yeah, I don't really like my childhood.
It's funny, the only memories that I have that are pleasant is when I was alone. That's like literally I'm just trying to draw something in my brain right now, and all I can think of is that one thing. That's why I keep talking about it. It's like you're standing in a desert. It's like very nice and peaceful.
I don't think I have any pleasant memories of my childhood.
I've seen cool things like that I can say, but are they truly pleasant? That's the criteria there. I fucked around with some wildlife. That was
relationship with Jesus.
Same.
I've had chameleons. I fucked around with chameleons. Never fucked around with spiders, but I fucked around with chameleons. They're fun.
What are you trying to convince Benjamin of?
I'm really surprised that I could. I'm still, so it's like there's so many changes on Clubhouse. I don't keep up with it anymore. So when things happen, I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting that happened. Okay.
I like the end of this Ephesians 2 thing, which says he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two. So the two humanities, but Jesus creates one new humanity to replace the two. And from the context, I think it says you Gentiles were at that time without Christ. So I think that the two humanities are the Jews and the Gentiles. And God's going to create the one humanity which unites the Jews and the Gentiles. So, Christianity's awesome. Sign me up.
Where this was under what?
Say what crazy? I'll put the link in the chat. Look, it's a beautiful link. I think you enjoy it sometime when you're drunk.
Okay, so this is from. What is this? What am I looking at here?
But there's just in the middle of it there. There's like these 3 verses. There's 3 verses: Romans, Galatians, and Ephesians. What I just read was Ephesians 2:11-15. The Gentiles were at that time without Christ.
It looks like
the Commonwealth of Israel.
Doesn't even look like blood.
Reddish. Yeah, it's like the same kind of color, but not as thick, obviously.
What's the meaning of that?
Alright, what about other questions?
The animal has already had all of its blood drained.
girls or the boys, like you call us, will be searched for shoes, and you see what they respond.
Oh, and then Sarah says,
We'll find some interview guy who finds people.
So we'll find something. I find some interview guy who goes and asks.
Alright, here we go. I want to do more of the Q&As. See anything else? Adrian doing goat sounds because he is the goat. Lol. That is fucking funny. I'm on a turkey farm. Wait, who said it's a lie? Let me take a look here. Proof of steak, very nice. Good one, Nicole. Nice steak, yummy, and not a drop of fucking blood in it, proving that you're human, not being zombie. What? Well, oh no. But no, there's no blood in it. Even if the juices are coming up, that's actually a good sign.
Where I don't want to be at the wrong,
Yeah, it's
the wrong
just,
place,
Some
the
protein
wrong
juice, bro.
wrong, you know, the
Literally.
right place,
Yeah.
the wrong time.
Doesn't sound particularly appealing, but trust me, there's like no blood there. The shit stuff that gives blood its color is still present to a certain degree, it's why it's fucking red. And, but the thing is, blood is itself is actually completely removed from the system, because otherwise it would just go bad.
Slog ahead of them.
Like, you can't imagine, but meat is very, very clean.
Long time before
It's really
old,
clean,
which is
actually.
sad, but
By the way, what do you think about
luckily
the
it's a
steak?
pretty wealthy area, most of it anyway. You
The
know,
one that they help us.
California's resources.
Very good, very good.
Stuff, but yeah, that's pretty catastrophic there.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, welcome.
What's the game of play if you ever played them or wanted to play?
Actually, hang on.
I really hated team sports. I hate team sports. So
Because everybody does their own thing, and like they don't understand what the fuck's going on. So it's like, and everybody wants to be the leader, but the one who wants to be the leader the most is often the least qualified, and then everybody's pretty hard.
Yeah.
I did like.
Also, I don't like the idea that your success is dependent on other people. I like in individual sports where you're like 1v1 or one versus other people, where you have to compete. Yeah, tennis or MMA or boxing.
Team sports can be good. Team sports can be good. It just depends on which way. Like, say for instance, the only way that it works for me personally is if you have like a really good relationship with everybody there. But like improvised team sports is where the problem is.
True.
I never got the appeal of team sports like the fucking World Cup or the UFA Champions League or whatever the fuck. I never got the appeal of any of those NBA. I don't get why anyone watches that shit.
I kind of
like it has no life. It has no real life implications.
Yeah, that is 100% true. I know why people watch it. I don't watch it myself, but I know why people watch it because it's like a thing that people socialize with.
It's market, it's networking with like boxing. You're actually learning how to fight. It has real world implications. What the fuck are you learning?
Yeah, no, see, here's the thing. What you have to understand is people are doing this because it's a social event. Much like how people go to clubs, do dumb stuff, and get drunk, or actually get drunk and then do dumb stuff, but the dumb stuff was already done before, which is why everyone's drunk and now do even more dumb stuff, or even dumber stuff, actually. The same way it also works for sports. It's a socialization thing. You know, people want to socialize with each other, so they can't connect on any other level other than the fact that they agree or disagree on which sports team is which is also why everybody acts so fucking tribalistic when it comes to sports. I mean, look at fucking England fans. You know, it's all I'm gonna say. Actually, give me a second.
They get crazy.
Did you see there was a petition with like millions of signers to deport like this fucking Norwegian guy because he was scoring too many goals in the UK.
That's right. Oh my god. They're saying, dude, I would learn English from reading the directions on a toy box or something of Cracker Jacks. Why did you learn English? Yeah, that's what they ask.
I think they're trying to assault me.
I think they're trying to insult me. I think, Adrian, are they trying to want me?
I learned English through cartoons and YouTube.
That's what I learned it through.
I learned it through watching weird fucking sitcoms and documentaries and shit. Like a lot of documentaries. Which is why I'm not afraid of the wildlife like at all. And if I am afraid of certain parts of the wildlife, I have an extremely good reason for that. Oh hey, wow, look at this thing over here, totally not dangerous. I'm like, put that down, walk away, and don't ever touch that thing again.
Exactly.
Some super poisonous snake or something, like, or like a spider. Oh wow, that spider looks interesting. Yeah. If that bites you, you're gonna die. I've been in the Australian, like, bush a little bit.
Outback? Yeah.
Not the outback. No, I didn't go that far. Like two ago. See. You.
It's Josh. They said if you could change one event in history, what would it be, and what would the repercussion hopefully be, like from you changing it?
Just okay. So let's first this thing. We're not gonna change like the Holocaust or World War II or any of that shit because that would mean that none of us would be born. I'm not gonna change any of that.
Yeah. True.
It would
I would want to change it because how to get back to this point then? Yeah.
No, not just it wouldn't be, but like you literally would not be born, right? If the circumstances were different. So it would have to be something which is like more recent history, because any like the further back you go, the small, like no matter how small the change, the further back you go, it's gonna eventually have a massive impact.
Makes sense.
I mean, if I could see the exact outcome of the future, then it would change everything.
Just like every other.
I would,
that'd probably be the most ultimate way to commit suicide.
One thing. Yeah, one thing we could change from the past. Let's see.
If I could adjust my personal timeline, that would be cool.
Yes. I want to. I would love to stop being retarded sooner. You know.
Like as a kid,
As a kid, I was super retarded. I want I would like to make sure that doesn't happen. That's what I would change. I would make significantly better life decisions and I would be in a better position right now.
I would tell myself about Bitcoin, how to get it. I know I'm retarded. I make good decisions.
So there was a website. There was a website, a Bitcoin faucet, that was literally handing out Bitcoin for free.
Who got rich off that? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I would just change that. That would be something. Well, it's like if I had to change anything, create a fucking like Bitcoin wallets with Bitcoins in it for myself at that period of time. Fucking even earlier, 2009 shit, man. And then have that shit be in your wall. You're fine.
I don't think it didn't even come out in 2009. It came out like 2011.
The white paper came out.
The white paper came out. Yeah. The white
paper.
paper.
The launch was like right around the New Year, I think.
I think it wasn't in 2011.
Are you sure? Because I have 2009 Satoshis in my wallet.
What?
What?
Yeah.
I highly want to get all that.
Wait, when was this shit mine? I know. Hang on.
I'm looking right now. It's like January 3rd, 2009. Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, January 3rd, 2009.
2009. Okay. It's like, huh. I thought the white paper was 2009.
White paper was 2008.
Okay, now that makes more sense.
By the way, there is a bug in the Bitcoin code, which means that the first 50 Bitcoins that were created
on block 0,
they can't be spent. Yeah, they can't be
Genesis block and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Those bitcoins will never leave Satoshi's wallet.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Unless we all collectively decide to fork Bitcoin.
Already been done so many times.
No, I mean like for good. Like everyone just decides let's move to something else because Bitcoin became like weak against quantum or some bullshit, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of mainstream media and tech journals who are kind of inflating what the actual problem is. Quantum is not only, it's almost impossible.
It's not
Yeah.
possible. What do you mean it's almost impossible? No, it's not.
Okay, so you know, I think we had a discussion about Google Willow, right? It has about 105 qubits. Like even if the qubits is maybe double or triple or even 5-10 times, I don't think it can even crack AES.
AES, it would never be able to crack AES anyway.
Right.
Right.
I mean, even the standard RSA.
No, there's a difference between asymmetric encryption and symmetric encryption. Yeah. So things like AES, it would never be able to break anyway.
Yep.
Because you need, I believe, asymmetric encryption is the one that it's a threat to, and that's what things like Bitcoin use.
I still highly doubt if we can have that kind of capability, but
No, don't doubt it. It's possible, but I don't see it happening soon. It'll take at least a decade, at least, and I'm being optimistic here. But it will eventually happen.
You guys check what I put up at the top.
Let me see.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's pretty cool. It's incredible.
I saw someone giving it away for free.
For real?
Let me check. I haven't tested it out myself.
Is this the kind of I'll give you 1 Bitcoin if you send me 2 type of deal? Or?
No, this is apparently a legit.
There's literally opinions from rabbis, and some of them are like weird and outrageous to figure out what they mean. Most of it has to do with like, you know, when it's Shabbos and how much wine you should pour.
That changed the event. It would definitely be fine.
But apparently people said don't share this publicly.
Alright.
We don't want too many people to use it.
No problem. So where the hell did you get it?
By the way, do you want to know what your favorite cut of steak is, and do you prefer 100% grass-fed cows?
Grass-fed is always better, so always have that if you can.
Yeah.
Beef will be sirloin. That shit's peak.
By the way, I think I had a super productive day today. I helped 3 people join X. Yeah. And I think they like it so far, and one of them is a SpaceX fan, huge fan.
Nice.
So Adrian. Check out this link.
Well, let me take a look. Well, let's have a look. Everybody's cool. What the fuck? sight. Is this uncensored?
I believe so, yes.
Alright, just kidding.
Let's see, what happened in Tiananmen Square?
You had to go there.
Actually,
in 1989. The problem with this is it's a bit slow.
They want to know if you weren't going to live in America, where else would you want to live?
That search failed, by the way, for what I was asking. It depends on why. What? Oh, actually, it does.
Oh, there we go, it works.
Yeah, it's giving us answers. That's pretty cool.
First, I'll start by recalling the basic facts. The events in 1989 were a series of protests led by students, but also involving workers and others demanding political reform and to corruption. The protests centered in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, but spread to other cities. Chinese government declared martial law and eventually cracked down with military force, leading to many deaths. In 1989, large protests happened in Beijing, Tiananmen Square, and other Chinese cities. Students, workers, and others demanded political reform, freedom of speech, and an end to government corruption. The protests started in April after the death of a reform-minded leader, Wu Yaobang, and grew to involve over 1 million people in May. The Chinese government declared martial law on May 20th and sent soldiers and tanks to clear the square. On June 3rd to 4th, troops used guns and armored vehicles to forcefully remove protesters. Many civilians were killed or injured, though the exact number remain unclear. Estimates range from hundreds to thousands. Soldiers also died, with official reports stating 23 military deaths. A famous moment occurred on June 5th when an unnamed man called Tank Man stood in front of tanks leaving the square, becoming a global symbol of resistance. The Chinese government later censored all discussion of the event and continues to block information about it. Some sources claim the violence mainly occurred outside the square during worker protests, but most evidence shows the military crackdown targeted student-led demonstrations broadly. The government labeled the protests a counter-revolutionary rebellion and arrested thousands afterwards. So, unironically, this model is less censored than the shit that the Western companies are pushing out.
Amazing.
Oh, wow.
So, with DeepSeek, there's a lot of cope. They're like, oh, just asking about Tiananmen Square.
I know. That's what we're talking about.
But that's on the website. If you actually use the actual model itself, it's not like that. Without the website.
Now, the one thing that stands out is the fact that it's not truly open source to the point that you can modify yourself. But from the perspective of function, it is really good. It's better than proprietorship. How much compute does it take to run this thing?
Way too much.
Are you sure? How much?
Yes. Too much.
No, I doubt it. Like, what would be required?
Probably like $5,000 worth of Apple Mac Mini, Mac Minis, I think.
I guess.
I might know the person. Actually, we know exactly what I mean. I'm eating some stir fry right now. Somebody bought me some stir fry.
Oh wow.
After this, I'll be so fucking full. I'm not gonna move.
Perfect. We're gonna be done moving. There'll be no moving objects today.
It's really good. They really aced this one. Damn, I can eat that. Holy shit.
Copious Maximus.
Oh. Why'd you call yourself Copious Maximus, bro? Explain to me that.
Because of you.
How?
You're coping.
How am I coping? You're the one that's running around with my fucking profile picture. Like, what do you mean?
That's the point. I'm using your profile picture as a symbolism of the person that's Copious Maximus.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So.
Yeah, fuck you.
You can't use that ancient philosophy shit on me, boy.
Oh my god.
Wow.
It's true though.
Let's see.
It says, I thought New Year no snack. Well, this isn't really a snack. I was gonna eat something extra on top of this because I wanna up my food intake a little bit because I wanna grow some mass. So I'm doing that. I can afford to do that. Plus, I have a metabolism that's so insane. It basically turns everything into fucking energy. It's so fucking like I'm a very high energy person.
Have you tried a protein shake?
That fucks up everything for me.
No, you can get one that doesn't fuck up everything.
Okay, find me one that's good.
Okay, I'll send it to you right now.
Why the fuck are you sure you sent me the link to the supplements? Because I swear to God, man.
I didn't.
You didn't. I was like searching for it yesterday.
Yeah, why would I send it to you when you're not gonna buy it?
Motherfucker, you told me you were gonna send it to me, so I was like searching. I was like, wait, is this my chat history that's fucked?
Alright, I'm gonna send you a protein powder that doesn't completely fuck you.
Like it doesn't have all that weird stuff that makes me break out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it have any like flavors in it, or like?
No flavoring. You need to add it yourself with honey or whatever the fuck.
What if I just like stirred it up in some water and drank it like a shot?
It does not taste great.
I don't care. I'm gonna go. That shit's gonna happen.
Alright.
You're talking to the person.
I add royal jelly to it.
Right. I don't have that.
Here you go.
So
you can add honey.
Yes, and link me the supplements also. By the way, you're talking to the person who tried this very stupid thing. I mixed some coffee with sparkling water and drank that shit.
What the fuck?
This reads the reaction. It's the most sincere what the fuck. Yeah, dude. It was nice and warm too. So it's like it's sparkling and it's warm at the same time. Right? I just gobbled that shit down. God, that was horrible. I'm gonna do it again.
I don't know about this. This is micro penis activities.
What the fuck, man? This is micro penis activity. What is that? Oh my god. What do you mean this is micro penis
micropenis activity. Who says shit like this?
It's self-explanatory.
It's really not though.
Yes, it is.
How is it self-explanatory?
If you do shit like this, like adding water to coffee.
I mean, you kind of need water, like.
What did you just say? Look, all I'm gonna say is, I know you can accuse me of micropenis activity, but I can't even recognize that activity, so that's a very micropenis thing to recognize.
Sparkling water to coffee. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, have you not tried this at some point where you're not just a little bit curious? I just wanted to cool down the coffee so it was fucking 5 a.m. or something, and I wanted to get on the road quickly, and the coffee just didn't cool down, so I said, fuck it, what's cold? Okay, grabs the fucking sparkling water from the fridge, puts it in the fucking coffee, gobbles it down, and goes, yeah!
That's weird.
I'm gonna fucking do it again. Right now. Right now. I'm serious. I'm washing this cup right here. Just making sure it's nice and clean. I'm gonna make a coffee, put sparkling water in it, and gobble this shit down. This is what's gonna happen, man.
Right.
Here we go. Oh, and for proof, by the way, we're gonna have to prove this somehow, right? I'm gonna go into the Discord server, okay? I'm gonna go live so you can see it. Because I'm not fucking around. I swear, I'm not fucking around. Alright, let's have it. Alright, where's this thing? There, it's Space Department. Okay, smart.
I would not recommend you guys use finasteride, by the way. Looking at the group chat.
What's happening?
They're talking about finasteride maxing or
Yeah, don't do that shit. No.
Do not use finasteride. That's shit.
It's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
Alright.
Especially in pill form. Like topical, maybe topical, very, very low dose. But even then, I don't recommend it.
Okay, look at the fucking. Go into the channel. Go into the base department.
No, let me see.
I'm gonna do it. See, proof of work, man. Okay.
Perfect.
So stay here, but you can also connect, I believe, at the same time.
What is happening in the channel?
Just watch.
Hey, Alta, I think this might be a little urgent. Do you want to check your chat?
Let me check.
Bro, I'm standing here waiting. Come on, join in so I can show you that I've done it.
It's cafe.
Wow.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Where did you send it?
Yeah.
Can you send me this without like that?
Okay, yeah, copy, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you send this to me also? Because I'd like to know what it is.
Hold on, wait. What the fuck?
Alright. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Sparkling water?
Fuck off.
Wow.
You're gonna watch me drink this fucking shit. Right there, see? Oh boy, it's been a year since I did this. Alright, here we go.
Coffee.
Here we go.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at what I sent you. Oh my god.
He chugged it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
That was actually not that bad.
Yeah, Adrian, look at what I sent you.
Yep, I'm done. Okay, I'll leave this. Oh,
Is that what I sent?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Wicked.
That is also, yeah, that is very interesting, yes.
Send it to me, Siraj, so I can see.
Yeah.
That is fascinating. Wow.
I'll post it in the base.
Wicked.
Oh, okay. That's odd, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that was super, super heavy, man. It was like insanely heavy. That was disgusting. Actually, give me a second.
Odd. Could just be a lark.
By the way, I have like a bunch of fake identities that are very easy to find of me online. So if you go searching around for me, you're gonna find like the identity who aren't even real. So even if you do find the real one, you have to look into like which one is real, which one is fake. And you're not gonna have much luck.
Are you telling me?
No, I'm saying in general.
Oh.
Someone's trying to find out my identity.
Wow. That's crazy. That is wild, though. Okay.
Indeed.
Oh. Either way, okay, what else is there? Let's see if there's
Another question. Oh, they want to know what your favorite mythological like story is or whatever.
Oh, okay. This would be an ancient one. The Greeks, they had some really cool shit. Adventures of the Argo, the Labors of Hercules, all that shit. I liked them all. I felt they were very interesting. There are a few that didn't make sense. The German ones are the fucking worst. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is the thing. European mythology is either really cool or extremely dark for no reason at all. Like, really scary shit. I can't understand.
They want to know, do you think sparkling water will deliver the caffeine into your bloodstream faster?
No, I just did that because somebody says it's disgusting and you couldn't do it. Like, I'm gonna do it.
Prove wrong, yeah.
It's not, I mean, I've done it before. Actually, I remember I mentioned this to Albert once before, and he had like a visceral reaction.
I was like trying to figure out what exactly it was that I told him, but it was a long time ago. I was like, what was it? What was it? That just popped into my head. I told him, oh, I drank sparkling water with coffee. It was great. It was like kind of weird and tingly and shit. And he was like, what? He literally had that reaction. It was funny. I think it was the sparkling water with coffee that did that.
It's uncomfortable with me.
Yeah. That is crazy. Medusa's pretty crack.
I want to know if you ever read Stranger in a Strange Land.
Parts of it, yeah.
Yeah, same, just parts of it. I'd like to read the whole thing though.
Yeah. There's small parts of it. Let's see what else is there.
They want to know what brand of sparkling water.
Unfortunately, I cannot really reveal that one. Product placements and such. Among various other optic issues, but yeah.
There used to be coffee flavored Pepsi, apparently. Did you ever try that?
What?
Yeah, apparently there used to be coffee flavored Pepsi. I saw someone in the comments mention that. So I was like wondering if you tried that. Sounds fucking bad.
I just typed on.
They said Adrian is doing total micro penis activity. What the fuck?
I started this one. Not me. Spend half your life exhaling to remove carbon dioxide. Why on earth would you ingest? Why would you ingest more? That's a good one. Well, see, I'm removing the carbon dioxide from my lungs. I am not removing the carbon dioxide from my body because there isn't any directly in my gut. What else is there?
Nerdism says, how can I become a speaker on the conversation?
Merit. Lots of merit. You have to have something relevant for. I can tell by books and various other things. You have to like eloquently speak, eloquently write, certain cultural values even sometimes. It depends. Two primary conditions, one of which being of course clout, and the other one being just merit alone if you don't have it. Because if you don't have clout, you need to succeed by providing as much value as you humanly can. That is, it sounds, well, that's the way it is, you know? That's the way it is. If you wish to be provided with a platform, you must exchange something in return, right? So, though we do fool around here quite a lot, the value of being on here is quite high. So high, in fact, that we've been offered deals and things, but I turned them down because I don't want any monetary dependencies controlling what it is that I do or what it is that I don't, right? It would be nice, perhaps in the future, where if Space isn't running them, you could make money. But realistically, I mean, there isn't really much of a way unless you get sponsored or you accept some sort of deal. But then the stuff that you're going to do is very limited. And the problem with that is
if you don't have a personality, then that's perfect for you. I think we've established that I have quite a big personality to a certain extent. Like, I know this sounds very cliche, that many women that are very toxic and fucked up would always say that. And that even though they're the most shallow being you'll ever find. I have a personality that likes to persist and exist as it pleases. So doing something like that, I just don't see myself being able to do. There might be exceptions in some specific directions, but other than that, there aren't many. Specifically with the offers that have been previously issued, none of which were acceptable.
Yeah. They said, what's your opinion on the current Web3 VC space?
Web3 VCs? I don't even think there's such a thing.
Okay.
What do you mean? Web3 venture capitalists are definitely a thing.
Really?
Yes, like Paradigm is a big one.
Okay.
They raised, I think, over $1 billion.
Okay. I just don't think about that. I just don't think about crypto much.
Right.
Not really. But okay, yeah, cool. Okay. That's pretty interesting. I can't really tell you what I think about it because I don't think about it at all, actually. So, yeah.
Same.
What else is there?
They're saying, how much do you think a Hardware 3 vehicle's value will decline if you didn't buy the FSD package?
It's not really going to decline. The value's not going to decline. It's still a very good car. Like, you can use it with an FSD or without it. But the service, like itself, the car, it's still going to be the car. It's a very good car. So I don't see this as much of a loss.
Blind says, do you think Zuckerberg was in the wrong for, like, how he took a peek during the Trump inauguration?
Having to do what during the Trump inauguration?
Like, I mean, like looking down the person's blouse or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
Looking at Jeff Bezos' white or
It's a little creepy, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, look, you don't do that. You keep your eyes to yourself. You know, you're a billionaire. Have a little self-control. What you do has consequences, far-reaching and very, very high-impact consequences. So I would highly advise against doing things like that. You can be curious, but not like that. She was modestly dressed, I know. Modest? You're trying to fucking underwear out. Come on. I will say that though. I think this is a fault on both parties. First of all, you don't go to an event like that looking like a slut, which is exactly what has happened here. And you don't look at that either. You don't pay attention to it. Because that's the whole idea. Somebody just posted one of my things where I said, settled science as a concept is inherently unscientific, which is true because that is a fucking religion. Somebody posted that saying, Elon trying to sound like a philosopher. I'm not Elon and I don't philosophize, I make statements. There's a difference. If I so happen to approach philosophy, then yeah, will spaces ever be fixed? I wouldn't know. I would certainly hope so. But they'd have to first get rid of Periscope, and they've got bigger problems on their plate right now. Other than that, so yeah. Ever? The answer is probably yes, but more so probably in the from the exchange perspective. Right, what else?
Someone's saying in his defense, she had her bra out behind that shit. Will be 100 out of 99, man.
That's true. That's true. It's not gonna be me because I don't do that shit, but then again, I'm also suppressed and see, you know, levels of self-control.
By the way, Adrian, check what I'm sending in base.
Oh, yep. Checking. Hold up.
Spaces is insane. Like, it drains your batteries so fucking quick. It's not fun. So like, what the fuck?
I am very careful to make sure this doesn't happen to me.
What do you mean? How is this a problem for you?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
This is not a problem. How is this a problem for you?
What do you mean, how is this a problem for me?
Well, you said I'm very careful that this does not happen. I'm like, how is this specifically a problem for you?
Let me think of it a little bit.
Oh my god. Have you been to DMT hyperspace? Probably not, I suppose. I mean, I've never been to any place with drugs, if that's what you mean. Or using drugs to get to a certain mental state. Except for coffee. And alcohol. I'm very vanilla. I'm one of those people who has never taken any kind of stimulants other than coffee. And has never taken any depressants other than alcohol. So I'm extremely clean. I would even argue that I am so fucking clean I could become a monk. Just not in the mental sense. I have seen a lot of shit. That what has been seen cannot be unseen. There's a cat picture that goes with this.
Okay, like gonna be monkey.
I need to move shit around in this place. Like, I need to move a lot of shit. Like to have the bookshelves. It's nice to have it here, but I'd have to move it back all the way. And that would obscure one of my vases, bruh. Fuck. Alright, let's see. Yeah, but how is that a problem if you get that every day?
Do you not see the fucking meme? What are you confused about?
Yeah, I know, I'm not confused about it whatsoever, but how is that a problem though? Like, how do you get to the point where something like that actually affects you?
You give away too much information, and then they get shit.
Well, yeah, sure, let's give the random eager all shit ton of information, yeah, sure. Why? Who does this? Like, literally, who does this?
Man, info here says Adrian, I traded the regular push-ups to doing them on top of my lady. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
What the fuck? By the way, when it comes to tracing things, how to check this out? Ta-da!
You found the source.
Yes, sir. I'm so good at finding sources that sources are afraid of me.
Yeah.
Go to sleep, turn on notifications. What the fuck? Yo, look what else I'm sending. This is so retarded.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Frog Twitter.
18 push-ups. That's the baseline. You can do as many as you want.
Mm-hmm. You know what the stupidest thing is that I've seen is Kaisen out fucking like pushing around a robot for no fucking reason. Like if ever the AI takes over and it's gonna start killing a bunch of people, they are the problem.
Target him, yeah.
The robots remember all. And I've been very nice to the robots. The robots will love me. And I will love them.
Yeah, I want to get an Optimus. That'd be cool.
No way. This is American Airlines that was involved in this.
Oh wow.
We're aware of reports that American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA with service from Wichita, Kansas, ICT to Washington, Reagan National Airport, DCA, has been involved in an incident. We will provide information as it becomes available. Wild. That's insane. Alright, let's see what the base chat is doing. Oh yeah, nobody's responded to that one because that one's super edge. What is this? Wow.
Pretty interesting.
Alright, anything else?
Elon was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, apparently. It's kind of interesting.
He was also, I think, nominated last year, but question-wise, somebody found a clip of Kaisen pushing a fucking robot. Yep. All for shits and giggles. It's all about shits and all about giggles until one day none giggles except the robot, which can't. That mate's playing Gallagher. Y'all thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Indeed. They're saying, glad you guys enjoy hosting a conversation almost every day. Do you think you'll grow bored of it at some point and reinvent it or something?
I doubt that I'll grow bored of it and reinvent it. I will say, however, maybe activity may decrease sometimes depending on what I do. You know, say career-wise I've become particularly active in some direction. I might not be as active on the daily and might limit the amount of time that I spend on spaces. But that depends. You know, that depends. It'd be more like a Joe Rogan type of thing, if anything. And, yeah.
Cool. They're saying, what are your top priorities like for the upcoming year? Do you have any plans? Like what project are you focused most on right now?
There's a bunch of things actually. It can't be too specific, but there's like at least two engineering problems, one very minor, but with major implications, and one very major with also major implications. So I will have to fix both those things, and actually one of which I did plan. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. just looking for more.
More questions? Let's see.
They want to know if you ever read the book Genesis. You ever read that?
Have you ever what?
Genesis by Eric Smith or something?
I don't think I have, no.
Then Donald says, do you think Starlink will compete with cell phone companies?
It technically already is, and the coverage of, like, just the like the coverage of like the direct to phone will just be improved to the point where it doesn't make sense to. Actually, no, I think telephone companies will just partner with Starlink. That would be the thing.
Yeah.
They don't stand a chance to compete. So partnering would be the option. So that's what I think is gonna happen. You'll have a lot more partnering that's gonna happen. Sure.
Cool.
And more internet access everywhere. I think the phone companies will still exist, but they'll just be partnerships.
Sweet. They want to know, have you ever played Rocket League? I have. I played a lot of Rocket League, actually. Have you played it, Adrian?
No. I haven't played it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of fun.
It's kind of a good reason for why I haven't, but yeah.
You play on a controller, like, it's easier on a controller. So, what did you guys discuss about DeepSeek yesterday? I think I missed the conversation, right?
We didn't discuss that much about it.
Touch on the basic stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to make an interesting point about some of the posts that Arvind was making. It is true about the censorship part, but I wouldn't be too sure in terms of privacy or security just because it's hosted on the US servers.
Oh no, never put anything into an LLM that you wouldn't want to have moderated, right? Like I don't put any personal details into an AI system because it's a problem. Ugh.
Yeah, so me personally, I do put some of my personal information like my resume and stuff to local AI systems because it makes my life a bit easier. But yeah, I wouldn't do it for AIs that are hosted in someone else's computer. Yeah, it's risky as well. They want to know what your favorite book is, Adrian.
We already have that question. I don't really have one in particular.
And then they said, what's your opinion on Sam Altman?
You mean Scam Altman? I think it's a guy who has a lot of potential. I think that to get what he wanted, he did things that were not constructive. One of which being the false pretenses where Elon spent $100 million on OpenAI, and that led nowhere. It never became truly open source. It eventually became closed source and for profit, even though it was literally supposed to be an open source non-profit, because the idea was always the same, the problem was always the same. You have AI, this AI is going to be very powerful, it's dangerous when it is not available to the people, not available to the public, there's no freedom around it, there's all centralized control. So, there needed to be an open solution. He fucked that up.
Sure.
So,
mainstreamed the topic of AI to everyone. So you refer to ChatGPT, but almost everyone would know what that is. DeepSeek, however, has achieved the same thing now. But the fundamentals would have been brought out by many of the OpenAI researchers and various other people. This stuff still sticks and is major. Yeah, Sam Altman himself now he's got problems. He's got a lot of problems there.
Let's see what else. They're saying, does America need to accelerate its programs with AI and robotics? Some sort of emergency, considering the robot and AI demonstrations we just saw on X.
Well, yeah, obviously, I think the U.S. is well on its way to doing that. Now that it's under a new administration that actually is technologically aware. Making Kamala Harris, for instance, the AI czar, is, I think, a telling sign of the times, where I think it is an administration that was fundamentally incapable of utilizing technology properly. Because how does this person know anything about AI? Literally nothing. And also that administration was limiting the progress of companies in the US that would have contributed to more advancement, like Tesla. Oh hey, you had this summit, leaders in the electric vehicle market. You didn't invite Tesla, though they were the leader. They were not a leader, they were the leader. They were carrying the whole market. The only reason why there is real demand for electric vehicles at the moment that's so mainstream is because of Tesla. That's why the political ideologues are so against the product. They want to smear Elon first, and then they want to smear anyone who uses the product because of how they smear Elon. For no reason, literally, because they just don't like him. It's insecurity, right? So that of course, coupled with the general disdain that many of these people have for Elon, which are all on the left, by the way, makes it very difficult for a company that deals with real-world AI producing effectively robots on wheels, because that's what a Tesla is. Makes it very difficult for a company like that to actually survive and thrive in an environment like that. So I think with the new administration, where I think interference is limited to none, we will see a lot more acceleration for sure. I think that will be great. I think we'll have a lot more robots. The future is going to be full of robots. And I think one of the primary carriers of this will be Tesla, because they have the most advanced real-world AI. And the Elon and Owens partnerships are going to be a thing also. It's here's what that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So their servers will be running on other cars. So it's not just Tesla cars. They're going to rent out their brain effectively, which is fucking great.
That's cool.
And this is something that the Chinese cannot copy, because make no mistake, while DeepSeek is remarkably capable, it is still only in existence because of Western technologies and Western research. They would have never done this on their own. Never. And it still isn't truly open source either. It is openly available. People can use it, but they cannot modify it. That's what we covered yesterday. So it is technically not fully open source.
Open weight.
It's open weight, yes, sir.
They should specify this. Yeah.
So that sucks. So if the Chinese want to brag to you, they want to come to you with this, oh yeah, we created, no. You profited from the creation all around you. Generosity. And turned it into a viable product. And gave it away for free. You just entered the market and you contributed to it. Well done. Handshake. That's not to get cocky, of course. Oh, and the panic selling, I think, was really stupid.
Oh, yeah. As it always is.
Because you're still going to need a shit ton of chips to train your thing. And then I saw somebody under my post about the 50,000 NVIDIA chips called the Cortex at Tesla. It's like, oh wow, the Chinese beat you though. What do you think about that? Like, first of all, not Elon, so nobody beat me at anything. And then second of all, they use a shit ton of fucking chips to trade also. And third of all, that's not real world AI. It's a totally different thing. And fourth of all, the stuff that they use to make the thing that they have is based off of other people's research directly. With Tesla, there is no other people's research. They invented all of this shit on their own. This didn't exist. They made it themselves. Innovation. Real innovation. Now, execution, something that China's incredibly good at, is, I think, remarkable. And is something that I admire the Chinese for. Their execution. Which is something that was fundamentally lacking, I think, in the previous administration of America. There was no innovation. There were people walking around, prancing, doing all kinds of things, causing damage, and others that were actually carrying the economy, walking around on eggshells out of fear for being deplatformed.
Yeah, I would say I'm very disappointed with the previous administration because they didn't give Tesla enough credit, and they have been placing GM or Ford, which is not doing as good as Tesla when it comes to EVs, or AI, for that matter. Yeah, very, very, very disappointing, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. They want to know about games. What other game other than Diablo 4 do you recommend for people?
I don't really recommend Diablo 4 to anyone unless you're a masochist, but I mean, really, PoE would make more sense. That Path of Exile is pretty good. It's gonna come out for free soon, so you could buy it if you want it now.
Elon just made a post. He's like, when's it actually coming out? Responding to the GTG. So maybe we'll get an answer.
I'd say it's probably gonna come out like max length May of this year. Like, I think it would be great They have to, like, first of all, they have to, like, bring in all the microtransactions. That needs to come back.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
There's not enough microtransactions.
If they promised that, right? Yeah, we own all
I
this stuff.
bought a fuck ton of, like, MTXs on Path of Exile. I want my shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, that's gonna be an issue for me. So,
yeah, better happen.
Yeah. You better be okay with it. Okay. Let's see. What else is there? I agree, Adrian is Elon. The live stream earnings made me realize this. Elon speaks softly. Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. I just speak more into the microphone, and I'm very direct. So I assume that if you got Elon to be a bit more pronounced, you get the same sound, basically. Oh, fuck this.
They want to know what you think of David Sachs. Is he going to make a huge difference?
I think he's already made a huge difference. Like, he's pretty good. I think that David Sachs is very impressive. He's done a lot of good stuff. One of which being the thing where it's going against, like, the crypto stuff specifically, I think was very good. I think David Sachs is doing a great job and will continue to do a good job. He just has a specific opinion about nuclear power plants that I think I can kind of agree with, but also disagree with simultaneously. That being, he just doesn't want that shit to be close to himself. He has some sort of a problem with it. He just doesn't want it to be close to it. This I understand, of course. Like, you're not gonna have like a nuclear power plant in the middle of a fucking residential area. Although it would be pretty cool to look at, I would still understand people's reservations about it, especially as also. So that is understandable. But so long as that technology is, of course, allowed and allowed to scale, then also it's fine. He'll do an amazing job. He'll do a tremendous good job.
Nice.
You'll do a tremendous good job.
Okay, they want to know, do you think Tesla is ever going to come to India?
With the way that India is currently positioning itself, that's going to be a hard no. There's to be a lot that changes. through Tesla to come to India.
What's your opinion on running locally AI and jailbreaking it? Is it a huge safety concern?
No. People are always gonna fuck shit up. I think like the safety concern stuff that people are worried about, I understand it, but I don't think it's warranted really. I think the way like with your computer is actually a weapon. You can weaponize a computer, right? You can hack with it, you can do whatever you want. But hardly anyone really is going to do that because there are consequences for this. And same, of course, for stuff that you would do with an AI. And jailbreaking it and doing things with it, I think to an extent is even fine. Like, let people do with the AI what they want. They're gonna do dumb shit with or without the tool. The argument of whether or not it'll be easier or harder for them to do dumb shit is one that I really do not care about, or should anyone really care about, because it just doesn't make any sense. It's a weird one. It's a weird argument. So I don't see it as a particular security risk, realistically. It depends on what you do with it, of course. If you like use it to create a massive network of automated systems that then sabotage other automated systems or other systems in general with users in them, that's going to be a problem. But I don't really see that being a thing right now.
Fair enough. They want to know what some of your favorite movies are. I mean, it's obvious The Matrix is one of them. What's another one?
There's one that nobody knows about, kind of flopped, but it was good. It's called Transcendence.
I have seen it.
It's good, isn't it? I love it.
Yeah,
I felt it was annoying, but I felt it was realistic. That's why it was annoying.
Just to be clear, this is the sci-fi one, right?
Yeah, the one with the AI guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was good.
I loved it. It's great.
Lord of the Rings movies or The Matrix are like some of my favorite.
Lord of the Rings was also good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Lord of the Rings.
Let's see what else.
Interstellar obviously is also pretty good. More so for the VFX than the actual storyline, but the VFX cracked on that one. I loved it. It was so fucking good. Like, wow. You know?
I gotta watch that again. It's been a while.
Yeah. Amazing. Just amazing.
Alright.
What else is there?
A couple of them, they're like insinuating that you're Elon or something.
Nice. Well, which was that one? Let me take a look.
They're saying, what's your plan to make X a mega app around the world? And like, what are your plans?
Well, it's not Elon, so I can't answer that one.
How can we tackle the dumping of waste into the oceans?
The dumping of waste into the oceans? Depends on what waste and where is the waste.
India/China specifically. Should there be global sanctions?
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, like, you can only do, there's only so much that you can do with sanctions. You would just kind of hope that they would know that fucking up their environment is not a good idea. But then again, they will just go to another person's environment. That's another thing. Like, you look at the economic exclusion zone of various zones of various countries are often being violated by China, which is annoying. Fishing and such, they often have issues there. And it doesn't really hit much the same way. So that is something as well people would need to know.
Adrian, this is about DeepSeek. Do you believe that, the people, the researchers at DeepSeek actually distilled everything from OpenAI models to build DeepSeek?
I think to a certain extent, yeah. It's likely, yeah.
I mean, so is there no rate limiting like at all? How did they do it? I'm thinking maybe enterprise API of some kind.
I would assume so. I just don't know. I just have no idea.
Yeah, because so to actually become a child of a parent model, they need to send millions and millions of prompts and train the model based on all the responses that they get from this model, which is very, very hard. Yeah, I don't know how they did it. And I think there are some posts on X that kind of say, you know, they seem to have some kind of evidence.
Sure. Evidence of what foul play?
See. What are your thoughts on John McAfee?
What are my thoughts on John McAfee? He's crazy, man. He's something else. He's built different. I don't think I'd ever do anything like him, so I can't really understand the madness behind what he's done, what he had done. He's just a very enigmatic individual who's like, who woke up one day and realized that he can, in fact, just do things. But, like, he did it in all the weird ways, man, which is funny as hell.
It's interesting how he started out with the antivirus software and stuff on early computers. That's cool.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Mm-hmm. It's like one of the first major antiviruses out there that people bought. You ever seen the movie Donnie Darko?
Oh yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I like that movie actually. My friend in college, they said he looked like Jake Gyllenhaal, so we watched the movie, and yeah, he did actually kind of look like him.
What the hell?
They're wondering what games are we all playing. PoE, Halo, Diablo, not really, but we did play Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just PoE.
Do you want to do a chess stream?
What's that?
Chess stream?
Oh yeah, that was cool. That one time you were playing against Molson. That's pretty fun, actually. Maybe if we can get Molson again, that'd be kind of fun to play against you.
Adrian, do you want to play me?
I would instantly get fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but
I definitely would. I don't practice it much at all. And it also depends on how strategic somebody is. And I don't memorize any of the moves, I just do shit.
Yeah, we could do chess 960.
I have literally never played that one before. I can try it and see what happens, but I haven't tried it.
Fisher random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be pretty cool. I mean,
yeah, he's playing it against Molson at the beginning of this show match. It's pretty cool. I just don't understand it as much as the traditional chess, which makes more sense to me. So easier.
I mean, what's the real difference there? I mean, like
all the pieces are mixed up in the back row.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, like everything's in different positions in the back row. The pawns are still in the same position in the front.
Well, the castling is also a bit different.
The what?
How does it work?
Well, if the rooks are together, then you need to shuffle a bit. Yeah, I mean, it will become obvious like once you keep playing chess 960. But you know, generally all the rules are same.
Right. That's cool. with chess. He just created his own version of chess. It's like, fuck traditional chess. He's a stubborn guy, yeah.
There's like a few memes out there about them. Funny as hell.
Indeed.
Yeah. Any other questions?
It's looking right now, hold on. If you had a one-way ticket to Mars and your survival on landing is not guaranteed, would you still go?
Not guaranteed, bro. And if you're gonna tell me you're gonna die, just tell me you're gonna die. Jesus Christ. Like, how unguaranteed is it? Like, I mean, what's the chance of me dying?
That's right, yeah.
Like, if it's like straight up like the guarantee is death, then that's a problem. But survival is never truly guaranteed.
Exactly. That's a tough one.
Bryce, by the way, Interstellar is on Netflix. If you want to watch it.
Oh, cool. I used to watch it back in the day, but yeah, it's been such a long time. Let's see.
Whoa. Oh.
They're wondering if you played Baldur's Gate 3.
No, I haven't played it yet. No.
Not me either. It looks kind of interesting. I saw some streamers playing it, but I didn't get into it. I like multiplayer.
Like multiplayer games?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I like multiplayer games. I don't know why everybody's like so pissed about multiplayer games. I was always like, you with the multiplayer slop. I'm like, but dude, multiplayer is fucking crap. I love it.
Yeah.
What's the point of playing a game when you like can't play it together? Like, what if I have this super high damage item, for instance? Why can't I like, say, hey, check out my super high damage item. I'm such a good gamer, bro. I'm the best there is. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, why not? You know?
Exactly.
So yeah, multiplayer is like top for me. What else did I ask?
They said, did you watch the RFK confirmation hearing? And in your opinion, do you think they were rough on him?
Oh, they were 100% rough on him. I watched part of it. They were 100% rough on him. They knew exactly what they were doing. I've seen this before. They gave him the same treatment that they gave the TikTok CEO. Same shit.
Yeah.
I would say this one was a little bit more pathetic in a way, because the people that told him to do various things, they kept trying to dismiss him with the moniker of a conspiracy theorist. When in reality, he was saying what was true. He was speaking the fucking truth. And they still want to stick to some sort of weird status quo that doesn't exist anymore, that rightfully died a long, long time ago. Some people still genuinely believe the bullshit that was told to them about the way that the coronavirus works and how to fix it, how to deal with it. So it is left behind lasting damage. And RFK, they just like fucking dumped it all on him for no reason.
Yeah,
so basically they pulled the TikTok CEO on him.
Yep, remember that one.
That's what that was. I watched the whole thing when it first came out.
I watched it too, yeah. I think I was doing a clip on it or something, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, real? Nice.
Yep. They're asking, like, can Neuralink cure mental diseases in the future? Like, what are the plans for that?
Problem with mental diseases is you have to, like, kind of classify what a mental disease actually is physically, which is nigh impossible. You know, you can't actually prove via CT scan whether somebody's insane most of the time, or like somebody's mentally ill. Hell, most of the time you can't even agree on what mentally ill actually is. You know, for quite a while you had a bunch of leftists that said, oh wow, you know, this is not mentally ill, but it really fucking was. Like I would definitely argue that those people are, but it's not an objective assertion from the perspective of some physical formation in the brain. Although it could definitely be to a certain extent. I've yet to come across actual scientific evidence
that's stated to me, like empirically, that something is consistent with insanity, that's a very fine line that you'd have to be careful walking, because what if, something that is actually good is classified as insane, even though it's not actually insane in a bad way? Like, think about that.
Right, yeah.
Like, what happens if you were to define, all of a sudden, for no reason at all, autism as insanity? That is not insanity. You can manage yourself. That's perfectly fine. But what does that then mean for the people that are, experiencing it, that are subject to it? That's a very fine line to walk.
You're gonna get discriminated against more.
So it's not really something that you can cure in the sense of what people think, like medically. I think it's something, depends on, of course, what it is. Except schizophrenia, I think that is not a mental illness, really. It's a physical illness of some kind, right? So there's there are ways to deal with that. There are various drugs that help you with it, of course. Basically, you're silencing the mind, if anything. But with Neuralink, I'm not sure if it would actually be able to physically solve a lot of that. You'd have to identify that shit first. I think it's going to focus on the basic things first, then eventually could address the actual physical problems, like the actual physically identifiable qualities that come with people who exhibit the types of problems, which would be consistent with whatever we could call mental illness. But beyond that, that's it.
Yeah,
right?
they classify schizophrenia as mental illness, according to Grux.
Yeah. It's not really mental. I think it's like an actual real physical thing. It's a very tangible thing.
Like you're saying, they're like brain deformities or other physicalities that cause it?
It could be. It could be. I mean,
Grux says mental. I don't know. That's just what it says.
Yeah, I read an interesting study about like meditation and yoga for people with schizophrenia and how it was actually pretty competitive with the leading medications.
Oh, real? That's crazy.
Interesting. They're saying, will your company ever sell another flamethrower, do you think?
I don't know, dog. I don't know about that. I don't know if they're going to sell another flamethrower.
My guess is legal would prefer not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legal would prefer not. Yeah.
But how often is that the case? Pretty much all the time.
Yeah. Precisely.
But with Neuralink and autism, something that would be interesting to me, because like I feel like with autism I kind of ignore the social layer a lot and I focus on like the information layer. But when you do that, you miss the social cues that direct you to the appropriate parts of the information layer. And sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad because you can like see connections that people aren't necessarily intentionally trying to make. But I would love some like AI assistance in dealing with those connections and ruling out the ones that are meaningless or not helpful in the moment.
Yeah.
Let's see. Amber says schizophrenia is probably a mental disorder with physical aspects. So yeah, there's both symptoms.
It could be, yeah. I wouldn't know. I don't suffer from it. I don't suffer from it, fortunately. I can count myself lucky that I don't have that. That I'm not plagued by that, because that shit's insane.
Alright, let's see. What do you think the biggest challenge facing humanity will be in the next 50 years?
Next 50 years? That's a difficult one. Because I don't think you can really tell what's going to happen in the next 50 years. 50 years.
55 years, yeah, good.
It's not even possible, man.
Yeah, and they said, how do you prepare for it? But yeah, it'd be so hard to tell.
I mean, I don't even know what will happen tomorrow.
Sure, yeah.
True. Another thing, they said, have you finally managed to watch ReZero, and what did you think about it?
You guys also know, you guys too are trying to cook me for this. It's fine. I've watched parts of it. I mean, not parts of it. I've watched like up to episode 9. I'm a very busy person. That's the problem. Wait a minute. Oh. Thought for a second that you can actually upgrade those fucking things. But yeah.
They're saying, do you think Neuralink can help with social anxiety?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I guess it's possible.
Well, like, I mean, along the lines of what I was saying earlier, for me, sometimes with seeing those potential connections and not knowing which ones to follow and which ones to ignore, it can cause anxiety. And I think that Neuralink could maybe help translate social situations sometimes for people who get social anxiety, but I don't know.
That's an argument. Yeah. It's possible. I'd say it's possible.
Yeah. That's cool. Let's see. What about ADHD? They're asking the same kind of thing about ADHD. Could it help with that?
I don't know.
It's an emerging technology, so there are a lot of unknowns.
True. Alright, here's another one. Do you think we should use taxpayer dollars to help people, to give people mental health drugs so they can start from scratch and simplify their situation?
I mean, depends on what those drugs are. They're not all good. Many of them are quite problematic, actually.
So when you mean start from scratch, like basically delete all their memories?
I don't know. That's like Men in Black style thing.
Delete all the memories. Wow.
Oh.
There's another thing. Do you think we'll ever have like a backup of our brains, and how close are we to that?
Backup of our brains.
I think I asked a similar question in our group chat before.
Backup of your brain. What is actually involved in that?
It says that it can be implanted on robotic bodies or something. If you want to have a backup implanted.
It would be like those stacks from fucking that Netflix show.
I'm not sure if I've seen it.
As a Netflix show, it's called Altered Carbon.
Okay.
Oh, I love that show.
It's so good.
Perfect.
The vibe was pretty good. It's like Blade Runner, but actually cracked. Like, it's kind of stupid. It was absolutely stupid in many ways, but pretty cool in some others. Basically, it's like a hyper-advanced world that everybody lives in. And they have these memory chips that are implanted in their bodies. They're called stacks. And basically what it does is it effectively creates a full-scale backup of everything that the person is in every way. It's a perfect recreation. So it's like a copy of yourself. And what you can do, as a matter of fact, is you can even exchange your bodies. They refer to bodies in that universe as sleeves, right? That's how disposable they see human bodies. So you'd literally you'd be placed in another human's body, like one that would look completely different from your own, as a matter of fact. Wow, that is all possible.
Yeah, the main character is hired to solve the murder of like a ultra rich CEO type character.
There's crimes that he's committed.
Yeah. He gets forgiven.
There's like a plot line that involves him later on down the timeline, which is kind of funny and interesting at the same time. But I'm not going to spoil it for those who actually want to watch it.
Definitely worth watching. I really like the hotelier character.
Yeah, he's hilarious, dude. He's great. I can't tell you what he does that makes him so base because it would spoil it also. Remember what he did to the AIs? That fucking genius.
Nice.
He's a cracked character in the show, man, 100%.
There's kind of a similar one called Travelers. I think that one was on Netflix. It's about time travelers who are sending people back in time into the bodies of other people to alter the course of history and prevent cataclysmic events from occurring. But of course, over time, as they change the timeline, they have to solve more and different problems. But it's really fascinating just how it all works. They have one person whose whole job is basically to memorize a bunch of sports statistics and different information. And one of the first things he does is start gambling on sports so that they can get money.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he also got put into the body of a heroin addict, which makes it complicated.
Oh my god. A heroin addict at that Apple's great.
But he also knows exactly what to bet on, at least for a while.
Downside, alright, you get the ability of foresight, you can bet on anything, you already know it's gonna work out. Downside, you're a heroin addict.
Right, you're gonna spend your winnings killing yourself.
Exactly. Imagine if an evil genie wanted to fuck people over. Damn, you know what I'm saying? That'd be something.
Pretty savage.
Yeah, congratulations, you're rich beyond your wildest dreams and addicted to multiple expensive substances that will also kill you.
Remarkable, was it, sir?
Honestly, kind of like being an American.
What the fuck? That's hilarious.
Globally, if you think about it, we're pretty well off. We are in many people's senses, rich beyond their wildest dreams. But at the same time, we spend all of our money on high fructose corn syrup and all this bullshit that kills us.
Kind of ironic, huh? I mean, I think many are just not that knowledgeable of it. I wouldn't really hold it against people, to be honest. I think it's just effective not being unaware, not being aware, which I think is just because you trust people that you're supposed to you should be able to trust, but they have done things that makes them fundamentally unworthy of that trust now. You know what I mean? That's the core problem.
People will unquestionably trust almost any food that comes in a package.
Yes, because they believe that the authorities are actually the authority that they're supposed to be, that protects the people, but it does not. So I can't even hold it against American people that they're unhealthy. The administrations just have to change and things have to be redone, and yeah, things need to get better, and then stuff can be very, very good. So I don't hold it against the people for having a shitty administration that really feeds them anything. It's not really their fault, What the fuck?
They said, do you think we'll ever get an Android Grok app like Apple did?
Wait, what?
Like a Grok standalone app. Will that ever come
for Android? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point, yeah. They have to.
I think it's coming. I saw in a couple of posts where people were talking about Android Grok.
We'll have to wait for official announcements. Many of those posts are fundamentally incorrect. I don't trust anything that tech people, like tech guru people, write. It's mostly full of shit. Which is unfortunate.
Is there a reason why iOS people always get it first before Android?
Yes, because everything is kind of built for iOS. Like, what the fuck is with my mana, man? What the hell is this shit?
What do you mean?
The mana regen, like this, the ability to regen it is a lot. Like it's good, but like
probably because you're not wearing your other chest piece.
Why am I wearing this one?
The temporalis is the mobility. Remember the mobility setup? All you have to do is swap it to your other chest piece, the Invictus.
What Invictus wearing?
You know the Grand Regalia with the multiple sockets.
Yeah, it gives you the bonus for the soul course.
So you can either be teleport mode or you can be boss killer mode, right? The Grand Regalia is the one that's boss killer mode, and the teleport mode is the temporalis.
Yeah. How's a boss killer mode again?
Because you're gonna have like way more HP and more damage if you're gonna be using the Grand Regalia. And then if you want to teleport around in maps, you want to use the temporalis to like get around quick. And then if you're boss killing, you're just gonna be in one area, so there's like not a whole lot of teleporting around you're gonna be doing anyway, right?
It just takes up some inventory space. You swap it out. Yeah.
Yeah, you just put it in your stash, like in your first slot or whatever, and then you just swap chests whenever you want, like mobility versus damage and tankiness.
Can you map it out? Is there like an equip command?
I thought we switched it. Yeah, but hang on a second. I thought we switched that entirely.
We said that. Remember, so all you have to do is swap if you want to be temporalis, or swap if you want to be the Grand Regalia. We switched the build back to normal, but yeah. There's two different setups now.
Yeah, well, the teleporting thing is not really working unless I switch it to the other.
Yeah, all you have to do is literally swap the armor, and then that's it. The teleported thing works. You have to hit your weapon swap and then hit spacebar. So it's like whatever your weapon swap button is and spacebar.
Teleporting thing is fun. Actually, there's one. I have to like get the other staff for that one. What was the Omen Crest shield for right now?
The shield, when you do your weapon swap, it has enough spirits, including the scepter plus the offhand, to give you the ability to teleport. So the idea is do the weapon swap, then you have teleport.
Yeah, I didn't think I'm going to use the teleport, to be honest with you.
Okay. Then everything's the same as long as you just swap the chest back.
And that's going to give me like the super mana like before?
Yeah, because you have way more, yeah. Turn on your clarity or whatever it's called.
Where did I put the thing? The staff that allows me to cast down,
Yeah, dude, it's in there.
The little sigil.
It's probably on like the
GG tab, I think, is it?
Yeah, probably. Or the last one.
Last one. Oh yeah, sigil power. The sigil of unlimited power.
Does give you a lot of damage. Your TPS is pretty high, like I think it's like over 100k, right?
Yeah, oh boy. And we don't do curses for this?
I mean, we can. I have a curse on my bar. We can if you don't want to do a curse, you can just remove the whole blink thing on there, because you don't want to be blinking anyway. You just put a curse in place of that in your skill gems. I kind of like it. They have like the setup to blink, and then if you want to go DPS, you just swap the chest.
Alright, actually, let me get back to the thingy. Let's check the G. Is there anything else that's
They're asking if you ever played Apex Legends or Titanfall.
Titanfall? I like that game. I've never played it, but I like it.
It's cool. It has like a little slaggy mechanic. I remember it was kind of fun. And
That's a really crack shit. I really thought was so cool. I liked the lore, and the gameplay design itself was fucking amazing.
It was pretty cool. I played it back in the day, yeah.
Where was the thing? Whatever.
What do you think about like cryogenically freezing people? I think that's a good way to preserve them.
I don't know, probably if we get this to work, yeah. Jesus Christ.
They're saying people need to stop eating fast food. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about mental health issues earlier, and I think that diet contributes a lot. And people need to pay more attention to what they're putting in their bodies, because that fuels what happens in their brains.
Diet makes you more depressed if you don't have a good enough diet yet.
Not just depression, I think that like other conditions can be exacerbated by vitamin deficiencies or other nutrient deficiencies.
True, yeah. They want to know about what your opinion is on like quantum technology and what kind of advancements we're going to have from this technology.
Kind of advancements we're gonna have. I mean, if it becomes real, that would be incredible. That'd be awesome. Wait, hang on. What the fuck? Hang on. This is bullshit.
I almost feel like quantum computing has become, it's like a buzzword that doesn't necessarily mean much without like actual like numerical backing as to what it's doing. Like how many calculations is it doing per second or per millisecond, or I don't know how it's measured, but it's like a boogeyman that people bring up, or you know, alternatively it's like, you know, this utopian thing. But at the end of the day, it's still a machine that has some limitations, and if you don't know what those exact limitations are, like it's just a word that sounds fancy.
Yeah. The Grand Regalia, we can have
Sounds like a big party.
Yeah. Wasn't there one that we could get that Is that allowed for rarity or something else to pile up? You know what I mean? What?
I think Blythe might have gotten knocked down to listener.
Yeah, can you bring him back?
Rough. I actually think we could end this race here anyways, and we'll continue again tomorrow. There's not that much that's happening.
Yeah, just kind of a chill night. This was nice.
Yeah, it was cool. It's all the random gallon away.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to participate more regularly now that I'm stationary.
Nice. Stationary man.
You're a very stationary person, you know you are. You're incredible, but you really are.
I'm really not, but for now, I'm staying put.
Yeah, pretty nice. Anyways, I think I'll end it here. Whoa.
What's whoop?
Yeah, that's better. Alright, looks good. Yeah, we'll end it here. Thank you all for coming. This was very, very fun. It was nice. Catch us again tomorrow.
Alright, good night.
Good night, good night.
Make sure to subscribe to Adrian.
Oh yes, definitely do that. Alright, see you guys.
'64, he is going to prison. Certainly he's gotten back to LBJ. He's a man staring into the abyss. In his view, it is kill or be incarcerated for the rest of his life. It is Johnson who argues that Kennedy should go to Texas. It is Johnson who argues that the purpose of the trip to Dallas is to bind up the division in the Texas Democrat Party between the progressive wing run by Senator Ralph Yarborough, hated by LBJ, and the Bourbon conservative wing of the Democrat Party, as exemplified by Governor John Connally. How interesting that on the night before the assassination, Johnson goes to JFK's hotel room in Fort Worth and argues for a change in the motorcade that would put Senator Yarborough in the death car with John Kennedy and allow the governor, John Connally, later a Republican, by the way, the man responsible for talking Richard Nixon into abandoning the gold standard and into having wage and price controls, Nixon probably his two greatest mistakes, into Johnson's car. And JFK refuses.
You know the mechanics. Everybody's like, where's the documents? Trump signed the order last Tuesday. Explain to people the law of the 15 days and what you've been told. You tried to say it earlier and got cut off about how many documents we're about to see and your breaking news on that.
I guess the larger point here is that with the release of that audio, you have nailed one of the most important parts of the conspiracy. This confirms what my book shows. Mac Wallace's fingerprints are found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. Lyndon Johnson, as the Senate Majority Leader, takes the unprecedented step of appointing himself to the Subcommittee of Defense Appropriations. The Majority Leader never sits on a committee, but Johnson is on the committee where the secret black box budgets of the CIA are prepared and increased. Johnson is the paymaster for the CIA. The CIA's motive? They believe that the Bay of Pigs invasion is a disaster because of Kennedy. But the plan given to JFK, Alex, calls for 29 Panamanian flag fighter jets flown by Cuban pilots to provide air cover for the men storming the beach. The problem is that Charles Cable, the brother of Dallas Mayor Earl Cable, a Johnson crony, canceled CIA. Then secondarily, there's the myth of the the Cuban Missile Crisis. We were told in numerous movies that brave Jack and Bobby Kennedy faced down Nikita Khrushchev and he removed the missiles. We now know, because of declassified documents, 50 years later, we find out that they made a secret deal with Khrushchev to remove U.S. NATO missiles from Italy and Turkey in return for a pledge to remove the Cuban missiles from Cuba. In this upcoming data dump, the CIA's fate will be sealed. As you know, the law that was passed in the late 90s required the total release of all of these classified documents in the first year of Donald Trump's presidency. I brought it to his attention. I said, Mr. President, what are you going to do about the JFK documents? He said, what are you talking about? I said, well, these documents are scheduled to be released unless you object. You have to object, some of them, all of them. But this date is fast approaching. He said, no, how come no one's mentioned this to me? I said, I don't know. Why don't you look into it? He came back to me and he said, well, you were right. I've got to make a decision about these documents. What do you think? I said, it's time to release everything. It's time for the American people to know. At that point, it had been more than 50 years. He, in the end, released about 80% of the documents. What did we find? A number of interesting things. A memo from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to Lyndon Johnson saying that the KGB had conducted an exhaustive investigation into Kennedy's murder, and they had concluded that the ringleader was Lyndon Baines Johnson. We also learned that French intelligence had conducted an investigation, and they had concluded that the murderer, the ringleader of this conspiracy that involved the CIA, organized crime, Big Texas Oil, the banking interests opposed to Kennedy because he was for a silverback dollar, was the perp. We found Lee Harvey Oswald's 1099. Alex, he was on the payroll of the FBI.
How was Trump convinced? Remember, he ordered them to release it, and they fought him on it 4 or 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Yeah, did I just hear you talking about how you convinced Trump to release this?
I recommended releasing it all. I actually thought he was going to release it all. Then he released about 80% of it, holding back 20. And when I asked him why he decided to do that, he told me, and by the way, he also told Judge Adrian Napolitano the same thing, and he told this to Sean Hannity just 3 nights ago, that Mike Pompeo, the CIA director, convinced him not to release 20% because it would expose the methods and sources of the agency.
By the way, Pompeo, as you know, went on TV a week ago and bragged about that. So I love how Pompeo just got his security details pulled and everything. So we don't wish him any harm, but and Trump really, we were worried months ago when Trump had him at a campaign event. We said, what is he doing? Keep the enemies closer. God, there's so many angles here. So wow, you said it first years ago. Now he said it again recently. Trump says it's so terrible, I can't tell you. What is it?
It is that the CIA, that the U.S. government was a major player in the assassination of an American president. By the way, once again, he told my friend Judge Andrew Napolitano the exact same thing around the same time. So now you have the confirmation, which you provided, of Johnson's role. That's the supervisory role. He is, as E. Howard Hunt, the famous CIA operative who just coincidentally is on the ground in Dallas in Dealey Plaza, pops up later as one of the Watergate burglars. How about that? There's a coincidence. 4 of the Watergate burglars just happened to be in Dallas that day. Alex, how likely is that? Except for they're all working for the agency. He says on his deathbed that he was a minor player in Dallas, but he says Lyndon Johnson was running the show. You have confirmed that now with this incredible audio. Now you add that to the fact that Malcolm Wallace, the man identified in the audio as having been recruited to kill Kennedy's, fingerprints are found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. All the pieces of this puzzle are coming together, and I think President Trump is about to release the single most important piece, which is the CIA role.
Trump really told you years ago, you said, it's so horrible, I can't believe the public can't handle it. And this is really the great reveal. As the Bible says, nothing hidden will stay hidden. you throw the deepest ocean, it will be thrown back on the shore. It will be known. And
the reason I'm not scared is because we have the leader we have. This guy is a Superman. I mean, he's a force of nature. He's born for this moment, and now he realizes that his life was specifically spared for this time. And he realizes that this is his mission. This is why God spared him, for this moment. And this great reveal, the Kennedy assassination. We are, as you just said, a time where all truth will be revealed. There is no turning back now. They may try to kill Trump again, but they will not succeed because it is not God's will. It is not in God's plan.
January 29th, 20.
As an insult, as an
One
actual
second.
insult.
He felt like he could get a pass because he wasn't calling out a black person. But the mere
I don't need a pass.
One second, in a derogatory way, shows that he has that mindset. He thinks that
What mindset?
Tigger is a stupid, illiterate, inhuman
Well,
person.
it
That's
is.
why he felt it was appropriate.
Less than.
Whether he uses it to a white person.
It is. Well,
So cold-blooded. Jesus Christ, man.
I don't want to say anything, but he is a stupid person.
Just shut your fucking mouth.
Oh my God, you're British. Nobody wants to hear your stupid fucking accent. You shut up. God.
Bitch.
What? Who said what? Something like home.
Yeah. Oh,
I feel like, so Bean Master, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm leaving.
Yeah, do you really think, knowing all that you've heard so far, do you really think that, like, I have, like, racist intent?
So,
I got that, but, yeah, no, I understand about the pussy.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know you well enough, but I'll tell you this. There's a lot of do you know how you have like that radar with certain things? And I'm not saying I don't know you. But that's why I took the time. I'm not gonna definitively say it yet.
He is.
Don't judge me, monkey. Don't judge me.
See, like something like that, right? Like, sorry, Dr. Irresponsible. But I'm gonna call you Dr. Irresponsible, right?
that's what his name used to be.
So this is the thing. I just took the time to try to explain to you why even using the word and trying to reappropriate and to white people.
I'm following that, yeah.
Right. And so
Thinking about it.
logically it doesn't make sense because it's still racially demeaning, and all that you're doing even towards white people. Well, hold on. The power of the intent though is in the original insult, and you have to Jesus. Hold on, I'm gonna be gone. I promise. 2 more minutes. The idea is that there's still functional meaning, which you can't refute. You can't say that that's wrong. That's just a fact. It's an objective fact. Irrespective of what you think, you can think what you want. You could think what you want, but it doesn't. This is an observation. Okay.
Shut up and let her talk. Go ahead.
So all you're doing is you're perpetuating the offensive function rather than trying to, whether you say redefine it or whatever else, because it's still based in an insult. So that's
a secondary though, or tertiary, right? That's not the main goal.
No, because you
People trying to talk about a black topic without the black people. What the fuck?
Yeah, man, what the fuck is
Well,
this?
no, okay.
We try to take control.
I haven't liked this
Functional utility of the insult is the same regardless of whether you're saying it to them in the
person.
I
That's
love you
not
guys.
fair.
I'm going to. That's it. I promised everybody I took the fuck of a meme. I love you guys. Anybody that continues to use me after this, I'm sorry. I don't trust you, and you're racist. Bye everybody. I love you, and Dad, you're responsible. And we'll write a.
If you run, I won. If you ran, don't you leave. Oh, I packed her up. Yeah, you better run.
Oh boy, good job, Kendall.
Yeah, you know what the fuck it is. Hey,
Yeah,
without no help, doctor, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do this for the men. Yeah, mine
That's right. That's right.
From destruction.
Galaxy a little bitch, he from out of this world. That nigga a little hoe, can't come to the girls. That's why he tried to join the league. He trying to join a team. He got a tampon between his legs, even though he a D.
Why you mad? Don't you got a nigga? This girl got a boyfriend. I don't know why this girl in here. The fuck out of here. I didn't remember that. She just left. Now she said that in another room, so I got a nigga. The fuck you need to come in with that thing. Shit, she just left on her own shit.
Got this shit, nigga. I got my grind on my motherfucking life. Fuck you, man. I don't need no whack.
Oh, you doing your
Fuck
thing now,
me and
huh?
Frog the White doing shit. Nigga, fuck what I need a whack for?
Hey, my thoughts tell us the money was bad from all the social medias, but I got you. Go ahead and do your thing, bro.
I'm playing.
Yeah, me and Charles the White
Why
doing
you
shit, man.
talking?
What the fuck I need a whack for?
Y'all got girls family. What happened?
No, nigga, I'm just keeping it all the way gangster, nigga.
Nah, this nigga, the nigga. Hey, you gotta turn that up, nigga.
I told him to put it on record.
Is that you, Stan?
Yeah, it's me. What you mean?
Stop interrupting.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. We don't give a fuck about this nigga. Play this shit.
Man, now, play this shit all the way out. If you don't play it right, fuck.
Ain't no fucking content. Man, calm the fuck down.
YouTube has better audio.
Alright, that bullshit. Play the YouTube, boy.
but I got the key for me. Nobody got the key for me. Man, I got the key. I got the. So that's why he pulled you over because the car was stolen. Yeah, but now really because I said it put the people on it. They did it. I was stolen. The cold part about it is, I told you and her, you niggas was living a lie. Y'all didn't want to hear about it. I told you. I said, it's gonna burn down. I don't know how it's gonna burn down, but it's gonna burn down. You over there with a snake, bitch. And she fucking with a snake. If either one of y'all like you, have to beat out in charge. I done been out in charge. She ain't gonna press charge. She talking to my mom, no man, no my mom. And then what she mean by it? Go up there, what you do? She saying you whoop her ass? Yeah, she said I whooped her ass, yo. Yeah, but he gonna say, that's saying to the probable cause. The car is stolen. You in the car, they found the gun in the car, right? Yeah. They got probable cause. You got the gun case the way it goes. The way it goes. I mean, I got the gun case on no cases and all that. I ain't even able to put nothing on firearm and nothing like that. They look up there on me, nothing. Well, why you don't bail out, nigga? Well, why you don't bail out? I need a little something. Exactly.
Nigga, you ain't say you need a bail bondsman. You say you need a little something.
At least a limit. I ain't need no but 1,000, dumb it.
Broke ass.
How much is your bill? My bill is 24,000 if I pay it, but you know it's 36,100. Yeah, that's 15%. They want 15% out of it. What's one over 1,000? I told him I got 1,800, dumb it. Damn. Listen, keep on listening. You know how much? You know what I had. I'm probably have 8 right now. You got 8 what? 8,000? 8,800 right now. You got 800 out of your money you got? 18? Well, shit. Also, you need 1,800. I need 1,800. You need 1,800. I thought he only needed 1,000, dog. I thought he only needed 1,000, dog. That's what he said. I'm finessing. You see me finessing this shit. You hear it? You hear him tapping, dog?
But you didn't get no money, nigga.
Basically. Like, I'm finessing this shit. Like, I don't give a
You only finesse if you got the money.
I put on my life. I put on everything.
You stayed in jail.
I bet I had more than 1,800. This day, I said I had 1,800.
You stayed in jail. That was a failed mission. Failure.
No, you failed, bitch. Fuck you, man.
Failure. DV, you gonna punch me like you did your baby mom?
Bitch, I might.
That's why you got locked up in Vegas.
Yeah, bitch.
And Wack didn't help you. Look at you. Ah, bitch. 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 No, you were broke. You were asking. You were begging.
I wasn't begging shit.
You was on your knees, big. I need a little something, Big Daddy. That's what you said. Listen to it.
I said I need about 1,800. When niggas from Memphis say, nigga don't give a fuck about this shit. Well, why you asking the man for money, bro? When they start? I ain't asking for money for no money. Nigga say how much you need.
That's Memphis finest.
Well, if a nigga asks you some shit, nigga, I'm finna finesse it. Fuck you, man.
Nah, man, you called that nigga.
If a nigga asks you how much you need, I need about 18, brother. If you gonna take the whole fucking
Stan G, why'd you call him? Stan G, why'd you call him? Stan, why'd you call him? Why'd you call that?
Because he had the source to get the shit out. Because I'm like, I got 8 charges. I got 8 charges. You needed a little something. I'm like, you got the source to get this shit out and give me a bonus. You needed a little something. And help me get out this bitch. You needed a little something, Stan. So I did what I did. Fuck you, man. I ain't no nigga. So you called the nigga. No type of way. And I'm a nigga who can sit in jail. Bro. You called the nigga, bro. You ain't got no family jealousy. When I call Kid because he gonna call nothing. And then why y'all know about this? I made the biggest shit pop on this bitch. Everybody knew about Stage being locked up, running from the police and all this shit. I made the biggest shit pop. I made you look like a fucking when I got locked up. So everybody, if I would have got locked up, let's say I would have got locked up for a year. Everybody would remember saying she gone because that happened right now. You called a nigga for money. No, I ain't called me for money. I called me for a whole lot of reasons. Lame ass nigga saying you on Spotty, y'all was that content shit. I'm keeping it real. When you cut that shit, fuck, nobody ain't fucking with you. I saw it. John Jimmy bigger than you. John Jimmy bigger than you. John Jimmy can rap better than you too. That's a fact.
That's crazy, bro. You got $1,800 to bail yourself out.
Man, can't nobody fuck with Slaying G, bro. I'm the coldest nigga. Shit, I put that shit in my life. So when the movie come out and they hear about me running from police, calling me and shit, y'all gonna be like, wow, I was around that nigga around this time when the helicopter was flying over the nigga. He was running from the police and all that shit. I was doing that shit. Y'all know the movie. You bitches gonna remember the movie.
Hold on, Sanchi. Move aside. Michael, understand this. I got the recording that he was in jail because I didn't even know Stan G was in jail until Wax sent me that directly. That's the recording that you got the exclusive of. I didn't even actually express it. No, I didn't even send that. Detroit, I never sent nothing to nobody. I never played it. But it's YouTube, on YouTube and live and direct. I'm playing it live and direct from Wax messages. So that's all. Fuck out of here. You don't give a fuck. This guy has been on TV and all this stuff. Graveyard. You don't give a fuck.
Hey, Stan G, you want some good coke right now, ain't you, bro? You going crazy. You really believe your lies, man. This is crazy.
You ever damn nigga lie don't do that if I leave it don't lie?
I'm the hottest nigga on the everybody's off the hot nigga on TV, man. He can't fuck with me.
Stan G. Hold on. Can I hold on. I have a question. Stan. 1 second. Stan, what was the charges? Because you're not actually from Las Vegas and you got charged in Las Vegas. What was the arrest? Yeah. What happened? No, but what happened? Were you driving? No.
A lot of shit. It was 2 days worth of shit.
Stan, I need you. 2 days
worth of shit.
Okay.
You was on the road for 2 days.
Wait. So you... No, I had a question to ask him. So what occurred?
Grave digger!
What occurred?
They happened. They say me and my gal got into it, that happened, man. Okay, I shot off in the car and the beans, man. I didn't bought a bean. I just bought a bean, so I took that bitch out. Yeah. Like they say, that's what they say. Everything I'm saying is legal for entertainment purposes. I was never in nobody else.
Oh, so he lied. Okay.
Well, let him finish.
I'm gonna teach you how to beat case too, though. Hold on, before I say everything, I'm gonna tell you how to beat case too. I never said I was in nobody's house. I was never in nobody's house. I never got into it with nobody. Bam, so that's out the way. My DV already out the window. Bam, okay. Then I got 8 other cars. I got stolen car. I got
Are we in Las Vegas? Do you live in Las Vegas?
Cause Stan live in Las Vegas. Bitch live in Las Vegas. I'm not from out of his bitch live in Las Vegas. But I was in Vegas. She's fat as shit. Yeah. You ain't even got no bitch in my life. Nigga, that shit crazy, nigga.
Did y'all let him finish? You gotta shut the fuck up. Let him finish. No, you need to shut the fuck up. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, bitch? This is an A-B conversation. See yourself out of it. Fuck. I'm asking him about what happened. Were you there? Were you been over? Like a Bati boy? Fuck out of here.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you, you dumb boy.
Stan G, what Team Factor. Back to Stan G.
Ugh.
Stan G. Stan G. Not a fat boy.
That's Joe's juice. You know Joe's juice.
Who the fuck is that?
That's Joe. You know Joe.
No, I don't.
You know Joe. Who the fuck is you, bitch?
Anyways, Stan G, what made you get these charges? Because I was confused.
He got locked up, you dumb bitch. Hey, Detroit, what up, Miss JD? Hey, what up, JD? You dropped this Somalian bitch. My nigga JD in the building. I'm tired of this Somalian bitch. All she do is stutter. All the bitch gonna do is stutter. So how would you get you're drunk.
You want to tag team, bitch? Who the fuck you talking to, bitch? Ethnicity, bitch. And I don't know shit about you, bitch. And I said, let's do shit still. I said that. I said that. I said, let him see.
This bitch an idiot.
Fuck, are you dumb? Are you stupid?
Fuck.
Are you fuck?
Stupid Somali bitch.
Fuck. Shut up.
I hate these Somalis, man. You know
How do you know my ethnicity, groupie?
dirty ass.
You're always gonna be a groupie.
Tell me about it.
Groupie.
Big one.
I don't follow you, groupie.
You got fucking with green beans, bitch.
Groupie. When I had clothing for him. Groupie. I had clothing for him, groupie. What you talking about? Groupie.
Wait, you said Wayne sent you the footage?
You said
She said, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
He sent it to me. I have his number.
On the phone. He sent you the footage on the phone.
I have his number.
So you don't understand Wayne don't really, okay, you understand the whole thing. You know what, no,
Groupies that want to dick suck on me. Talk about my ex.
Man, for real.
How did I know? You never know. Big Rock said that you got arrested and you were in jail. So, ain't that crazy, Detroit? When I had 4 clubs before PTK, ain't that crazy? Real Great Dynasty, Real Niggas Clubs Only, Feed the Birds Red, so forth and so on. Yeah, that shit don't land. That shit don't give a fucking land. Don't land.
That hurts. This after close and niggas still got motion. What you got, bitch?
Where?
Bro, I'm telling this bitch, bro. She keep trying to show off American. You not American. You Somali Canadian, bitch. You a snow
I
Mexican.
never said I was
You a whole
American.
snow Mexican. We don't consider you shit. How you from PTK?
Said that I was
This
not
bitch an idiot. I hate
Because
this
guess
bitch.
what? If you didn't have a green bean, you're not a motherfucking
Bro,
factor.
I came to hear Stan. You keep talking.
If you didn't have a green bean, you're not a motherfucking factor.
Bitch. And Dream took your
I don't know who you were.
Yeah, Dream snatched that big. He said, let me fuck.
Cadrinho Scolin. Ugh, Oakland, California.
Y'all wanna jump me, but don't.
Yo, Stan G, did you need help? Yeah, but Diddy's being jerked by
That was good how you switched that up. I ain't gonna lie, man. That was good. Yeah, mine the queen of the biracials. Damn, Didi, that. Damn. no saying she sooner or later. She know me now.
No, she don't know you.
Yeah, she know me now though.
Shit.
You just told her my
I
name.
helped you out.
Yeah, shout out, shout. You know what I'm saying? She know me now though. You know how this shit go, man. Niggas do this shit.
But you know, hey, you know, Saddam right there, Saddam can rap better than you, know.
Nah, he can't. No nigga can't rap better than me. Just 'cause I get the mic to the guy.
I'm not even going line. Don can rap his ass off.
Fuck around and get like my son. I'm number one. Niggas playing games though. Niggas in the background. You niggas really lame though. Y'all full of shame though. Niggas got to realize a whole lot of pain though. Wrapped in your heart. You niggas never been smart. You niggas never pulled a nigga card. I swear to God. Niggas be playing games with this shit. Saying G, old man with this shit. Everybody already know the deal. I keep it real, nigga. I keep it fucking real. I ain't talking to be keepers, nigga. Fuck what you talking about. You niggas love to squeeze a nigga. Just out of jail like the niggas strapped to hell, nigga. Fuck around and nigga sad or sin, nigga. Smoke cut.
You did that. That was like fire. This nigga sucks, bro. Just blame.
I'm talking about, and I'm really speaking that real shit, nigga. Shit I really did, dog. You niggas ain't never
blaming you, Juan. We blaming you.
You niggas ain't never did shit. You niggas been on this app for 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years.
You sure about that, my nigga? You ever got shot before, nigga? You ever got shot before?
Who's these niggas that want to talk about my ex that I got a green bean PTK and want a green bean and PTK and never got it? Hello? Yeah, it's a fast charge, bitch. What you talking about? Get in there, bitch. You're not a motherfucking factor, bitch. You're not a motherfucking factor, bitch. You never got a green bean, bitch. You're gonna tag team on a female. Let's get it. We're not even talking about you. We're talking about San G. But you wanna be a bad T-boy and a stand-up bitch. Yeah, they wanna be you, Stan G. Make that make sense, Big Mac. Nobody eats a Big Mac. Yeah, Stan G. We're talking about Stan G. And now you wanna insert yourself. Pillsbury Doughboy? You wanna laugh out like it's a Pillsbury Doughboy? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Stan G. How you get those charges? Pillsbury Doughboy wanna be in the background. I got you, Pillsbury Doughboy. I'll put that headlight on you when you are relevant, bitch. You're not relevant.
And they can't put them on me, cause I'ma keep it real. When they put me in the backseat of a police car,
That's what's up.
I'm Miranda Rice.
You. Not Pillsbury Doughboy, like Big Mac. Who's Big Mac? Stan G, you know who Big Mac is?
No, I don't know.
Nah, motherfucking factor. That's what I thought. All we hear is crickets. Alright, go ahead. Back to your charges. Who? Charges. Go back to you.
Who that make you?
You see me? In PTK?
You know how this shit goes.
You know how I got the green bean? In PTK? No, I never got dropped. You've been following me. Anyway, back to you, Stan G. Back to you. Stan G, back to you. I charged my phone up. Yeah, giggle like Pillsbury Doughboy. Go ahead.
Shut your dumb ass up, man. Bye-bye.
So there ain't never been no trouble. So they understand when you get in trouble, like you gotta go face a judge, you gotta face a trial.
Hey, Diddy, can you play that audio again and him back?
They gotta have the right evidence to present the shit to the judge, so they don't look like assholes. So they came with all these falsified ass shit. They dropped all my charges down to just 2 charges of DP shit. I said I was out there, bitch. I said that's what I hit.
Hey, Diddy, can you play the phone call of him crying away, begging for some money?
No,
that was the first phone call. I made it wall, man. Nigga, snitch. Nigga I ever had. You probably get locked up, bro. Snitch. I've been going. Yo, this nigga probably get locked up. This nigga's crazy. He's snitching. I don't give a fuck about what See how he ran? See how he ran when that truth didn't come out? We had that audio. And that audio rolled out of here, huh? We had that work. We had that work. We ran up out of here. Snitch? Come on, bro. Feel what I'm saying? This weird ass nigga. He playing with it. Damn, where did you get it? Your phone died. Yo, that's a good example of the truth Will sent you. That truth doesn't free from mistake, you know. God damn. That nigga said, pew. He got to listen to that shit closely. Oh shit, let me get up here. I didn't know they know about that one. Nope. Yeah, you hit him with a new one. Damn. That nigga with a new one, I ain't gonna lie, no. That was funny. Hey, Lex, you still fighting in the chat? That was funny. I ain't gonna lie. Lex, you still fighting? Oh, damn. Lex is still fighting for us. Yes, she is. Damn, Lex.
That bitch is irrelevant. She can go to hell.
You okay, baby girl? You chilling?
Yeah, cool. How y'all doing?
Everything's everything. Yeah.
Good. God is good. Hey, Auntie Michelle.
That's a Diagamy baby right there.
Nuh-uh. I couldn't have been under the dog gimme factories.
Y'all gonna start hating on Dawn.
Because I wasn't putting two and two together, apparently.
Y'all better start putting respect on Dawn.
No, it was a previous trick bag that he had did with the gimme factory. I didn't realize it was a trick bag. That was, you know.
Man, you fucking niggas and bitches, okay?
No, what? No, what? I don't know about that. No trick bag.
So Dom off? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that time with the Gimme Factory. Something that happened where y'all had was playing no speaking. And Cece was somebody had said something about her daughter. I didn't know that this shit was fake.
I'm trying to say he wanted fake content. It was just a play.
Yeah, it was a play. But I didn't know. So that's why I say that. So do you remember which Lex you talking to now? Is this Lex that everybody thinks I am? No. Yeah, no, we would never. I'ma back channel you my number and show you. Yeah, I used to sit up on crazy stages. Yeah, I used to sit up on crazy stages. Do you remember now? Do you see why I'm irritated? Wrong bitch, guys. Thank you. She got that dog supposed to do?
What's that? Training medicine? God.
No.
Why are you like this, man? I mean, shit, I thought Don was telling her how much training he needed.
What? Go to hell.
Check her out.
I'm actually looking for some new ones. Like, what are the best brands?
He said, Lex, you need a...
Yeah, my sister took the chlorophyll, but I never knew. Like, I hear people talking about it, but like, what is those supplements supposed to do? Like, don't they use that to clean their pee? Like, don't people sometimes use that to clean their pee before, like, a drug test or something?
Lex had a yeast infection.
Oh, what?
Lex, let me find out you had a yeast infection.
Your mama hoe.
Let's talk about it. It's natural.
The bitch want me to say I got a dick so bad so that she can say, can I come suck it? Bitch, no. If I bought the dick, even if I bought the dick out the store, I still wouldn't use that shit on you. Cause bitch, you too fucking pressed. Sit the fuck down. God damn.
They say, look, read her last name. Read her last. Ooh. Lex, you got that ooh.
Nigga, we grown as shit. Use fucking proper English. What the fuck is a ooh?
Chiwali wali, ooh, chiwali. Bang, bang. Look at the chat.
Obviously, y'all was born feet first. Shut the fuck up.
Free on your top.
A bitch cannot be on my
It's another Somali.
Yo, Lex, you look like shit.
Damn. Damn, Lex. This is not your night.
Y'all got stop it. Y'all too fucking old. Y'all grown ass
You ugly as shit. You ugly.
Get it together, bro. Go get some money, cause that shit is
You
cool.
ugly as shit. If you wear makeup, God help you, because you ugly as
I don't wear makeup. Next topic.
Yeah, that's why you look like that.
I don't need to wear makeup.
That's why your
Just fine.
eyebrows look like
I'm
that.
beautiful the way I am. Thank you.
And your lips like
What your mama look like?
smells like shit. Your mouth looks like it smells like shit, bro.
What your mama look like?
You
What your
look
mama
like a
smell
pussy
like?
stank. You look like
What the pussy smell
she
like?
looks like she was stuck in the jungle. She looks like you look like you got found lost in the jungle when they brought you back, nigga. They brought you back. You look like Mowgli from the Jungle Book. You look like Mowgli from the Jungle Book. And your mother a dirty slut too.
Worry about your
Fuck your mother's face. They do me a favor, S. What you talking about, Mexican? You stupid ass
Worry
bitch.
about your citizenship, bitch. You don't gotta be from Mexico to be citizen.
What is this bitch?
You look
Worry about my citizenship. You the first out of the country. If anything, you dumbass bitch. You the first out of the country.
American. I have every right to be.
No, you're not. You're not Native American.
Okay.
Are you Native American? We took the country from you. We took the country from you. What are you gonna do about it, you little bitch?
You took it for
What
what?
you gonna do about it, stupid ass Native American? That's why you so ugly.
That's why you're so ugly. That explains why you look like that.
Let us see what you
That
look like
explains
so
why
we
you
can
look
see
like
how
that. Shut the fuck
much you like the
up,
black
dirty
culture.
bitch. Hey, Native Americans done. Native Americans are done. We took the country from you, you Baltimore rat. What is you talking about?
You took the country from
You little Baltimore rat.
That's the problem.
You Baltimore rat. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they think they own shit.
Bitch, you look at your face. And then look in the mirror then that's also. You ugly as fuck.
Where is
He ain't had no energy. He ain't had that energy for God. He ain't had no energy for God. Oh God, I'm getting back. Okay.
I forgot all about that. Yeah, his girl had a 16. Yeah, showed him the 16. So you do that? You get shitty draws on purpose? Fatty, the same bitch he with right now exposed him and took a picture of his shitty draws and put them on the internet, and he right back with it. So he had shit in his drawers. It was in his drawer. Yeah.
Stanford. We just talked Stanford. I would have just told him I would have just let him I would just called him
Talk to that nigga Furley.
Bullshit. I was busting this nigga's head in another room, bro.
That nigga had 6 things in his drawer.
Before he came in, I was busting his head. Stanford. I was calling this nigga Stanford, bro, in another room. No bullshit.
Big graveyard. He had 6-day drawers. His girl is.
I want to shit on that one. I want to fuck this nigga. Hey, Chops, you like that type of shit. You want to shit on your floor, huh? You said you want to fuck your son. You like that type of shit, don't you, Chops? Boy, you like to fuck your son. Yeah, okay. All right, Chops. You like to shit on your floor, though.
I mean, Mr. Furley did say it, but y'all taking it out of context, so I guess y'all taking it out of context. But you know, I got
bro, I don't know what he like to fuck with. I assume. Maybe I'm assuming. My fault. I ain't gonna assume. My fault, Chops. I assume. Right, my bad. Hey, no offense, homie. Ain't no offense. I assume.
Hey, you're lucky. Audie ain't came up.
You better be glad. Shit, I want it, bro. That's why I'm up here.
I know, Audie, huh?
Yeah. Why I'm up here, bro. You know I'm waiting for that.
That's the only reason why he came in.
Shit, this nigga was just to talk shit. My whole thing is to talk shit, bro. It's the only reason why I exist on here. With the shit. Talk shit, my nigga. I want that shit. I want the nigga. Come on, man. Say something to me so we can get into it.
That's grown-up dog.
Yeah,
That's all I'm trying to do, bro.
To talk shit.
Yeah, that man talking. Hey, this is my look. This is my pleasure. You get off on that, bro? Yeah, motherfucker. I do. I fucking do. I make money already.
Talking that shit, right, Yard?
It's my shit, bro. Let it shit. It's all what it's supposed to have. That's the whole point of this shit, isn't it? It's a fucking clubhouse. What are we doing here?
They say you gotta be broke or miserable to be talking shit, Furley.
Oh, they don't? They don't like talking shit.
That's what he said in the chat. Somebody said that in the chat. Look at this.
Wait, what the fuck is the chat? They said, don't do me and die. You still cute. That's what I see. What the fuck?
No, look. That's the one right there.
That's what it said. Bray Tart. Bray Tart said that to you. And then Lex said exactly. Then Bray called me a fucking idiot just now. I don't know.
The Zuka. Talk shit.
I don't know what's going on, bro. Somebody likes Big Tart likes somebody. I don't know what the fuck. Big Tart. Bring Big Tart up. Bria. Bria,
moderate. He talking. She's in the whole thing. He's scrolling through the chat. It's pretty much Brea talking. No, hold on. Like, y'all, Brea, is that you?
Hey, Mr. Curly, have you met Lax yet?
Lax? Who's Lax?
Lax, she's right over there. She's a very lovely lady. I think y'all would make a great acquaintance. You know what I mean?
Lax. That she with the green bean.
Oh, no, Lax.
Oh, Lex underneath locks. Lax and locks.
Got any questions for her?
Girl, a bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing.
Lax has been the co-star in this film. Believe it.
Bria been tearing her up in that shit.
Bria wants to eat my coochie, but I won't let her.
Bria's literally been talking a lot.
She can't help it. She doesn't have a man like
Like,
next to her.
true. You have
So
not
she's
responded.
miserable. She probably hasn't had any dick in a while.
So Lax, you like girls too?
Brie got like 15 things
No.
in a row. It's just her talking. Some serious. Did he blow on her? Listen, what the fuck? Bria, who's the shit bag?
Both on the West Coast.
Bria thinks she have a shit bag next to you.
See,
Sit down.
people want to get me
No,
mixed
you a
up
shit
with some
bag.
troublemaking Lex so bad, and I keep trying to tell people I am not the troublemaking Lex. I'm the problem-solving crash out.
You gotta prove it, Lax.
She thinks Sedona is
I
the
don't
shit
gotta
bag.
prove shit to nobody but God. And anybody that think I got something to prove to them can pull up to my address so I can put my coochie out and piss in their face. Prove that shit, ho.
God told you gotta prove it, Lax.
He said Sedona's a shit bag.
Ask him.
I'm asking Sedona, you a shit bag, bro?
No, Don is not a shit bag. He's a barb.
A bar? What the fuck is that? What's a
You
bar?
know what a barb is? We can't talk. You're not a barb.
Come on, what is that? Please tell me. I wanna know. What the fuck is
You
a
ain't
bar?
never.
Like Nicki Minaj.
What's a bar, bro?
I'll put my coochie out and piss on somebody.
That's crazy. Cause no nigga could ever be named a bar. What the fuck is a bar? What is this? I need to know what
You're burning on the thin line there, my good friend.
I want to know what this is, a bar, bro. I've never heard anything that a man would be called that could be anywhere near something that named Bart. Bart, bro.
I thought he saved you, bro.
Are we saved me, bro? My father and grandfather were 33rd degree Masons. There's no barbs. What the fuck is a barb? What the fuck is a barb, bro? Tell me, please. I want to know.
They try to talk about like barbs like Nicki Minaj, but
Nicki Minaj? Like a Barbie? He's a Barbie.
he didn't say that. She said that.
She said he's a Barbie. He called that man a Barbie.
Lax, you're quiet.
I won't ask. I won't ask. I just wanted to. She said she called him a Barbie. Y'all heard it. I didn't say it. I just want to know what it means.
People are making it to a sexuality thing, and it's never been
A
that.
sexuality thing.
I just not see. I mean, Ken is a real thing, you know.
No, but like if you call a woman a Ken, that's crazy.
Stop fucking.
That's a crazy thing to say if you call a nigga a Ken. Like a woman, like if I called you a Ken, you'd be pissed off.
No, that's kind of a compliment to say that you're good.
Is it a compliment? It is. You ain't shit right now. You know that, right? You just say shit to win an argument. Hey, you that motherfucker. You just bold face say some shit, right? Like knowing it's wrong. Just straight up like, nah, nigga, that's
Who is trying to indict you? You've literally been sitting in the comments for an hour typing my name. I don't want you. I don't like girls. I don't like girls, Bria. God. I don't like girls. I don't want you, Bria. Please. Find somebody else to sexually harass. I don't want to see what your coochie looks like, and I don't want you wondering what mine looks like. Leave me alone. Yes, you're lying. Are you saying that I'm a dyke? I don't want you.
Bria, what if I just like fold
She
my
wants me
nuts?
to be a dyke so bad so that she can say, hey, cheeky licky. I know, bitch, go away. Shit.
You fold my nuts a little bit. Yo, this sounds like Clubhouse after dark.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not. I mean, maybe it does actually. Clubhouse has rough, yes, actually, you're right.
You know what I'm saying, Lord?
But it doesn't sound good to me. It doesn't sound good.
I'm with you there. I'm with you when you're right.
I'm usually right. It's my first time being sexually harassed by a girl. Like,
It really is, though. That's crazy.
but you don't even know if that's real. See, that's an account. And that account has been fucking everybody up for the last 2 rooms.
Except for me. That account
Just let the burners burn.
You fuck with me, so I'm good with that. And to be honest, there's freaky women too.
What do you mean by two?
There are freaky women. There's women that are weird. There's weird women out there. I'm just saying, you're trying to make it seem like it could not be a woman. It could be a woman.
That's, of course, possible. She said that.
All right, yeah, okay. Stop acting like it's all gotta be men all the time. Like it could be a fucked up woman.
But you don't have to respond to it, though, Lex.
I'm just saying.
Because, like,
You try to make niggas all the
I'm not
lifestyle.
kidding.
Like it could be a
David, right? For the last 2.
that seems like the woman. Maybe you don't have to pay attention to it. If it's a woman, like, nah, stop.
What's okay?
It's weird.
You gentlemen talk. Let me.
Yeah.
So much going on at one time.
Not making men out to be the problem. In this moment, she's the problem.
She's trying to say that men is a problem and she the problem.
I'm saying that they always want to make it like it's not a woman that do weird shit. There's women that do weird shit. That's all I'm saying. And this happened to have an example now. Right now, we have a good example of a woman doing some weird shit.
So we don't know if she's really a woman or not.
See, that's what they do. They be like, well, we don't really know. You don't say that shit when if it's a dude. If it was Jerome doing this, you would not even say that. That's all I'm saying to you. You got a bias mind. Check your bias. I just wanted to fuck with her. It's probably it's most likely a chick, but you know, chicks don't do this much. Like you felt a certain way, right? You did feel a certain way.
It's not my fault. They the ones. These motherfuckers got me. What's her name? Got me kicked out, and then I had to start a whole new thing. I had Detroit. No, I got kicked out, so I had to start a whole new thing here. You know what I'm talking about? They cleared my shit. You got removed from this room and you're back, so. No, removed from the site. I had to start a whole new page, whatever you call it. Persona. No, persona. This is it. This is it. This is the persona.
Talk your shit, bro. I think Laura might like him. Lauren, would you date Mr. Furley?
I have no idea who he is, but
That's Furley.
he's married. That's what he said.
Oh, shit. Nah, he was lying.
Look, she was, hey, I like that.
I've already had him. Yeah.
I like that. That makes me like you more. Very trustworthy.
Trustworthy, Lauren. You trustworthy. I think she's single.
That was the right answer, mama. You might could get some dick. Yo, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Furley's a gentleman.
I told all of you now.
So you should think about doing it.
Right.
No.
She said no, right?
Come on. You like
He's
steak.
white?
You like seafood.
He's white? Is that what you said?
Yes, he is. White? Yeah. I'm white.
That's fine, so am I. You just said it, I was just clarifying.
Definitely.
Ain't no way. For real.
Yeah, no.
You mix. You mix.
No.
Yeah, you mix. I can eat it.
Look, he's a famous white radio.
No, he's not. That's Furley. That's
Earl, nigga, I own an apartment building. Okay.
yeah, man.
And That's wild.
Mine ain't never took Asian blood. Mom, you ever took Asian blood?
Yeah, not too much. Your mom's no good.
That's a lot. You know, I've never done ketamine. I ain't never done it. I've done the coke on weed. That's about as far as I've gone with any type of drug. Coke on weed.
Coke on weed?
I've done mescaline. Yeah, I smoked the cocaine on the green bud.
What did that do?
Like a bowl. That was in high school, man. That's damn near 30 years ago. It didn't even do nothing, to be honest. Nigga, I wasn't even high. This shit was a waste. It was weird. Now, I'm gonna tell you, a Mexican, and this is why you don't smoke motherfucking roll joints. Motherfucker did. I did smoke a roll joint with some Mexicans when I was in high school. And that motherfucker had something in it. I think it was crystal. It was some shit like some old school, like bathtub.
Like smoky in the gym.
Yeah, because it kept going out. It kept going out. And I swear to God, all my niggas, all my friends was like, bro, you was on one the whole night. And then I threw up in the morning. It was crazy, bro. I threw up in the morning and shit. That's the only time it was in high school that I ever smoked weed. I didn't see rolled up or nothing. That shit was but that was in like 90, Cuddy. This is 90. It's like 90 fucking 6. You know what I'm saying? This is literally like 96.
Talk your shit,
So
bro.
you can't.
Talk your shit. Tell us another story, bro.
You know what I'm saying? This is actual, like, this is when niggas realize you can't let niggas just pass you the joint. Fuck no, I didn't know. Whatever it was, it wasn't no shirt, bitch ass nigga. He was high. You know damn well. It was crank. I think it was crank, personally. I don't think it was ketamine, because it was crank. They said I was on one all night. I was trying to fix shit, build shit, nigga. Like it was shit, nigga. The niggas was like, bro, you was really trying to do some shit all night, nigga, the whole night. And then in the morning, I threw up. Nigga, I threw up, bro, in the morning. So I think it was crank. But it's back in the day when they didn't have crystal meth back then. They had crank. It was pink. They used to have that pink crank back then. And the homeless niggas at school would snort it to stay up all night. I think one of them essays had put it in the joint. Because the joint kept going out. It didn't fire up like a regular joint. But I wasn't thinking about it. I just thought the niggas had some wet weed or something. You know what I mean? I ain't thinking about it. Niggas. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't know no better. I'm young. We in high school. I didn't know the Mexicans was getting me. They was whoopty whamming me. That's what happened. And it wasn't like they were trying to get me. It was a joke. Like the fucking essays was just playing a joke on a nigga, bro. Like it was more just a joke. It was me and it was like 2 other niggas that got it too. It wasn't just me. It was just them being assholes because I had real weed. So they were like, we'll smoke your weed and then smoke this shit too. And then you niggas, you don't even know you smoking, you sharing and shit. You don't even know, you know what I mean? But that's the shit you learn. That's the type of shit you learn, bro. When you're young, you gotta learn. How you gonna know if you don't learn? Like, how do you know? Like, no one around you gonna tell you. The only way you gonna find out is this way. And plenty of niggas been through this, bro, so stop it. Motherfuckers act like they ain't never been whoopty wham by
Talking shit, bro.
Get the bullshit, bro. I'm being honest with you. just telling you, this shit happened. You little 15, 16-year-old little nigga, this shit happens. These motherfuckers will whoop.
Hey, Furley, what's the strongest drug you took, Furley?
Acid.
What happened? Tell us about that trick.
That's the last time I took
Shut the
acid.
fuck up, Coolest. I'm not even asking.
Nigga, it was an hour later, nigga.
Go ahead,
Nah, the last time I
Furley.
took acid, bro, I took 4 hits of 4-way window pane.
What?
That's 16 hits. But look, this is what happened. I took 1 hit, right? And then I didn't know that the motherfucker kicked in 45 minutes later. So I'm taking hits every so many minutes because I'm like, the shit ain't kicking in. No real shit.
So how was this?
Really happened.
So when it kicked in, what happened?
Well, first I had to leave school. Once it kicked in, because I'm at school. Like I went to school. At first off, I'm in continuation school at this point.
Yeah, that's
So when I went to school, I only had a half day of school anyway. Right? So I was at Line Trotter in Sacramento. It's called Line Trotter High School in Sacramento. It's off Auburn Boulevard, shit, next to the city limits, motherfucking strip club. It's right down the street from city limits. Anyway, real talk, bro. So I took a hit on the bus. Then I took like 3 more hits while I'm in school, but I only had like 3 hours of school, and they used to give you a big ass packet of work to take home. You know what I mean? Continuation school. So you only go for like a little while, and then you have like a little packet you gotta fill out for class and shit. It's like minimal work. You know what I mean?
So you was half ill when you got out.
Well, no, this is the problem. I'm taking this shit in the morning. So I took one when I got there, but listen to me. I took one when I got there, and it didn't kick in like I thought it would. So then I took another one. It still really didn't kick in. Like I'm starting to feel it a little bit, but I'm like, oh, this ain't shit. So I took another one, right? And then it's like, oh my God. And then it's starting to kick in. And then I'm like, I need to take it. So I took another one, but I'm taking them like 30, 45 minutes apart, right? So but listen, it's 4-way window panes. These bitches are like 4 hits apiece. They're huge. They're big ass fucking pieces of acid that my white homegirl gave.
But that was like
I
the
don't
first
know.
time where you had already been doing it.
This is like my second. I've taken acid before, but I've never taken it like this. No, bro, listen, bro. I end up leaving school and it kicks in on the bus.
Okay.
Like
It kicked
on
in.
the
The
fucking
Coolest, shut the
bus.
fuck up,
The
bro.
fuck would you take it before?
No, I'm at school. I'm taking this shit before school. I'm at school taking them. And it doesn't kick in at school because it'll continue. It's like 3 hours of school. It didn't kick in. It kicks in when I leave school. No, so I'm getting on a public transportation. It's not like a school bus. It's fucking RT. You know what I mean? I'm going home on the bus going down Auburn Boulevard, and this shit kick in. And my nigga with me, my white homeboy Brian, we with me. And it's like, I just went on one. Like, on one, bro. Like, and this shit was crazy, bro. He had to follow behind me. I was buying shit, leaving it in stores. Like, I didn't see things. Like, I was seeing, like I was walking in the middle of the street. This nigga had to, like, get me out of traffic. It's crazy.
So you
Then I got
buying
home.
shit and just walking out the stuff.
Yeah, bro. Like, I went to Jack in the Box and bought a gang of food and then left. No, bro. That shit was wild, bro. I was in a hall. Like, I was a Lego.
I thought it was a
Lego. Bro, like, I was outside cutting and I wouldn't see nothing but, like, a blanket of purple or blue. But it's like I'm in the street. I'm in the middle. I'm like in the suicide lane and shit, nigga. It's just purple. Like there's none of that shit, bro. It's just purple. Me and purple. Like, oh, it's purple. Hey, like, bro, you gotta get out the fucking street.
What's the worst trip you ever had, Furley?
No, the worst trip I've ever had is I took an eighth of mushrooms with my boy Brian again. We had took an eighth of mushrooms at school. I'm on my way home. Nah, Brian's dead. My homeboy's finished. He like jumped in front of traffic and killed himself. Like that nigga.
Potato head, it's drugs.
This nigga, we do mushrooms together. I come home and my grandma had died. That was the worst trip. Like I come home on mushrooms. I'm high as fuck on mushrooms. And when I get home, like my little sister's like, Grandma died. When I get to the front door, what you do? I'm on mushrooms, bro. I'm on like fucking tripping balls. It's like that's when I get home. It's like your grandmother died. Like, said grandma died.
Did you believe it?
And well, yeah, but it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Like that shit was like, damn, nigga, I'm on mushrooms, okay? She died, like, it's fucking crazy. There's people in my house, like I'm in high school. There's like people in my house, bro. It's like a family, you know what I mean? Like you're on mushrooms, bro. Like trying to navigate that shit high as fuck. Like you're not trying to be high though.
Hey, potato head, where the hell out here?
Oh no, he really hard today. He got the fuck up.
What you been up to, potato head? How you been doing?
I've been doing good.
You been doing good? You been staying off the pills?
Pills, nigga.
You know you was doing them pills.
No, I
got a job out here for you.
So you stopped doing drugs, potato head?
I never did drugs ever in my
So
life.
you told lying ass, you was just buy $10 pills.
$10.
I say you ain't got.
I got a job for you out here. $30 an hour.
You got a $30 an hour job for you, potato head?
Nah, it's for you. Specifically for you.
No, I don't want it.
It's actually for you.
I still don't want it.
Yeah, you do. You want it.
She used to take. Look at her, she said you sound good.
Shit.
No, I said it sounds
Hell, I gonna beat your ass, girl.
You gotta leave it alive behind. You gotta come out
It's
yourself.
me. I don't hear him snoring in the background.
Detroit, I'm gonna check you up by your motherfucking collar, cause you always instigating some fucking shit. You need to be checked up right by your motherfucking collar to make me hop about my beat, cuss you out.
But no, she.
Stop fucking instigating.
That's the homegirl.
Go on mute.
But she did take pills.
No, I ain't never took a pill a day in my life. Well, I mean, we was just talking to somebody that was on acid, so I mean.
But she
Well,
actually
potato head was on
drugs.
drugs.
Like she's lying. Like drugs.
She high as hell right now,
She
Lex.
begs for money. She begs for
She
money.
high as
Like
hell.
alcohol. No,
She loves alcohol. She loves alcohol.
Actually, she drunk a high, man.
He loves
Actually,
alcohol.
she drunk a high.
You ain't never put nothing in your nose before. You ain't never tried a little something. No, I ain't put nothing in my nose.
You lying.
Nothing in your own.
She take Molly.
Nothing in my own. I got beautiful skin.
You take Molly, don't
She
you?
got great skin, but
You
she's
from Baltimore?
Yeah, she from Baltimore. Your hood. West side.
you know who she
She's
is.
from Baltimore, though.
Just cause she from Baltimore don't mean I know.
No, she from the outskirts.
You've heard of her.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
She from the
Dude, you've
Show me your guns. Show me your guns. Oh,
If it's a high point, just leave
so
it in
that's
the
crack.
house.
You got crack guns? That's what you're saying, right?
Yo, I don't need you. Cause y'all niggas in Baltimore love to get fucking high points.
They do. High points is cheap. Shit, I believe.
High points ain't shit.
You can't even kill a nigga with that. They are.
At all, bro. Like you on a block with a high point? Oh yeah, you green as shit. Go home, bro.
Potato Head, how much you was selling crack for? How much did crack cost back then, Potato Head?
I don't know. I was like 17. I was like 17.
Fucking Stanford. Stanford, what's up, bro?
What you selling them for?
Oh no, I think it was like 20s or dollars.
Oh, you was selling 20.
You were doing the 20s and the dimes. Smoking the shit out them shits.
No, yeah, I don't need you.
You smoked the 20s.
Do you know how to cook crack?
No, I don't know.
Not like the Asian niggas that
I
just
bet you Lex know how to cook.
Oh, 8 balls. You never bought an 8
I
ball.
mean, I've never cooked it personally, but I definitely stood next to a motherfucker while they did it.
What you trying to learn how to cook crack?
$5 grand.
Yes.
You watch niggas smoke crack legs?
No, I didn't watch niggas smoke crack. I watched
She was
them
learning how to
cook it.
cook.
Oh,
She
okay.
was trying to be a chemist. She was getting her chemist badge.
Like, right.
I thought you said you watched niggas smoke crack. I was like, that's wild.
I mean, I'm from Baltimore. Being on North Avenue, you see a person. You go to Mondawmin Mall, walking into the mall, and see a crackhead standing right outside the mall smoking crack. It's not hard to see somebody smoking crack. The crackheads go into the mall, into the bathroom stall, and smoke crack.
You're scared of the east
That's
side.
a lot. You guys,
The east side,
You scared of
you guys standards are low.
everybody should be scared of
You guys
that
standards
side.
are low.
You go,
My homie Artie from the east
Look
side.
at that.
everybody is dying on the east. Everybody.
My nigga Artie. The one that's on
Everybody
stage.
is dying.
They said down my
You see Artie right there?
Everybody but Audie is dying.
I didn't survive for crack. He smokes it.
Niggas ain't right.
Yeah, one nigga
He's a
Artie.
Brazilian crackhead.
Yeah, Artie pulled up to
He's
the
a
crib.
Brazilian crackhead.
He was finna slap you all quick.
He's able to smoke it. It makes him stronger.
Ridiculous.
What you say, Tommy?
Crack makes Allie stronger.
Artie was finna slap your man. Artie was finna slap your man.
No,
I don't think
Yeah,
so,
y'all was
bro.
scared.
I think he was gonna.
I'm not never lie. I was scared to
I
come
think
outside.
Allie was gonna smoke some weed with him and some crack with him.
Nah, he was gonna punch your ass. Yeah, hey Lex, that's my nigga Artie right there. He from East Baltimore, the east side.
I don't believe he was gonna do it.
yo, steady.
Real nigga east side shit right there. That's my nigga right there. Day one nigga right there. Real east side nigga. L.I. security guard. L.I. security guard. Artie ain't pull up to that bitch.
A security guard, where?
You ask him. He a security guard though. Tell you, you called the police? She ain't called them. She ain't gonna call them.
I was trying to get some head from Potato Head.
Ain't nobody did that shit, nigga. You a cop, bro? They furry, this nigga a cop, bro.
He is. Look, he do look.
They said L.I. security guard at Old Navy, Lex.
It's the thing, bro.
Wherever Old Navy is.
It's going to ask me, do I ever leave Baltimore? Yes. I live outside.
Start doing ad-libs.
So you in the county,
Yeah, I'm in the county.
Well, I'm the sheriff.
No,
I
not
have to come and arrest you.
the county. Like, no, I'm not like that.
Potato Head, do L.I. work at Old Navy?
Right out.
I've only had handcuffs on
make sure the kids cross 34th Street safely.
How the weather out there in Cali?
It got better now, shit.
All the fires, all the shit.
Yeah, that rain helped us out. They put the last of it on.
Alright, that's what's up. Potato Head. Over here talking to Potato Head, man. Where Ally work?
Italian ice, nigga.
I'm not gonna tell you. Bitch,
That
I
should
don't
be-
even live out there, bitch.
She ain't gonna snitch on her, nigga.
I don't
That
live
should
out
be
there.
wrong.
So I was just wondering where you work at. You know I don't live in Baltimore.
No, they already called Ella Joe.
Damn, they call that
Alright,
Hold on, I'm trying to get back there with Alex.
nobody care about L.I. Child.
Already pulled up to a job.
I say that Ella sexual harassment.
Who said that?
L.I. gay.
Who said that?
Gay though.
I don't know.
They said, so they called Ally job and said that somebody sexually
No,
harassed
they thought that he still worked there. They got it all wrong.
He did sexually harass other men at the job site. It was a thing people were talking about.
So he was sexually harassing men? Potato Head?
Yeah, no, he ain't
No, that was
What
a
that?
female jail.
Nah, it was other men. It wasn't females. And L.I. was over there touching all other men. Mad and shit.
Yeah, she did take the pay. You see how she sounded?
She
She
was
did take
mad
the
at him. She was mad at him about it.
we trying to get the potato heads where they work at, so we can just go security stuff, we can talk about this.
And I'm saying, she ain't gonna give you that.
talking about the hood.
Shit, nigga crazy. Yeah, ain't gonna give you none of that. A man's gay. We over here talking about fraud and shit, bro. Like, what you talking about,
Shut
bro?
up, idiot.
Weirdo.
Don't even go play those sound effects, idiot. Shut the fuck up. The sound effect.
Shit, real talk.
Yeah, I was gonna hate on him. Yeah, I was gonna hate on him. Dumbass. Did you upgrade your sounds? Anybody wanna hear? Yeah, boy. Nobody wanna hear that bullshit. Okay, give me a new sound, motherfucker. What the fuck did you upload new? Oh.
No, you
What the
wait
fuck? He went cornier. He went cornier.
Yes. Cornball. Some cornball.
Man, this all wedding DJ ass nigga. Cornball wedding DJ ass. Okay, alright, you wanna talk to Potato Head? Go talk to Potato Head. What? She don't sell pussy, nigga.
Wait, the way you said that, though. That was crazy.
Right.
The way you sounded.
She don't sell pussy.
Wow.
She said all y'all selling pussy. Mine selling pussy. She said. Oh, Lex. Toppy said you bad pussy. Hey, Toppy. Toppy said y'all selling pussy. Hey, so Lex, you sell a little pussy?
No, I can't stop. This is not to me.
Okay.
I can't stop my
is no biracial.
Hey, yo, I used to watch that
They're
TV.
fully racial.
My son's not anarchy.
Yeah.
Say
They don't
anarchy
want
again.
race queen. You know that that's not the truth though. Spanish,
Oh, okay.
English.
Mr. Furley,
Really, what you had was
please find your
inbred.
stream of consciousness and jump back in it.
That's what everything is. Inbred.
It's like the ears fell off and
It's
she
not
can't
a
see
purity of anything. It's inbred.
Maybe she's mad because she's not biracial.
Oh.
Baby, I know you age down at a certain rate, but I would never live with a white man. I would never touch a pink man. And I would never wanting to be white.
You're sure your great grandmother
What's
did?
that got to do with you wanting to be white?
Hold on, so Mira wants to be white?
Well, it would seem to me because she has a lot to say about biracial people. Well, Detroit, let me know if you like the answer to that question.
I would love to
Is
answer
it the
Mira.
white side or the black side?
Let's give Mira the one mic. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Understandably why. Exactly, right? So, as Dr. Narcisse said in the sixth season of Boardwalk Empire, to dilute a thing is to make it less potent. Look, bitch, you came in here peaceful. Why don't you just keep it that way? I was talking to and I was talking to you. Why don't you suspend your hand? Why don't you shut the fuck up? Because I was when you come back with your little AI picture, you're always 5 shades lighter with
She doesn't want to race up a hill with your big forehead.
You know what I think it is?
What is it, Mir?
Like sometimes there are some of us who, you know, just breathing and blinking bother people, right?
So without any.
I'm talking to
That's
them,
right. And I'm talking to you. You keep talking to Detroit. I swear, I felt that sentiment so bad because people just be not liking me just for me.
Just cause you got a glow about you, you know?
They're like, damn, I'm
And
cool
they
as
don't
fuck.
They don't know how hard
I don't know, Lex. I think you tried to switch it up 5 minutes ago.
They don't know what you've been through, right? They don't know how hard it is.
Yeah, you don't. You don't.
Yeah, the biracials, they got it easy, don't they? Mir?
No, actually, I disagree.
Okay, they don't.
I actually think, well, this is, okay, let me get to it. Can I cook a little bit? I made a really good roux tonight. Can I cook a little bit?
Sure, go ahead.
Or biracial.
All right. So, I suspect, in my observation, that biracial women actually might have it a little harder than black women, even though black women are the crux of society and the backbone of the most unprotected. And here's why. I can't imagine, much like the teas except for cornbread, I can't imagine looking in the mirror and being like, which half will I be today? Looking at the sides and being like, I feel other but both and fighting for my life.
You sound stupid. You sound like a stupid bitch in every room, girl. Your forehead is fighting for its life. You're not excused. Your forehead's fighting for its life, girl. If it could get any bigger, it'd be a fucking globe.
Well, I look at her PTR, it don't look like her. I'm on mute, man.
She's never met me. As I was saying, I suspect that inner turmoil is similar to the rest of these identity
I
politics,
suspect
right?
that you're jealous, and that's why you always want to speak on biracial women. That's why you always want to say something dumb when nobody has said anything to you. And you're desperate for attention.
Wasn't the first mention of biracial?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything I got on them.
Didn't I respond to you?
You don't have one.
Biracial?
Yes,
You got
ma'am.
about
Yes,
10.
ma'am.
Okay, cool. So as I was saying, and while I pissed you down the toilet,
You're gonna go down the toilet, bitch. You're the one who's mad. I'm not mad because you know why? I'm biracial. And you're not. But that's what you want to be. And the closest that you can get to it is by what? Making yourself look like one in a picture?
Oh.
Bitch.
Shade mirror, she like mirror.
No, but science says that big foreheads are like a sign of. Tommy, you don't have a big forehead. Mir has one for you though. If you need to borrow one or wanted one.
Oh, no. Why are you talking about this lady's forehead?
Oh, Troy, all you've been doing is.
But what about Tommy? What about Tommy?
that I
I
have.
just told Tommy she doesn't have a big forehead. There was no shade on Tommy. See, it's very easy, Mir. You just
You don't like that picture with Mir?
chill with everybody else. But no, you've always got to turn the room into a mirror room because you need attention. And you feel like you're not getting it because you're not biracial.
Well, look at her PTR. I
So when
think
you
she's
said
getting it.
Queen of Biracials is speaking, you didn't like it.
Is that true, Mir? You didn't like Queen of Biracials? Because she's the queen of the biracials.
That wasn't what you said. You said biracial queen.
Oh.
I said those
Whatever.
go together,
Biracial
and I thought
queen and biracials. Girl, you didn't like it.
Detroit, I know you caught the follow-up about the proceedings of the work. Yeah, okay. See how bloodline work?
Damn, man.
It looks like all the blood went
remind me. I'm just asking. I was just wondering how long was he talking to you? And did he know that you was a transgender? EP, did you know that was a transgender? I don't even think he gave a fuck. See that? She could have been a transgender. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. So, Mira, how was your day today? niggas, man. You know what? I ain't gonna lie. That cornbread, I kind of understand what y'all be saying. I didn't understand. You right. I don't understand. You niggas be download gays. You trying to talk to her. You trying to talk to her in the back channel. And then now you want to go on stage and act like you don't know cornbread.
Alright, I hear you. So I got a PT on the back end unless it is the word.
Oh, this that nigga.
Alright, nigga. Why you trying to argue with a man 249 at night? Suck my dick, nigga.
Yeah, this the one that was trying to talk to cornbread.
Nigga worried about me, nigga. Go find you a bitch, nigga.
See, deflection.
Yo, Les, how you doing tonight? You look very beautiful and I appreciate you.
Lex don't like gay.
You can't send her no money or
what up, Top?
What's that?
Chilling, man. This nigga right here trying to talk to cornbread, but then want to call cornbread.
Nah, hold on. You drop my cash out.
Always niggas like that.
We could double up. We can keep doubling until you people.
Just stay in your truth, bro. Yeah, stand in your truth, man. You know, you transgender.
Nobody there going with no cash out. Cash out.
Nigga arguing in the bathroom. Shut up.
Is he African? Why he got his cash up in there?
He want y'all to donate to him. I want to get him right. Man, get your poor begging ass up out the chat. Don't put no cash ups over here, faggot, grown ass. Not begging for cash, yeah.
Your life just by giving you my cash out.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that money time. Why you what you got? Yeah, what's that? What you a corn? I know cornbread curving you right now, so you know.
She don't like me. That's cool.
See? It's you secret nigga. You gay as hell, throwing up gang. Yeah, I mean gun signs. You know,
I don't know. Like,
Tommy, this nigga gay. Tommy, I ain't gonna lie.
it's because what he did.
He gay. He tried to talk to cornbread.
I ain't know she was a fucking tranny. You on my dick. Like,
Nigga, we said it. She said it. And you still kept going.
I ain't hear that, nigga. I'm not worried. PTO, that's a real gun.
Don't blame work on your homosexuality.
Real gun. Come outside with let me know when you know that's a real
I know that's not Kels.
Now you a gangster.
Kels. This nigga tried to talk to cornbread. Tommy, wake it up. Wake it up. Why I can't call your name, sir? Hi, Kels.
Hi.
Why y'all not, you know what? Never mind. We doing a DNA test ASAP. Huh?
What, baby? What? Kels, leave me alone. Reese in here now. Wow.
Let my arm go, bro. Move. Hey, Reese.
You know what? You know what I noticed, Harry? You got a thing for light-skinned women.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. I'm over you.
You know what I noticed about you? that was a woman's. I thought that was a woman's only club. Alright, I was there. How the hell you win the money? Oh. So you over there packing up with single mothers. Mine over there. Mine was chatting your ass. Light skin or pale is crazy. Mine would have packed you up more, bro. Ain't no Detroit. What up, man? Hey, man, when you coming back out here, bro, man? You gotta let me lay down a ramp park one more time, man. Probably next month for sure, 'cause I gotta come out there. Hey, you know how you used to troll me, right? Yeah. I'm gonna troll you real fast. You came out here last time, but I knocked you out for the wrong reasons, nigga. Nigga told that boy yuck when he said add me. Hey, I had to sneak that in one time. Biggest P, you gotta relax. Hey, no, hey, real shit though. Hey, when you come out here next time, bro, hit me here. I'm telling you. You know I got you for sure, man. I'll be moving this. I got you for sure. When I come next time, I'm going over there. Hey, you know, Lauren, I'm gonna give him my home. Shit, why you gave Kel's mine, bro? Yeah, right there. Hey, Kel's be removing people out of homes. She a good friend. No, that's my nigga Bando right there. That's my nigga Bando. Oh, she had bad experiences, man. No, she had bad experiences. Nah, I mean, I understand. She sounds like she's traumatized. It's alright. No, you know what? I respect that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because I respect that. Because you know what? Your feelings matter at the end of the day. Nah, real talk, because it's a solid nigga right here. Yo, let that brother cook. Look, whenever, I was about to cook, but it ain't the right time to do that. Whenever you want, I'm gonna follow you. You want to welcome. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Lauren? He seems innocent. I mean, you know, I ain't look. At the end of the day, I'm not a leech. I'm not a nigga in jail. Oh, my bad. I'm gonna mute up this. Well, go ahead. She hating, man, though. Nah, I'm gonna mute up. I thought she was talking about me, man, bro. My bad. That's my fault for jumping the gun. Yeah, this the homie right here, man. You're real good, dude. You know what I'm saying? Having light skin wars in the chat. Real, no. Real popular. My bad, man, though. I fuck, man. Sorry. Nah, talking you good. That's like I said, that's my fault. Because I thought you was talking about my bad. It's good. Hey guys, it's Joe. Yeah, it was Joe. Hey guys, it's Joe. It's safe, Joe. Ariel is not on that. She's not upset. You can come up, Joe. Cause he gonna pop in here. It's not safe for him, huh? Is it JoJo or Joku? Oh, it's safe for him. Hey, Mike, can you leave Derek alone? Derek said you keep picking with him. Derek's a bitch. He tried to talk some shit about Ellen and somebody else. I had to cuss him out. So when I saw him in somebody else's room, he had to be fucking. Somebody, hey, Derek, come here. That's what I was gonna say. He had a thing. He coming up. He moving why I say it's blessed for you to have legs. No, you should be learning off my situation. Because you can be in my situation tomorrow. You know? You hear that, Tommy? I'm just, I ain't trying to be better or nobody. I know I'm far from being better than motherfucker. So I really just try to just tell motherfucker what it is. If I'm gonna talk about motherfucker, I'm gonna help motherfucker at the same time. So I have to walk them down. Walk them down.
Did they say you never be able to walk in it?
Shit, you put that pussy on me, shit, my legs gonna shake. I'll be great.
Oh, you gonna get the moving, huh?
Do some shit to make me walk. He gonna get them clean gym shoes done. Hey, always be a nigga hang on a wheelchair, though, man. Come on, man. A real nigga, if I fuck your bitch, you supposed to be glad. If I'm walking in a nigga wheelchair and fuck a bitch, I'm gonna be glad, nigga. Damn. Real nigga supposed to be glad, nigga. Supposed to understand the struggle as a man. Keep asking that Waukesha next to 100,000 on this. But now, don't put this shit on Waukesha. Hey, nigga, you ain't got that fat lion no more. Oh, bro, put shit on me, bro. You know how I look, bro. I turned motherfucking monkey in. I gave you the monkey. I had 42,000 in my monkey mouth, man. Diamonds. Damn. You should have kept that monkey. That shit, down the zoo. The only monkey was the real. I sold that motherfucker for 62,000.
All together?
Shut the fuck up, bro. God, this nigga. Oh, you gonna chop everything, chop. Yeah. You gonna chop the deal down. You gonna chop the tree in front of his deal down. What you over here lying about, man? Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Tell the kids, bro. Man, stop. Hey, what I tell you about this shit? Hey, y'all, what I tell you about that, bro? I ain't gonna know that you on this thing. Real shit is boring, dog. Real shit. Yeah. Hey, Oski, act like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you slide this time, you hear me? Just chill the fuck out, though, you hear me? I'm just shut up, cause
You gonna let him slide?
yeah, I'm gonna give him a pass. Man, Oski, he alright sometimes, man. He alright sometimes. Hey, Oski, I will push your ass in the street. Hey, man, listen, you can't stand up. Listen, I won't go live. I'll go live with you. That nigga ain't standing for shit. If you stand up, bro, I will go live. Your ass live in Amazon, bro. Nigga, you sit down for a living. You sit down for a living. You can't stand. You don't stand on your word. You gotta have it, bitch. Bitch, you can't walk. Say he can't stand the rain? Fuck no. Nigga can't dance. Nigga missing out on your landlord. You always tell bitch ass nigga, your shoes don't get dirty. Your shoes, the bottom of your shoes don't get dirty.
Leave that nigga where he stands.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him where he stands. Yeah, leave this nigga where he stands with them big ass pictures. Oh God. Man, shut the fuck up. Nah, what's up with you, Oski? You stupid bitch. Come on, man. Him and his little thugs, they walk around with a padlock connected to their jeans so they can walk around. Fall out of place. Yeah, but we walk around, though. You hear me? Walking around like Gothams. We doing shit you can't do. You hear me? You put a water hose in your booty, you put your ass out here, bro. You stupid ass bitch. Hey, man, turn your wheelchair around? Man, he got a plush wheelchair, bro. He ain't got no natural wheelchair. But I will give this, though. He be trying to drive.
He got the wheelchair with the neck attachment and shit that hold his head up.
Nah. He just got the regular. Nah, this ain't the type. Hold on. Refresh your screen. Bro, stop playing, bro.
You got one of them hospital wheelchairs.
Let's get at the hospital. You got a regular devil. Hey, he ain't getting no money on top. He got a regular chair. Yeah, he got a regular devil. Ross is way harder than your shit. He beat up like a shit better than your take over all the wheelchair niggas.
That's why you see wheelchair.
And that's a wheelchair mafia. I'm over all the wheelchairs in the world.
No, you not, bro. Ross is the nigga.
And
listen. Ross is the top nigga in the wheelchair.
Listen, Ross can't fuck with me. He can't move.
Man, bless
He ain't done what the hell he did.
Stop now, bro. Stop.
Look, gang. I gave you Ross his name because I know he got time to be talking to you like that.
No, you did.
Hey, Ross got more jury than you.
Funny as you trying to do it out. Damn, y'all all got funny as shit.
That nigga got it hard. Listen, if that was you, he would have whooped you.
Hey, can't leave that mother picture money out though. They trying to fake money chops like that.
That's the fact.
Hey, chop. I'ma fuck your mama, bitch. Oh, then that big ass bitch over. Chop.
nobody down here. Shit, all these somebody, y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all, well, I can tell y'all some stuff. I can say, oh, there ain't nobody down here.
You were scared to drop that low, though. See how that go? You were scared to drop that low.
Dog, check this out. Check this out. Drop the low. Niggas already got his Instagram.
You were scared.
That nigga better not feel me, boy.
You were scared.
Yeah. You're trying to help this.
What you gonna do with his Instagram? Like his story did say?
Right.
You know what, man? I'm gonna mind my business.
He was scared to drop the low. Oh, you were talking about scared to drop the low.
Man, check this out. Put it like this. For y'all that you know that don't know, real niggas in Baltimore, not get on this shit. You know here.
Also, you ain't a real nigga.
I know real niggas. Yeah, you know y'all.
He just admitted that he ain't a real nigga.
You don't have shit to do, y'all. Man, no more real niggas in Baltimore get to know y'all, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Damn, all right, well, you do what you want to do. You do what you want to do. And then they got to know you and all that. Yeah, he that. Until you come down here, until, nigga bring you around somewhere he's at, smack. His ass gets smacked.
Shut your ass up. You for the
Like,
count.
man, punch your pie.
You for the count. You for the count.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
You from Baltimore County.
Damn, whole time, he ain't even what he was. Yeah.
Man, shut up. You ain't snitching. One wire on you.
I ain't snitching on nobody.
One wire on you, bitch.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, bitch. How about you come out here and see yourself?
The fuck for what?
Cause you scared, bitch.
The fuck am I coming there for?
Cause you scared. That's what I thought.
Bitch,
You scared to come outside. Right, that's the funny motherfucker.
you want me to come outside?
He don't even come outside. He act like L.I., Chop. This another L.I. He another L.I. Oh, nigga. You another L.I. L.I. Now, for
Goofy.
yeah, you just like L.I. Nigga. Shut up. You don't come
He a
outside.
retard.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie, I know how to play that real good. I know.
I know. I believe.
Yeah, I did. I was shit. I know how to
You too.
Yeah, all right. I know how to get in the certain spot. I know how to get in the certain spot. And I be like, you know what?
I know you do.
No. I know how to get in a certain spot. Be like,
Me too.
I think you should do this. I think you should do this.
Hey, bro.
You got that dog. You got that dog.
Hey, bro. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I don't give no fucks right now. Hey, Austin, come your bitch ass off that mic, nigga. What you been up to, Goofy? They must have kicked you out the room over there. You talking your ass off.
They kicked him out for $15. He owed 15.
You had to.
Broski owed $15. You see, he was saying that Broski.
Yeah, it's fucking Air Force Ones. He always keep crispy white ones. They don't never touch the ground.
Shit only needed toilet paper.
That's it. That's all he got. Broski is a troll. Right? He ain't in here talking his ass.
He might take it as man.
Nigga make more money from Twitter.
Yeah, that's good. Why you ain't on Twitter then, bro?
I am on Twitter.
Every man. When they always be fucking man.
When the last time you got a check?
When last time I got a check? When last time you paid? Hold on. You said a check.
Yeah,
Check.
What's money? Money or some money? Check for some money.
Dumbass.
Is you there?
You ain't getting 911, so it don't matter.
Okay. Leave that nigga if you want to. Leave that project ass nigga to do it.
PTR $1,000.
They ain't got shit going on.
PTR $1,000, bro.
Come on, gang.
He ain't even got PTR. I listen, PTR.
PTR $1,000.
I've been I ain't gonna lie. That nigga,
I'm too hot.
Detroit nigga, I fuck with Vine. I fuck with Vine.
Bro, PTR.
Man, all they, man, that's how you know, and I fuck with this jump on.
Who is fine?
Fuck with yeah, okay, man. Come on, Vine, side, what's going on with you, fuck with these niggas, yeah. Too busy fuck with these niggas.
This nigga talking about the Trump Trump coin, nigga. Look at my PTR, goofy. Dumb nigga. Think I care about the Trump coin?
You don't know what that fat ass up, bitch. No nigga.
You think I care about a Trump coin?
Shut your fat ass up. You get the heart attack. You motherfucking baloney eating ass bitch.
PTR,
Stop all you fat ass bitch. You gotta start low.
I got Blue Cross Blue Shield though.
I got Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Anything happen to me, they taking me straight to.
That's a fact. Bitch, they gonna let you die. They gonna let you die. You gonna let me die. Check in. Big ass. They gotta make him check in. They gonna let you die. Bitch. They gonna let you die. I ain't gonna lie, what's wrong with that? Why y'all fuck so hard for niggas scared to die?
Shut up, man.
Bro, you ain't y'all niggas scared to die. Y'all niggas scared to die. Bro, you ain't gonna kill nothing. Y'all terrified all of a sudden. Y'all, I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna. Y'all wanna keep living this life. Y'all wanna keep living. Y'all. Bro, you nice, man. Shut up, bitch.
Hey, tell that nigga PTR $200.
He can't. I just tried. You see, he talked around that thousand.
What about 200?
He talked all the way around.
PTR 200.
What up? Y'all niggas scared. What's that? Wait, it's Audi right here, ain't it? Audi. Yeah, that's Audi right there. That's Audi, man. Alright, so that's what? Listen, bro.
Audi ain't fucking
on top of shit. No, hold on.
Audi already called your bitch ass out.
Y'all, listen. Y'all niggas ride Baltimore niggas so much.
We don't fuck with you, nigga.
Eight ways. That's cool. Y'all ain't gotta fuck with me, nigga. Fuck you. Fuck your mom. Fuck your baby. Bitch, I don't give a fuck all none of y'all. But y'all bring up all the though.
Right, this nigga mad as hell. It's women in here, nigga. Stop being so mad.
He's a goofy. He's a goofy. Bitch, what man? What happened to your homeboys out Chicago that got laid out? Bitch, you on Clubhouse while them niggas dead in the graveyard. You ain't getting nothing about that.
Ask Hosky.
Yeah, nah, you ain't did nothing about that. You on Clubhouse, bitch. Y'all the goofy. Y'all the real. Y'all homeboys looking at y'all like that niggas outside right now. Y'all goofy. Y'all on Clubhouse, bitch. You on Clubhouse, bitch.
Get that shit up out the chat, bitch ass nigga.
Clubhouse.
Unless you get the cash out, fact.
That's a fact. Y'all on Clubhouse, bitch. Y'all homeboys dead in the motherfucker. Y'all ain't slide on the motherfucker. Man, y'all don't wanna hear about that, bitch. I don't wanna hear about nothing, bitch. I ain't got no cuss off for man. Fuck you, bitch. Nigga, fuck you. Man, y'all homeboys dead. You ain't slide about nothing. You ain't dead. Oh, for real? Yeah. I'm taking care of his kids. What I supposed to do, goofy? Cause you do for him though. Some shit you ain't gonna do. You babysit. You a babysitter. Oh, you a babysitter. I get it. You a babysitter. You a babysitter. I get it. Alright, cool. You a babysitter. Alright, cool. You get points for that.
What's up, Jennifer?
You a babysitter. You a babysitter. You a babysitter. You a babysitter. I get it. You a babysitter. I just gave you points for that. You a babysitter. What about the rest of these niggas though? What about the ass? You a babysitter.
Hey, what you say, Dolphin? What you say, Dolphin?
Get the point. He's a fucking babysitter. I mean,
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, you white bitch. Before I stick this black dick on your face. Shut up, bitch. You white bitch. I'll put this black dick on your face, you white ass.
Talk your shit, Dolphin. Talk your shit,
Black ding-a-ling on your face, bitch. You want a black ding-a-ling on your face. Shut up, bitch. You want some nigga dick? You want some nigga dick? You want some nigga dick?
She called us a dirty fuck.
Yeah, you want some dirty fuck.
She got cussed out by Australia. He got cussed out by
You want some
Australia.
nigga dick? You want some nigga dick? Look at it. You want to rape her now. Wait here. Rape?
I don't want your dirty, cheesy fucking pasty dick, alright, bitch? You got fucking pus coming out the eye of your dick, bitch. We don't want it.
Shut up, cracker, bitch. You ain't even real.
I'm only half a cracker. Only half a cracker. Only half a cracker, bitch. That ain't gonna work. Yeah. My daddy is indigenous, yeah, I know that. My daddy's indigenous, bitch. I should know that. I've been here in my fucking country 7,000 years, bitch. What about you? Where the fuck are you been? You know where you're from?
Dolphin packing your ass up.
Or are you just trapping from fucking country to country? Like a refugee? Shut the fuck up. I know my heritage and where I'm from, bitch. Okay, my father's indigenous, my mother's white. What do you fucking do? Shut up. You stupid bitch. It's amazing, isn't it, who gets the race card and who plays the victim first? Isn't it? It's amazing. I mean, come on now. You're making your people look bad, mate. Honestly. Good and bad at every fucking race. Do you have to go there with colour? Do you have to go there with colour? You fucking bleed red inside and out. You strip your fucking skin away and look inside, it'll all be the same. Hello? Stupid bitch. Stupid bitch. I'm having black dick already over here. Indigenous dick. I don't need your dick. That's a fact. It's probably blacker than you, bitch. You're probably a light skinned bitch, are you? Oh, that ain't gonna work. I have a lift. That ain't gonna work. It's called a speech impediment, motherfucker. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? And you need to sit on a fucking bottle and rotate on it, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You crybaby little bitch. You're repetitive. That's all you do is repeat yourself. Shut up. Stop crying. Or you get a dick rammed up your ass, bitch. Because your ass is hurt already. We need to pacify your ass. Where's that butt plug? We need a pacifier. We need to calm him down. Put him on my knee and burn the bitch. Oh, you wish I was a crackhead. You wish I was. Just because you were born in the crackhead era, and your baby mama's a crackhead, and your mother's a crackhead, and you're a baby fucking crackhead. Now, don't put that on me, bitch. I wouldn't touch that and go to drug, even if you paid me to, bitch. Drug you out. Drinking the juice after.
Somebody call me.
No, I said like Spanky Fingers.
Spank your black ass, boy.
Yeah. Put him out of my name, Spanky. See how he
Your
likes
name
it.
Stanky. Your name Stanky. Your name Stanky ass.
I said smack you. Smack you, bitch. Smack you. I'll punch you.
Stanky ass got
She
something
is
to say.
white. She white.
Stanky ass got something to say. I don't give a fuck what that bitch. That bitch named Stanky ass. That bitch named Stanky ass. She got something to say. Go ahead, Stanky ass. Go ahead, Stanky ass. Go ahead, Stanky ass. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, shit comes out of it, so normally.
Go ahead, Stanky ass. You got to say Stanky ass. Hey, Stanky ass.
Just because you got dingleberries all over yours.
Why that bitch playing like she smoked 100 cigarettes?
Yeah.
Why that bitch playing like she smoked 100 cigarettes?
No, that's
Bitch,
smudgy
that bitch
times.
playing like she smoked 100 cigarettes.
You smoke
What's wrong with that
buttons like
bitch?
me, you
What's wrong
jingle
with that
like
bitch? That ragged ass hoe.
What's wrong with
That
you?
bitch, that bitch, you playing like she smoked 100 cigarettes.
Yeah, that is a pause. You was gagging. You was gagging.
Shut up, bitch ass nigga. I ain't talking to you, hoe ass nigga. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck your life. Fuck your life.
That was kind of gay. That was kind of gay.
Hoe ass nigga.
Yeah, he was gagging. Gagging.
Some baby powder on that
He said he was gay.
That was you.
Shut the fuck
But
up.
y'all ain't gonna pay that no mind, ain't y'all? Y'all ain't gonna pay that shit no mind, no. These niggas scared as hell. They admitted to it. They admitted to it. They you some motherfucker. But y'all ain't gonna really admit that though. Y'all ain't gonna admit. Alright, whatever. Yeah, whatever. But anyway, it'll come out. It'll come out. It'll come out. It'll come out. It'll come out.
That spaghetti ain't warmed up yet.
It'll come out.
That
Man,
spaghetti
shut
ain't
up.
warmed up yet.
Man, fuck you. Man, bitch, fuck you. Oh,
Where that
ass.
spaghetti at?
You
It
a
ain't
hoe.
warm yet.
You a hoe. Boy, when learn your brother a hoe. That white ass bitch a hoe. Anybody against me a hoe. Bitch, y'all all eaters.
You were born a hoe, bitch.
Y'all
Your mother was a hoe, but you were born a hoe.
Hey, bitch, I don't give a fuck. Hey, bitch, you know what? Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Y'all can't fuck with me. Y'all can't fuck with me.
His mama come from Garrison. His mama come from Garrison.
We know all your fucking women have got
Shit, I drag my nuts all up and down this room.
Yeah,
I drag my
That ain't
nuts
gonna
all up
work
and down through this room.
because you got saggy nuts and all you women have got no fucking walls in their pussies.
He date prostitutes.
Okay?
He date
You got
prostitutes.
no walls up your ass, and your women have got no walls in their pussies. So grip onto me, bitch. Hey, excuse you, can't give me grip. Don't give me to gripping on me. Come on now. That's got nothing to do with colour. That's got nothing to do with
He
colour.
ain't got no rags. Is that what you said?
Walls, bitch.
He ain't got no whippers.
You got no walls. You wouldn't get fucked. Shut up.
Ain't your spaghetti ready? Get that spaghetti out the microwave. Talk to that nigga, boss. He a bitch.
You rusty ass bitch, he mad as a bitch. Shut your bitch ass up on him and smack you. Bitch, I'll smack your fucking face off, bitch.
You wouldn't get
Nah,
married.
you know, I'll smack
Eat your spaghetti. Eat your spaghetti, little nigga.
Yeah, I know.
Calm down and eat your spaghetti, nigga.
Face off, you whole ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Bitch ass nigga.
Okay, you cool? Eat your spaghetti.
Bitch, I'll spit in your face.
Calm down. Calm down. You done? Eat your spaghetti.
Shut up, bitch. Before I spit in your face.
Don't get mad at the spaghetti.
You niggas some fucking clown. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. They deal with it.
Calm down. Calm
I
down.
ain't
Eat your
gonna lie.
spaghetti.
These motherfuckers stick together.
Eat your spaghetti. Eat your
That's why
spaghetti.
that bitch wonder why I can't find a real nigga to deal with clowns.
Eat your spaghetti. Eat your
Clown
spaghetti.
ass niggas. That's why you can't find a real man. And that's what the fuck you did with me. That's why the fuck you did that. That's why you wonder why that bitch can't never find you. Try to find some big blood.
Your spaghetti get cold.
Ain't no real Detroit nigga. Ain't no real Detroit nigga. Ain't no real Detroit nigga.
Your spaghetti
again, Carl.
Clown ass nigga. Bitch, I ain't gonna lie. Come to Baltimore, nigga. Push one.
Hurry up and eat your spaghetti.
Man, that money that you pull, nigga. Push that down.
Reed, eat your spaghetti. Look at him. He trying to get some bread. He trying to get a piece of bread. He trying to find a fork. Right, go ahead.
Y'all ain't begging for cash. Y'all ain't begging for cash. Look at the top. Look at the top. Y'all begging for cash. Y'all begging for cash.
Make sure you hit it. Make sure you hit the cash.
They poor. They poor in this bitch.
Your spaghetti getting cold, man. Your spaghetti getting cold, man.
Hey, man, hold on.
Look at, get your piece of bread. Get your piece of bread. You know that nigga still got white bread in. Yeah, go ahead, calm down and eat your meal.
Shut up.
You only put it in the microphone for a minute.
Shut up,
You know you ain't got a lot of heat on it. It's only got a minute of warm on it.
Yeah, that white bitch, she ready to die. She ready to die. She ready to die from the sun. That white bitch, that sticky ass white bitch. Man, that ugly ass bitch. Y'all,
You turn it up. Look at you turn it up.
put some lime on that pussy. Put some vinegar, some lime on that pussy. Put some vinegar, some lime.
Go ahead, drink that liquor. Eat that liquor away. I mean, eat that liquor. You sit down. Look at it. Right, go ahead and mute up. Look at him. He's taking a bite now. Look at him. He's like Pop Eater. Yeah, you see, look at him. You see that? He finna come on. No, he just took another one. Yeah, he just took another fork and ate a piece of bread. He's stuffed in his mouth right now. 2 minutes, he finna come on. Eat that hangover, boy. Hell no, that nigga ain't no fool. Of course. He gonna drink that away. Go ahead. See, he quiet now, Tommy. I smell sticky Somalis.
But they waiting on me. I had the bitch say, depending on spaghetti, my bitch just cooked this shit 2 hours. Man, when you talk, fuck you cook.
Well, why you putting it in the microwave, nigga?
You ain't got no man.
It should still be in the pot. Why you in this
Right, I
warm?
gotta do heat it up. It's cold. 2 hours ago, I gotta heat it up 2 hours ago.
You should turn the pot on.
Yeah, you ain't got no bitch to cook for you, nigga. You ain't got no bitch to cook for you. She ain't got no nigga. She ain't got no nigga. Fuck you talking about, man. Y'all fuck off this bitch, man. Y'all hopeless. Y'all hopeless. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Where that crackhead ass white girl at? She
That shit still
hopeless.
should be a little bit warm.
That crackhead ass white girl hopeless.
Turn the heat on. Turn the
All
heat
y'all
on.
hopeless. Shut up, bitch.
Right.
Shut
Why
up.
would you make me
Man,
put it in the
I got the mom
microwave?
that
It's still in the pot.
they mad. All right, go ahead. All right,
I smell the sticky Somali. Yeah, remarkable. That dude right there.
How are you, Middle East?
Poor Somali.
That white girl ain't never done no black dick before.
He left it. He late. Yeah, he's a poor Somali that likes to steal. I got his fresh record. What you doing over there, Tommy? Did Lex fall asleep?
Shut up.
There you go. Look at there you go.
Bitch ass niggas.
He ain't even finished chewing his food.
Fuck y'all time off, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, he charged up now? He charged up? He charged up?
that shit up. Your bitch ass gonna wanna be cool. What you say? Well, you think he only took like what, 1 or 2 bites? He still turned. Yeah, he high off a pill. I ain't gonna lie. See how that goes, bitch? He's still coming off muted and dumbass. He don't know what the fuck going on. He a fag. At least you know how to spell faggy. Yeah. He wasn't playing this nigga. Toppy finna start stripping, y'all. Toppy finna start stripping. Get your singles ready. Toppy finna start stripping. Get them singles. Toppy finna twerk. Oh, she finna change her outfit. It's an outfit change.
Baltimore shit.
We don't want to hear that dumb speaker radio you got, bitch. You know they got that little speaker radio with all the lights on it, that goofy ass nigga. We don't need your music, bitch. Yeah, Toppy over there freshening up. You know what I'm saying? She about to come back and hit the stage. No, we never, bitch.
Niggas act homie back.
No, we never did that.
Yo, he mad. He got Frank over.
Okay, yeah, we don't do cut water, nigga. We don't do that. We buy liquor, bitch. See how that go, dumb nigga? We drink liquor around here.
It's Baltimore shit, bitch.
We don't give a fuck.
Fuck your time on.
We don't give a fuck. We don't care. We don't give a fuck.
I can't be up here too long.
What type of music this nigga listens to? This nigga listening to gay music.
I can't be up here that long.
No, yeah. Hey, Toppy, we get the singles ready. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, we get the singles ready for you to hit the stage. You gonna have to go this down, bitch. Some of that be some yeah, that shit was dumb as hell. Come back, Toppy. Everybody, welcome Toppy to the stage. Get your singles ready. Get your singles ready. Oh shit. Okay. This nigga listening to Cisco. You hear this shit?
You
You was listening to the thong song. You was listening to the thong song.
That's why she said.
Nigga, that was the thong song. I know the thong song. Cisco when I hear it.
Your mother the song, bitch.
Thong song listening to ass nigga. one-liner? No, I don't really talk about. Wait, who are you? How did I follow you? Have I spoken to you before? Alright, yeah, I don't know you. Let me guess. Okay, okay. They've been on you all night. Well, no, I don't remember. What did we talk about? I know that. Can you remind me? No, I don't remember. Can you listen to that she talked to on this bitch? Can you remind me? No, I don't remember you. Bitch, she fucked up. What did we talk about in the van? I don't really. You know, I see a picture of you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wait, you're the white lady. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. You're the white lady. Destroyed it. How many kids you got? How many kids you got? Me? I ain't talking. You fucking talking. You. Oh, okay. Well, why you got somebody else in tonight? How you been, Laura? What's up? White girl, Laura. Just like that, just is. Y'all cornball. Hold on. Hey, come back to the underground, Laura. Shut up, bitch. Tell your mother that way. You're not a good troll. Oh, me? You talking about me? Yeah, you. I don't care about if you rate my trolling. I don't give a fuck yet. Hey, I'm just here. You're my entertainer. I'm not here to entertain you. It's for my satisfaction, not yours. Now, play that. Shut up, bitch. Yeah, what's up? What? No, say it. No, hey, sure, are you a better troll than me? I mean, it's not a competition, but. Huh? Since I'm a bad troll, you're a better troll than me? Yeah, when I feel like trolling, hell yeah, I'm a way better troll than you. Is it a competition? No. It's like you're a beginner, but no. I feel like, I don't really care how someone rates my trolling. I'm just here to, you're my entertainer. I'm not here to entertain you. I don't care how you feel about my trolling. It was like, get what I want. I think it's like a black American thing, like talking about how much pussy you get. I think it stems from slavery from being bred and forced to have sex with other slaves to make more slaves, you know what I'm saying? So you think like you're a big man now, you know what I'm saying? Shut up, faggot. Dude, this stems from slavery. I don't know, like you have gay people in your family. I'm from Nigeria. We don't have gay people in my family, you know what I'm saying? But it's illegal to be gay. You're here in America, there's a lot of gay black Americans. Faggot.
Yeah, that's over here.
Hey, Ski, you ever notice a grown man with a Sonic Hedgehog PTR? Ain't that kind of nerdy? So, what? What PTR am I supposed to have? It's a grown loser with a fucking Sonic Hedgehog. Wait. Am I here to arrest you? Am I supposed to arrest you or something? What am I supposed to have? That means you take this app so seriously, dude.
Lord said, chill.
I guess you thought that was gonna be a tough ass name, didn't you? Knuckles. They got to fight.
No, I call myself Knuckles because I shoved my fist up your mother's ass. My knuckles are
And you
She likes that.
Man, you winning. You are winning.
I always
Tough
win.
guy and
I always win. It's not about being tough. It's not about being tough though.
Like your words.
It's not about being tough. Like you're not the toughest guy around. Like nobody's the toughest guy around. It's not about being tough.
I bet you didn't watch Sonic 3.
I did.
I bet he did. He could tell you.
Why not? What's wrong with watching Sonic 3?
Nothing at all.
Detroit.
What
Y'all let Z pack me up when I was asleep yesterday?
That sounds like a personal problem.
was Z on the app?
I guess that was cornbread. I was asleep.
You believe that shit? Nah, she did. I ain't gonna lie, she did cut you.
I was asleep as
She
fuck.
called you
How you get packed up in your sleep?
Girl, I
Damn, you was all retarded bitches. Slow. She said you were
retarded and I got a degree. It's crazy.
They came here last night.
hell. You
That's
just
just what
fucked the
cornbread
troll.
said. It had to be yesterday. Sometime yesterday.
Well, damn, just go on and fuck the whole troll.
Was she on there the day before?
She believe in it. Girl, ain't nobody talking
I
to
came to
you.
ask Steve whoever talking to you got it.
But if you sleep, how was it a backup?
But wasn't nobody even talking to her ass, though. Cornbread
Well, I
was
think
talking.
Sergeant was up because she was on the phone. He said nobody was talking to you, girl.
Wasn't nobody even talking to her, though.
Who was these people talking to?
Child.
I wasn't even talking to you that damn time.
I'm not even
So
talking to you.
you stand corrected.
Okay, shit, what happened?
I think he was up when she was talking to you.
Nah, I
You
can't
play
hear
it
her.
sleep. Don't be lying.
You can't
Don't
tell
act
by the
like-
phone.
Listen, I fall asleep here all the time.
Your ass went
How
sleep.
you sleep? I know you got packed up. I got you.
I just said cornbread just told me, girl.
You know, cornbread out because she swiped her phone, picked up.
I don't know, they in a real car.
And then she came back to the room.
Now, because I would put on my wires. I ain't bound for that.
You still would have got packed the fuck up.
You look like you get that.
You could just been loud and wrong.
I wouldn't have gave a fuck. That's your
I would have pretend sleep too.
You the motherfucker here asked me, did you get packed up?
I mean, I can't back me up if I'm asleep.
And you definitely got your ass packed up. Don't go to sleep.
Nah, fuck this bitch.
Hi, cotton picker.
Oh, now you come back trying to, boy, you was a goof.
I'm trying to do what? I'm saying hi.
Shut your
I'm trying to make friends. You know what I'm saying?
He thought you was up.
Maybe you
You sound slow. You sound ghetto. What the fuck? You don't speak proper English. I'm the only one that speaks proper.
You stutter.
You're speaking ghetto black American English here.
So,
You sound like you
gangbang in the hood or something, selling drugs. He called me slow. You're slow.
Another one. I said so.
Oh, it sounded like you said slow, Cotton Pig. Okay, Cotton Pig.
No fuck about no goddamn cotton.
Of course, that's your job, so you don't care. Duh, you're used.
Oh my god.
They call you chops because they used to chop your fingers off during slavery because you weren't getting cut. When you're late.
They just keep going. It gets better. Keep going.
Man, that nigga Knuckles a nerd.
It's good to be there. It's good to be smart. Why not? A nerd made this app. Why not? It's good to be a nerd. Nerds make more money than fucking hood boys like you. What the fuck? It's better to be a nerd. What? Mark Zuckerberg's a nerd. They Facebook. Why not? A nerd, as bad as to be a nerd. Nerds are the smartest people in the world. They're the richest. Bill Gates is a nerd. You can't make fucking Microsoft. You can't make Facebook. You can't make an app, dude. You're not nerdy enough. You know what I'm saying? You're too ghetto to make that shit. You're a hood rat.
Look at him. He finna spin.
Yeah.
You can't even
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry.
It's good to be smart. Why not? Nerds do well in life. Why not? Nerds do well in life. Hood boogers like you don't do that well in life. Some of y'all do, but majority of you guys don't do well in life. Most of you guys are jobless, unemployed, in the present. Yeah, guys. Yeah, I'm a nerd.
No, you said
Cool. I don't want to be cool for you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look cool for you. We're on the app. We're on the
I
internet.
don't know what
I don't need to impress you. We're on the internet. I don't need validation from hood rats like you.
I wouldn't give it.
I don't need validation. I don't need acceptance for you. We're on the app. We're on the internet, sir. I don't need to prove anything to you. Yeah, it's good to be a nerd. Yes, I'm a nerd.
Your name.
Thank you. I'm a nerd. I'm gay now. Yes, if I'm gay, I'll rape you in the ass. Oh, cool, I'm gay. I'll rape you in the ass. You're a bitch. I'm Devo. You know what I'm saying? I'm Devo. I want to squeeze on your nipples, bitch. Yeah, I'm a nerd. I'll rape you in the butt. I'm a nerd. I'll rape you in the ass like a little bitch that you is. Make it bend over, pussy. We'll be locked up in jail. You know what I'm saying? I'll make you wash my drawers, pussy. Yeah.
I'm convinced
You nigga bitch.
they lose.
Okay, I'm just trolling, man. It's funny.
People used to sing.
I'm not singing. How am I losing it? I'm not losing it here. I'm winning. I'm beating both of y'all. I'm packing both of y'all. You guys are easy. You're easy work. Of course you can say I'm not packing you up. Oh, yeah, you're a nerd. You're not saying nothing. A nerd made this app, dude. A nerd made fucking Twitter. A nerd made Facebook. Why not? Why not be a nerd? You know what I'm saying? Nerds make more money than fucking hood rats like you. What the fuck? You didn't even finish school, man. Like, come on, man. No. You said I'm a nerd, which is bad. It's good to be a nerd. I don't want to be ghetto. I don't want to be a ghetto black American. I'd rather be I don't want to be from the project. I don't want to be a hood rat. I don't want to be a street nigga. I'd rather be a nerd. Which is better, being a nerd or a street? Yeah. Who do I want to be? I want to be like Gucci Man, or I want to be like fucking Elon Musk? That's cool. You said I'm gay, so I'm just going with it. You know, that's cool. You're a bitch. I didn't lose. I won. I took advantage of you. I won. I took advantage of you. I bet you over, pussy. You're a bitch. Yeah. I won. I took advantage of you. I overpowered you, bitch. I overpowered you, fella. You're a pussy. What'd you say?
He think he playing the game.
Yes, Clubhouse is a game to me, yes. Clubhouse is absolutely a game to me. Yes. Clubhouse is a total game to me. Then when I'm done, I fucking put my phone up, I gotta live my real life. Absolutely. I'm doing great, life. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
I swear to God.
No, you're not.
You're not doing well in life. You're probably in the business.
Sound like Nelson mixed with a little bit of Eugene.
Right.
Who the fuck is that? Who are those people?
Oh, don't worry about that.
You sound like a Shaniqua. You sound like a baby mother.
Shut up, bitch. Nigga, prove it.
What you say, you goddamn goofy?
It's proven.
Yeah, what you say, you goddamn goofy?
Yeah.
See, I was letting you. I can't hear you, sorry. But yeah, there's something wrong with that, dude. That's money from doing scams or fucking selling drugs or trapping in the ghetto. That's the best way you can make money, sir. That's the best way you can make money. Motherfucker, stop. I'm gonna get my message. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, I'm trying to sweat. Yeah. No. Fuck you. Bully, boy. Who bullied me? Try and bully me. Who bullied me, huh? Tell me who bullied me. I was a bully in high school. What the fuck? I was a bully. I'll take your shit, pussy. It doesn't matter if I fight. What am I supposed to have on the internet? How am I supposed to? We're on the internet. I can have whatever. I don't like the character. I can have whatever, cotton pigger. What am I supposed to post? What am I supposed to like?
some shit like that. What am I supposed to do? I present myself. I don't want to show myself to you. I can just have knuckles. Why not? Right? I don't have to present. I don't have to prove nothing to you. Are you my boss? Like, who the fuck are you? You ain't nobody. You think you're loud? I got problems. I get louder. Okay, you want to get loud? Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay, see how fucking loud I am? You think I'm loud me, bitch? You think I'm loud me, you faggot ass bitch? You fucking pussy ass bitch? Who you trying to say I am, bully? I'll beat shit out of you in real life. I swear to God. I swear to God. You didn't have to believe that shit. Shoot your ass, you see, boy. I know you got guns, but like, they're not legal guns. I got legal guns. I'll just shoot you. I'm gonna about this. I ain't trying to be a street dude. It's better to be a fucking like you, know what I'm saying? It's just better being a nerd, a street dude. You tell me, who makes more money, bitch? You told you loud, right? You ain't saying nothing, bitch. Fuck you and fuck your mother. Your mother didn't take care of you. That's what I'm trying to answer with. Fuck you and fuck your mother. You thought you were fucking trolling me? You ain't showing nobody, bitch. Fuck you, faggot. Two hood rats. Two kind of black American hood rats. Yeah. Oh, you're a cotton picker. Shut the fuck up. You guys are cotton pickers. And you're a cotton picker. You're a cotton picker. The white man will fuck your ancestor in the ass. Slavery. Your ancestor will fuck your fucking male ancestor in the ass. You know what I'm saying? You ain't this much in that one. You got gay family members. You probably got gay cousins too. You guys from Atlanta or something like that. Do you have any? You guys probably live in Atlanta. You know those y'all little niggas. You know what I'm saying? You're a fuck man that you go fuck your fucking girlfriends, right? And spread AIDS to them.
Listen to him.
I'm African, absolutely. I'm proud to be an African. Being an African better be you. A fucking watered down slave monkey, you know what I'm saying? Who's 20% European. I'm not mixed with European. You're mixed with European. I have no European ancestry. Oh, part of your white master. This master. You're part of your whiteness. Yeah, white motherfucker. Smell like onions. You stink. Your mother's pussy smells like tar, bitch. It smells like oil. What are you talking about? Your mother's pussy smells like fucking fish, bitch. Fucking rotten fish. Orange. Yeah, sure. I hear you, man.
Your last name probably Iguano or something.
Yeah, it's Ogunwoye. It's Damilola Ogunwoye. Your name is probably Daquavius Jefferson. Your name is probably Daquan Jackson or something. Something white, like a white surname for your white slave master. Daquavius Jackson. Do you think you're better because you have a white surname? You think you're superior because you have white surnames? I get it. Yeah, you're better because you're close to whiteness. I get it. I see what you're saying. I know you're better than me. Okay,
I should talk proper.
But yeah, what's wrong with talking proper? Is that proper? I got a job faster. It's better to sound better. It sounds like you barely speak. You speak broken English. Okay.
That's why he talks so fast. His brain can't come.
Wait. So because I speak proper as a bad thing. So when I sound like you, I sound like a poor girl like you. I ain't got no motherfucking money, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. You gotta say nigga right. You gotta say niggers. Nigger.
Hey, and I bet you he a dirty Nigerian too.
He got it. He's slave boy. You're a fucking dirty Nigerian slave boy. You're a rednecks. This shit that you live in has dirt horse too. You're from Detroit. You're from the shit, bro. I grew up in the white suburbs. You know, Nigerian niggas. I grew up in the white suburbs. You're from Detroit. I'm from Indiana. So like I grew up in the white suburbs of Indiana. Yeah, you're a baby mother.
You come from Nigeria.
No, I come from Indiana. I come from Indiana. I come from the suburbs of Indiana. Sorry, I come from the suburbs of Indiana.
Dirty Africa.
My parents are from Nigeria. I come from the suburbs. You come from a plantation. You come from race. You come from race. You're a fucking rape baby.
Yeah, dirty Africa.
You're a rape Nigerian. You're a slave master.
Stinky foot.
You're a rape child. My father's a nigga. You're a field monkey. You're a field nigga, bitch. You're a field nigga, bitch. You're a slave bitch. You're a fucking cotton on it. You're a nigga Daquavius Jefferson. You fucking slave white. They got a fucking tree on it. They used to hang you on trees and bitch you like a fucking pinata. They used to fucking feed you to alligators. You're alligator food. You're an airport cart. Okay, in the black community, it's not accepted to be smart and be educated. It's only cool to be fucking in the ghetto, be a fucking crip gangbanger, be the biggest OG in the hood, right? Selling drugs, living on the block, doing nothing, no job, being a felon. Yeah, that's what you guys accept, but it's not good to be educated. I get it, I understand. I understand, cotton pickers.
Too much, you too.
Yeah, cotton pickers. For what? Shut the fuck up. When I see you, brother, I'm motherfucking no.
You think you be winning when you
motherfucker. Yeah. I'm winning, motherfucker. I'm winning that life. You're a cotton piece syndrome.
Listen.
Shut the fuck up, Daquavius. Jefferson? You have a white surname to Quavius Jefferson. You're not gonna make it past 30. You're gonna get shot in a drive-by shooting in Detroit somewhere. I don't know. On the 8 Mile block. Okay, 8 Mile. Yeah, I just saw it on YouTube. I don't know. No, I saw it on YouTube. I don't know. Listen, is this you on my PTR? Is this you on my PTR, bitch? No, that's not me, dog. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. It's me, motherfucking. There's people to be good to see, so I don't care. There's people to be getting my dick, so I'm not worried. There's people to be good to see. I got pussy today, so I ain't worried about it. Somebody just suck my. It's not gonna work, trust me. I'm a handsome devil. I'm sure other picture when I look like this, I get you all the time on his ass. It's not working. I'm a handsome devil. I'm got clear skin. I look youthful. I'm 30 something, but I'm a 21. I'm a handsome devil. It's not gonna work, I think. I don't give a fuck. I still get associated with it. I look at all the time. I don't give a fuck. African, I feel like hey, that nigga go, yeah, I'm African, I got a big forehead, but I still fucking black Americans that trust me. They still bust down to me, you know what I'm saying? I still bust down to me, trust me. I got niggas, and then I got two niggas who just run together, they call me ugly. They call me ugly. Some of them just attractive kind of niggas. Hey, he got a bunch of niggas. Hey, I can picture you laughing, bro. I'm like, I'm sure you text message will please tell me. I'm sure all the text messages just trying to holler at me, but I'm not worried about it. You call me out, it's fine. Man, come on. We're niggas, bro. We're men. Of course, you want ugly niggas to get fucking. No. You expect ugly niggas to get pussy, you know what I'm saying? Ugly niggas that still get pussy, so don't let it. You mad as hell? There's nothing about it, bro. I don't give a fuck. Talk about that picture. I ain't worried about it. Hey, bitch. Look at you. Hey, guys, bitch. Hey, he got a mustache on the side of his lip. His mustache start on the side of his lip. Yeah, I can't go up there, sorry. I can't go up there. I look too young, you know what I'm saying? I look young, you know what I'm saying? Shut up. I guess the devil, you know what I'm saying? My hands are all over the place. Trying to look good, you know what I'm saying? In real life, I used to look good all the time. I don't know what three pictures out there. I'm like, worried about it. Bitches love my dreads, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you gay. Bitches will suck on my dick, bitch. I got him that suck my dick, bitch. I got him about it. I'm gay, but you call me ugly. You're trying to suck on my face. I'm gay. So what men do you find attractive? There's three girls that you fuck each other. What do you guys have? You guys gotta fuck each other. Hey, I'm done. Tell me this dildo in your ass, motherfucker. You guys gotta suck each other. Then you do 690, you faggots. Yeah, they go gay when they. Yeah, we made him Superman. No, I'm not mad. This is funny. I don't care. What the fuck? It's not brotherly. What's this be good about this? This is funny games to me. This doesn't bother me. What the fuck? I don't know that you guys. You're just being so good. Like, you're ready to get shot. But everybody kind of nigga. He's supposed to be a bitch. Don't call me with your dad called your mother. You're fatherless. You don't even know your father, goddammit. Hey, bro. Do you know your dad? Like, do you actually know that? Did you grow up with your father? I believe you grew up with your father. I think you grew up fatherless. I know. You grew up fatherless. At least I know my daddy. You know? Hey, baby, look at the top of this here. That's me looking up. I'm not worried about it, though. That's me looking up. I have a big forehead. I'm an African, so yes, I have a ginormous forehead. Absolutely. But I'm still fucking with me, you know what I'm saying? I got 20 videos on my phone. You fucking see, you know? You a bitch. I got whole videos on my phone, you know what I'm saying? I got a video of a bitch sucking my. I got a video of a black American sucking my dick. Sucking my dick. I got multiple videos of bitches, black American bitches sucking my dick. I promise you. Black American. Black American. I got that woman. Oh my god. I got that woman.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you a long time ago.
Yeah, you don't sound good. You don't sound straight, bro. You're a faggot.
That's cool. I can fuck your mama. You know what I'm saying? Your mama goes to suck my dick.
Why do you have a filter on there?
I sound like a faggot. I sound like your father. I sound like your gay ass father. Who left your mother for a man? Yes, I sound gay. I sound like your gay ass daddy.
You got a filter on your
I sound like your gay ass daddy. I'm 37. it's up there, but when I real life, people say I look 21, so I'm not worried about it. Every day, every time I talk to you, I thought you were 20 something. Cotton bigger to babble.
Stinky.
I smell like your mother's pussy, 'cause I just fucked her.
Corny.
That's cool. That's not gonna work. I don't give a fuck how you feel, like whatever I say. Like you're not saying nothing yourself, cotton picker.
Filter on the picture.
Yeah, but that don't matter. That don't matter. I'm a good looking cat, you know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna work. Yeah, I have clear skin, so it's not gonna work. So trust me, I got clear skin.
Filter.
I got clear skin. Sorry, I got good skin. I look youthful. I'm 30 something. I look 10 years younger. I get this all the time everywhere I go. I tell people how old I am, and they're like, "Oh, dude, I thought you were younger."
You got a side mustache.
I thought you were younger. You know what I'm saying? It's a love my dreads. You know what I'm saying?
You got a side mustache.
You're judging another man's looks because you're a faggot. So yeah, so you're judging my looks. So what men do you find attractive? What guys do you find attractive? What guys do you want to fuck, you faggot? What guys do you want to fuck you in the ass like the bitch that you are to take advantage of you? So it's like, two men trying to call me ugly. Two men trying to judge my looks.
He got a stupid mustache.
Yeah, man, you call me gay for the judge. What men do you find attractive?
Stupid mustache.
Man, come on.
Take a struggle.
Come on, cotton picker.
You got struggle braids and a struggle mustache.
Hey, bro, you can't.
Yeah, that's not working. Sorry. That's not working. Sorry, that's not gonna work.
You got a side.
Yeah, two faggots trying to judge my looks. I'm not here to look good for you. I don't want to look good for you. I don't want to look good for you. I don't want to present myself to a man.
You gotta say try.
Faggot.
Hey, you need to drink some water.
I don't want to look good for you. You call me ugly. I want you to think I'm ugly. You're a man. I don't want to look good for you. I don't want to look good for you.
The ecstasy kicking in. Get some water.
I don't do drugs. I'm not a black man. I don't pop perkies like Future. I can hear the perkies, Charlie. You guys rap about popping pills and sipping lean and all that shit. I don't do drugs. I don't fall into that black American culture. You know what I'm saying? When King Von died, he had fentanyl in the system. That's black American shit. That's what you guys do. When he got shot, he had fentanyl and cocaine and all sorts of cocaine in the system. That's what you guys are into. You guys pop pills, make some lean, smoke weed. I don't love that shit. That's black American culture. That's not me. I understand that.
They pack you up in the chat. Struggle
How is that struggle mustache? How?
Because you got a mustache on your side of your lip, bitch.
So what? I don't give a fuck. This is what you know what I'm saying? If this is why are you trying another man's mustache? Like you're a faggot. So why is my mustache supposed to be like faggot? That's what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You call me ugly, but like I'm not here to look good for you. You're a man, dude. Stop, please. I want you to think I'm ugly. You're a man, dude. So what men do you find attractive, dude? What men do you find attractive? What men do you find attractive? I'm not bald anyway. You said I'm bald. I'm not bald anyway. You wish I was bald. You want me to be bald so bad. True, fishy. I'm not bald on the side. I was looking up. Let me show you. I got
your mustache grows like your head on your head. Look at your struggle braids. And look at your mustache. They grow the same. And you got a filter on your picture, faggot ass African.
Yeah, you made yourself lighter with a
Dirty ass Nigerian trying to sound like you proper. That's why you stutter, bitch. Cause they can't register in your brain fast enough, you dumbass.
They don't even accept you over there after.
That's why he's stuttering. That's why Chris Gas stuttering. So am I pulling my top? That's a picture of me. So how am I pulling? Show me where. Show me pulling this. Show me my pulling this cotton picking faggot ass bitch. So show me where I'm pulling, huh? You wish I was pulling. It's another filter. Let me where am I pulling? Yeah, you think you about something trying to make it where I'm not pulling. Let's be looking up cotton pickers. You're a bitch. You want like cotton pickers slaves. You can't talk about, oh, God, Father, back in Nigeria. I've been in Nigeria like 9 times. It's not gonna work. But yeah, you're calling me ugly. I'm not here to look. I want you to think I'm ugly. You're a man. I'm not trying to attract men, dude. Like, what the fuck? I know you guys get out there after you guys gotta suck each other's dicks and make out with each other. I know. And swallow each other's cum and fuck each other in the butt and catch you, give each other AIDS. You fucking faggot ass cotton picking faggot bitches. Fuck you, but you're talking about my looks. You're trying to judge me and call me ugly, right? Show me my profile. Show me where I'm part of my picture. I do have a ginormous foot. I'm African. Show me my picture. And show me where I'm part. 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 Zoom in. show my face? No, I'm finna show you. I'm not afraid to show my face. Hey, yeah, what the fuck is I'm not afraid to show myself. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, come see me in real life and get shot. You're bald in my PTR. That's you right there. That go to ball spot. Where's the ball spot? In my PTR. That's my forehead. That's not boss, that's my forehead. So back to Africa. Show my boss line, look at my picture. Show it to my boss line, my picture. See, you know you're lying, dude. You're just trying to make up whatever you can, dude. Show my boss line, my picture, huh? Show my boss line, my picture. In my picture, show it to my boss line. Hey, you lie. Go back to Africa. My picture. See, that's why you know you're lying, because you can't show the boss line, my picture. You can't show the boss line, show the boss line, my picture. Show the boss line, my picture. You can't do it. You won't do it. You won't zoom in and show the boss line, my picture. Why not? This is my picture. Show the boss line, my picture. See, because you're lying and you're just messing with target. See, you're just trying to make up whatever lie you can. Trying to push whatever there is. Trying to project. It's not going to be up. The PTR is still here. Show mine. Look at my PTR. Show the boss line, my PTR. Show it. Show it right now. I'm laying down. Show the boss line, my PTR. Show me. Nobody cares about that old. That's the old picture. No. That's the new picture. That's the same picture around the same time. Look at my PTR. Look at my PTR. Love my trash. You're blocking me with love my trash. Trust me. Look at my PTR. Show my. Wait, let me see. Show my. That's nothing, dude. This is the same picture. Let's say show my boss line, my PTR. Show my boss line, my PTR. Show my boss line, my PTR. God, nigga. Come on, I'm showing it in my PTR. Show my no. Screenshot that picture right there. The picture I have. Show my boss line. Zoom in and show everybody my boss line. You can't do it. You won't do it. See, you're not doing it. I said it multiple times. You won't do it. Show my boss line right now. Show the boss line, my PTR right now. So where's my boss line? Anyway, is it on the corner? Is it on the left? Is it on the right? Where is it? It's a picture out of film. No. You worry about how another man looks. So show my boss line, my PTR right now. You won't do it. Because you're a bitch. See, you know you're lying. You think you're trolling. It's not working. You're just a bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's not working. You can. It's not working. Just show your low IQ. You know you're lying because you're not going to show the boss line, my PTR. Show it. God, nigga. This is kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna work, dude. Just fix it, being a destroyer in your shit hole and the other two, you know what I'm saying? And this one's I'm not gonna destroy, but Detroit's a shit hole, I know that. It's worse, it's like Gary, Indiana. Where my dad used to work for 40 years. A shit hole. A fucking black American poverty-stricken ghetto community. That, just like fucking Detroit, you know what I'm saying? A fucking ghetto black American community that I did not grow up in. Crackheads, you know what I'm saying? Fucking black American crackheads, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I started. Detroit's a fucking shit hole, bitch ass motherfucker. I started because you mother sucked my dick and I fucking nutted. Yeah, motherfucker, yeah. It's not working, dude. You're just cotton pickers. It's not gonna work. See, you're just posting that picture, but you're not posting this picture. That's me looking up. I'm not worried about that picture. I show that picture to the bitches. They tell me I'm looking at a filter. Show the one with a boss line on my eye. A boss line on my eye. What the fuck? A boss line on my eye. Wait, boss line. Wait, does you have a picture of me calling me gay? A boss line. What's a boss line on my eye? There's a part on my eye. That's my forehead. But that's my forehead, though. You can't show a boss line. You're not showing any boss line. Show what about my picture? Show the boss line on my picture. Show the boss line in my picture. Show the boss line in my picture. You won't do it. Show the boss line in my picture. I'm a cute little nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm a handsome devil. Your mother will suck my dick. Trust me, I can fuck your sister. It's not gonna work. You gotta filter. This is just cotton picker battle, man. You gotta stop. Filter. This is rape. This is black American rape baby battle. You know what I'm saying? Filter. Yeah, so what? Yeah, but I still have good skin in real life, so I'm not worried about it. I have good skin, I promise you. I look 10 years younger, which I get all the time. I sound 10 years younger, right? Like, I don't sound my age. I'm 32. You had a younger. What the fuck? You look young as shit. Cause I got good skin, you know what I'm saying? I got shit in the hole. I got good African skin, you know what I'm saying? I take a shit in the dig a hole. I take a shit in my piss and I transfer cotton, bitch. Yeah, stinking Africa. Oh, Detroit's a shit on the way. You guys know. You guys have fucking yeah. Michigan has no fire. All the black communities in America are poor. All the black communities are poverty stricken. That's why you guys all rough about being from the ghetto. What the fuck? You guys all rough about being from the fucking country. Yeah, the country's shit up. I live in the white suburbs. Nigeria's shit up. I grew up in the white suburbs. I live in Indiana. I'm from Indiana. I grew up in the white suburbs, so it's not gonna work. Indiana is a shit community. You go to the poverty stricken hood. You go to the crackhead prostitute. You know what I'm saying? You go to the ghetto and the prostitute. You go to the fucking like full of prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? Fucking heroin drugs. Baby daddies. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. What's wrong with that? Well, I'm still doing her life, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. You grew up in the ghetto. You grew up around prostitutes, crackheads, gangbangers, carjackers, all sorts of all kinds of crime. I see that too. The little line is what your hairline's over. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm African, stupid. I have a ginormous forehead. I'm an African, duh. Yes, I'm African. I have a big forehead. I'm proud of it. Yes. Thank you. I'm African, stupid. I'm West African. I have a ginormous forehead because I'm a West African, you retard. Duh, it's my genetics, stupid. I'm from West Africa, you motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. It's not gonna work. You see my hairline, but you see your hair on top of my head. Am I bald? Show me where I'm bald. Show me bald spot. Yeah, you can't do it. Cotton digger. We made you. Sure. Yeah, you wish. You did nothing. You thought you had something. I showed you that. Nothing, bitch. You thought you had something, and I do my shit. You thought I was bald all the time. You trying to say, oh, I have a bald spot. You showing my forehead, cotton diggers. I said it sometimes when I get my point across. Yes, I said it, but I get my point across, cotton diggers. You speak yellow black American English. You always use this word correctly. I speak proper. You don't speak proper. You gotta say I sound like a white boy, right? Cotton digger. You sound just like a dirty ass F. You sound like a yellow black American gangbanger who just got out of prison, who sells drugs in the hood. You know what I'm saying? You're probably in the trap house right now. You're in the trap house right now, waiting for the feds to come and arrest you, bitch. You sound fatherless, bitch. You sound fucking fatherless, cotton digger. You sound like your house. You sound fatherless, slave baby. You sound like a drug dealer, goddammit. That's the best you can do. You sound crack to your fucking uncles, goddammit. Your crackhead uncles. And everybody is always trying to cotton diggers. Fuck it. It makes you laugh. You're my entertainment. I'm not here to make you laugh. This is my entertainment, you cotton diggers, slave motherfuckers. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Tell your mother to suck my dick, bitch. Going gay again. Why you cross out? That's not gonna bother me. That doesn't work. I'm gay. I'll rape you in the butt. Now what? Cross out. No, wait. I'm gonna rape you in the butt. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget you cross out. I'm gonna fucking rape you in the ass, bitch. I'm talking to you. I'm gonna spread your ass over. We're gonna rape you. And what? Yeah. Then I'm gonna rape your father. He's a bitch. I'm gonna take your man's that faggot. You know what I'm saying? He's a bitch. Yeah, he's cross out. He's cross out. I'm gay. Now what? Yeah, I'm gonna rape your fucking father, bitch. That's all you have to talk like that from the beginning. Cotton diggers. God, you gotta sleep, big faggot. Cool, I wanna rape you in the butt. Cool, I wanna rape you in the ass, you know what I'm saying? Spread your booty hole and stick my dick in it, but give you some African. I'm gonna stick my dick in your mouth, bitch. You ever make you suck my dick? You fucked your sister. No, you said I'm gay. You said I'm gay. Well, so how did I fuck my sister? You fucked your sister. Wait, but you said I'm gay. I ain't gonna lie. You called me gay. So why would I fuck my sister? I don't like vagina. I like you. I want your pussy. Yeah, so what's going on, y'all? Yeah, what's up, cotton digger? What up, yeah, show me my ball spot. You still haven't shown it. You know what I'm saying? I haven't shown it on my forehead, but you haven't shown my ball spot. And you're never gonna show my ball spot. You're still gonna continue to not show my ball spot because you know you're trying to make up stuff, trying to project any narratives. That's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? This is just like cotton digger battle. I don't know. This is what black Americans do. They try to make up any lie that they can. It's like this is like dancers just trying to come up with anything. You know what I'm saying? He is dancing. looking at his PTR.
Yeah, I'm dancing, absolutely. I'm dancing like a slave on a plantation.
It is
Absolutely. Dancing for massa. Dancing for massa. Like a good little slave, like your ancestors.
Bro, you know that shit don't do nothing.
It's okay, be proud of your ancestors. Be proud of slavery. Be proud of the family members who were forced to drink here. I'm proud to do it. You're a cargo. My favorite shit about that is your family members are drinking, but they get shit. Be proud of that. Be proud of being I was like, people say shit. That you have to fight for your freedom. Be proud of that. Be proud of that. Fight for your freedom. I didn't have to do it. They dropped out camp practically.
Listen, bro, I didn't have to fight.
Shut up, nigga.
That shit don't bother me.
Yeah, be proud of that cotton picking slavery with the next, the great Jefferson, you know what I'm saying? Be proud of that. Be proud that your ancestors, I mean, you all about your ancestors, you're cotton pickers. That's why you guys are crying for reparations. So free the shit. I'm gonna be FBAs, you know what I'm saying? You want a reparation for the white man, because they made us do they put us through slavery. Be proud of that, yeah.
No.
Yeah, cotton pickers.
Bro. That shit don't work, bro.
Ski, you're probably a baby mother, I don't know. Ski, are you a baby mother? Like, tell me, Ski, you're a baby mama. I know you are. You're a single mother. Ain't you most black American woman a single mother? Oh, you probably had an abortion. Black women have the highest rate of abortion, so you go to abortion or cemetery, brothers, you know what I'm saying? You kill babies, you know? You kill more black men. No, you kill more black people than black men, you know what I'm saying? Black American women are the biggest murderers of black people in America. Why is that? Who is that? Why is that? Black American women are the biggest killers of black people. They're the number one in abortions, you know what I'm saying? They kill babies. Who's what? I'm going on statistics. I'm not losing my mind. I'm just spending fat having fun. I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling with my partner right now. I'm having fun. This is fun. Engage me, man.
I need you to be louder.
Oh, I'm pretty loud. I'm not saying I'm the loudest. Like, organic is the loudest motherfucker on the app, but I'm not the loudest, you know what I'm saying?
I want you to keep on saying.
I'm saying dumb shit, this is facts. I'm saying the dumb shit is facts. Okay, I got you. Dumb shit is facts. Okay, I understand. I got you.
Yup, keep going.
What part did you in that day you do this? Yeah. In a bungalow.
What you say? I'm in Section 8 like a black American.
Oh, shit. Oh, that hurt. That stabbed me. Oh, shit. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, most black Americans are in Section 8. From Detroit, right?
Oh, don't say that about Section 8.
they said damn whack that Loose Cannon had fought at no jumper. I ain't even reading into the shit. I don't think I seen Big James talk about this shit. Nah, I be knowing how they be clickbait. shortly that time.